Ladies and gents, welcome to the Clan Showdown. Thanks for joining us today for the final day of the playoff stage. We'll get to see who's going to come out on top for the first 15v15 tournament of the year 2K24. Once again, I am being joined by Octo today on the analyst desk. How are you doing?
Good. I'm ready to see some good matches today. The first one is going to be Motivia versus Inil, which seem like the two best teams in the tournament so far, so that should be really fun, as well as the maps that they're going to play. And then in the lower bracket, Vulgus versus Goodnight Nomi. They seemed a bit out of place at some points, so it should be a competitive match between those two. Best of 5 for match 6 and 7. Best of 7 for Motivia and Inil, and then best of 9 in the final match.
Yeah, so we are starting with a banger, Motivia against Inil. That's the match we want to see. That's possibly the match we'll get to see once again in the grand finals, the match number 8 later today. BO7, and you mentioned it, we also have the losers bracket starting with Vulgus against Goodnight Nomi. And well, those two teams, I think that's going to be a very interesting one. They probably didn't have the greatest performance, but they are maybe on the same level, so that could be very exciting to see. Talking about the first match of the day, the community prediction is going Invil's way. That's not that big of a surprise considering how well Inil performed yesterday, but I have to say that Motivia, this is the team that can definitely take out Inil, and yesterday they only played basic. They didn't need to show their best tactics against Vulgus.
Yeah, I mean, the maybe strategy aside, both teams, in my opinion, have really good players, so I think that alone is going to be fun to watch. But then on top of that, both teams have really good strategy. So it should be close, but you never know. It's not the final match.
Yeah. On top of that, we also have some Twitch drops. Today you'll get the chance to get mystery drops after a total watch time of 4 hours. You get some pretty interesting stuff. What's your favorite out of all?
I definitely enjoy the 2D styles like Dazzle, and then the Type 64 is a fun one, the Lorraine 40T, and the T103. I love those tanks.
Okay, I mean, on top of that, if you didn't get the chance to join very early, I think that we'll be hosting Daki at the end of the tournament, so you'll definitely have time to claim those drops. But to talk again about the first match of the day, because we introduced both of those teams to the community prediction, I guess we want to jump right into the action, but just before that, Octo, we probably want to hear what our casters have to say. Ken and Daki, please take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with Daki and I to what shapes up to be a pretty sick day number 2 in the Clan Showdown January here. How are you doing, Daki?
I'm doing great since I'm here with Insane and Octo, and it's really cool that you're also present. But yeah, this should be a banger to begin with. Infill versus
Starting off with the hostility already. Like we haven't had a single tank flip, and you're already being hostile. I love it. All right. Yeah, Motivia lineup here. No surprises there. All good players all around, and yeah, upper bracket final. Could be grand final, right?
Yeah, this could be a repeat for what we're gonna see later today, but first we gotta see who gets to relax and watch the lower bracket shenanigans and prepare for the grand finals. Of course, both these teams want to end up there. You don't want to take the risks of running into best of 5s. It's always a little bit of a risky business that you don't want to involve yourself with. And yeah, this Inil team showing yesterday that Goodnight Nomi was a opponent not of their level whatsoever. However, you gotta say though that Motivia is gonna be a whole different beast for Inil.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's fair to say that both Inil and Motivia yesterday probably weren't tested thoroughly. I mean, 4-1 and 4-0 respectively, I think, were the scorelines. Today, I think the two favorites basically to win the tournament are having a go at each other here in the upper bracket. We'll see who will be victorious. We'll see who will be knocked down. First of all, pick and bans, Karelia and Murovanka taken out respectively. Then in comes the cliff pick. We haven't seen Cliff at all so far, followed by Himmelsdorf. That was basically the tiebreaker map locked in yesterday for the whole day, but Inil saying, nah, we're playing that as a map number 2. Live Oak's then gone. I don't think either team is going to be too unhappy about that. Prokhorovka, map number 3, Fish Bay taken out, and then Sand River as the tiebreaker. So we're starting off with Cliff and Himmelsdorf. I love it.
Yeah, it's classics, I guess you could call them. Especially Cliff is going to be an interesting one between these two. Neither really shying away from that aggression, from those very quick either middle engagement, 1-2 engagements, or splits. And it will all just depend a little bit on the initial, of course, is very important, Cliff, but those split-second decisions by leadership in both these teams about how they react to what their opponent is doing.
Yeah, exactly. And now, historically, I mean, like, basically, I'm talking 2 to 3 years ago, Inil was an absolutely terrifying team when it came to Cliff. Able to, just win rounds through sheer willpower. Now, sort of in the last year, actually, Inil hasn't looked that great on it, actually. I remember there was a lot of rounds where, for example, Aurora was able to best Inil on Cliff, like 2-0 multiple times. I think Cliff also was one of those maps where, infamously, when Inil made it through the upper bracket and then came into the grand final, they would sometimes even pick Cliff first and then lose twice on it. So I definitely have some questions towards Inil, how they're going to perform on Cliff. Then again, it is just such a coin flip map that anything realistically can happen. And yeah, Himmelsdorf, I think, is going to be where the action's going to be at. You gotta love it.
You gotta love it, indeed. But yeah, I'm mostly interested in this Cliff. I mean, Himmels is going to be a very interesting one as well, but either of these teams wants to start it off strong. Cliff is that kind of map where you are able to do that. A 2-0 there sets you up amazingly for the rest of this series, but my feeling tells me that Motivia has Cliff and that Inil will have Himmels.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Both Cliff and Himmelsdorf, you said it, very, very classic maps. All the players, all the captains are going to be well versed. I mean, it would be a big surprise if they aren't. Now, to start off with Cliff, it is one of those interesting maps where not only your initial setup matters a lot, but also your reaction to what you see by the enemy team, not only in the lineup screen, but also as soon as you have the first information. The mind games are gonna be on. And now, prediction-wise, I think that is the first time this weekend that we do actually see a split between casters and analysts.
Let's
Both
make
of
a
us
deal,
saying,
Kant. If the casters get it right, the analyst gets fired. If the analysts get it right, they still get fired.
that is a deal I can live with. Let's strike that one, yeah.
But either they don't know what they're talking about, or they're being smart asses. So, grounds for the decision to be made in both cases.
Grounds for a termination of contract. I see where you're going with this, yeah. But I think this basically also demonstrates that the match could go either way. Like, we're seeing two very good teams. I think the form of the day is going to be very important as well, like how the people are going to be feeling. But interestingly enough, no one of us going with a tiebreaker, and I think that also, of course, it would be cool for it to go to tiebreaker, but I think one of those teams is just going to grab the match and run away with it. Which one it's going to be? Well, personally, I think Motivia, you do so as well, but for all intents and purposes, it could be Inil. We know they're capable of it.
Yeah, but I think Motivia is the more prepared team. And usually preparation ends up, bringing it home at the end of the day. Between two teams that are relatively close to each other.
Yeah. I mean, skill-wise, both teams absolutely off the chart. So now, I guess we are just about ready to hop into round number 1 of the upper bracket final of the Clan Showdown in January in 2024. And I think the lineups are maybe gonna reveal something to us. Let's see. Inil coming in with quadruple CS63, 6 IS7s, triple BZ75, and double B.
Double B versus Motivia's singular STRV. Quad 907, 1 260, and 9 IS7s.
9 IS7s is pretty slow, actually, for Cliff, in my opinion.
IS7 with Grouser speed golf, that thing is zoom indeed.
Yeah, that means they're giving up a lot of DPM, though, on the other side. Split-wise, though, we see a lot of IS7s for Inil going down, most of the mediums and the BZs going up, and for Motivia, even more tanks going down. So now it's going to be the question, how many tanks does Inil commit in, if any?
Yeah, and it's 4 907s actually covering for the side of Motivia. Kona and Marcel going towards the rock now. These IS7s just driving up, zooming up. But a middle presence from Inil still as well. Present Ice there seems to have gotten tracked once or twice, but he seems to be relatively okay right now. I mean, he's still getting shot by Marcel. That was another retrack, I think. And these 907s from the lower side trying to do what they can. But I will say that right now, Motivia, they do have almost every position. And there's a lot of Inil tanks in this one too. They're annoying, but how do you get them to be useful?
Talking about positions, though, Piotr starting to make up his way on towards the hill. The hill obviously being a very important position. Beast down to 829. Also not the best thing for him here. Diavol and Brainbreaker have made the cross, but you can see Diavol is getting crossfired from what feels like everywhere, down towards 791. And now with Inil defending, they're starting to make an overpush here in the middle, possibly even the triple BZ, the triple heavy tank there, a constant threat towards Skittles. And Motivia is recognizing this. They're starting this repush in towards the middle of the map, but that one always is costly.
It is indeed very costly, and the ignite on Diavol even coming out by one of those tanks from Inil. But look at these tanks from Inil. They don't have that many in the middle. The CSs are indeed flanking around the hill, but they're gonna have not the greatest of impact right now. 1-2 is being retaken by Inil, who are up HP as well, but it's all about, can Motivia clean up the middle, and so far it doesn't seem to be happening.
Yeah, somehow the Inil tanks in the middle of the map managing to stay alive. Currently, Goose Roland also getting set on fire by the CSs that have flanked around. Pan's Fury here hanging a bit back in that BZ-75. The constant threat from the IS-7, from Brainbreaker, from the sidelines, still there. Now Conrad and Marcel in the 1-2 line getting pushed. Piotr starting to ramp 4CB, who gets completely wiped out of the game. Kills going left, right, and center. But right now, Inil with the big HP advantage.
Inil with everything advantage, tank advantage, positional advantage again as well, and are gonna mop up Motivia here in round 1. They have used all the RNG. Not that they won because of it, but they've definitely used it up for the rest of the match though. I think, if I counted right, there was 4 or 5 fires.
I mean, Lady Luck can be a, a very interesting thing to have and not to have. Yeah, it didn't make a difference, I don't think, but it just adds a little insult to injury here. Dries the last tank, getting killed by Pan's Fury in the BZ-75, locking in a round number 1 for Inil. So the Polish powerhouse coming out swinging.
Coming out swinging, yeah, that IS-7 combo at the rock there, D1, annoying for Motivia to deal with. Yeah, Monster in that cubby position that they can't really do anything about either. And the biggest issue there for Motivia, I think, is they never had any sort of like hill presence where they can slowly kill Monster from, or push him back at least, pressure down the mid, etc. They're just kind of stuck, then forced to repush the mid through the open. All less than ideal.
Less than ideal indeed, and now we do see the damage spread here. Some of the tanks by Motivia are simply not able to get into that game. Then again, you know, the IS-7, as soon as you start mounting HP, turbo, Grousers, there is no room left, essentially, for something like, you know, Vert Steps or Rammer. So the gun, I mean, it doesn't become unusable, but anything above like 30 meters, you really have to aim for.
Damage rate is 50 piece. Actually doing quite a bit for the side of Inil. Piotrix and Orchik there coming in and actually making that work nicely for them. It's interesting to see how this meta on Cliff has shifted from 260 now to IS-7.
Yeah. I mean, the IS-7, you said it, as soon as you have turbo grousers, it do be zooming, so it's pretty fast. Also, I think the biggest reason for people to now pick IS-7s over 260s, obviously not the gun. I don't think the 50 Alpha matter a terrible lot, but actually the side armor. Like when you cross into 1-2 line, that magical IS-7 spaced armor does tend to catch some shots that it shouldn't.
Yeah, IS-7 is kind of annoying to shoot at sometimes. Good start for Inil coming in. Seem well prepared for that cliff. Motivia, well, I'm not gonna be that happy coming into this, like losing 1-0. That wasn't really close. They had a few adaptions, maybe it could have been. But those CSs around the hill kind of sealed the deal. And the SCRV being that far back, he's behind the rock, he can actually farm those CSs. They don't really have anything like in Bennett because they don't have the angles. They really, I don't know. I think they were expecting a fight and they never got one to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Monster played a beautiful game of World of Tanks in that CS63. Like, he was the one actually crossing over towards Donut and then going into the crossfire position. And since the rework of the map, where you can basically almost drop off, but still cling on towards the position, he was doing that very well, constantly putting side shots into Direwall and I think Rainbreaker were the two IS-7s that were basically being crossed over by Motivia. But yeah, Inil demonstrating that they do understand Cliff very well. They will have to reconfirm that in round number 2, where obviously Motivia, they are not going to be happy with losing round number 1, but then again, we all know it is Cliff. Anything can happen, and so now they'll try to pull it up back to put the equalizer on the board here, not to go down 2-0, because while that is not the end of the world, it's obviously not what you want to start off with on your map pick.
No, you don't. But it's only the first round, Gihan. I mean, 1-1 coming out of Cliff is still going to be fine, and we move to Himmelsdorf. Should be okay. I mean, I believe in Motivia, only because I feel like they just should have prepared more. I know they actually train, so I tend to give the win to the team that seems to be more eager for it, which I think is them. If they win this one, they get Diamond Fists, though.
That is a very good question.
They won the last one, and then they won one more before. So
and also, I don't know how many Golden Fists those players actually carry over from the ex-CIS
I mean,
server.
if they already had Golden Fist, they would have Diamond Fists after the last one. Key, right? They would have Diamond Fists after the last one, no? Because that would be 3 then.
Is it 3, 5, and 10?
3,
or is
5,
it,
and 10.
Or is it 5, 7, and 10?
3,
Not
5,
sure.
and 10.
3, 5, and 10.
Motivia, though, on their cliff is bringing 6 50Bs, Gihan. 2 CSs, and the rest BZ75s.
Yeah, and for Inil, we have the double B, the quadruple BZ, then we have 5 IS-7s and 4 CSs once again. So we'll have to see if that gigantic clip potential across 6 50Bs for Inil is actually going to be able to save them the day. They do send the 50Bs together with some CSs towards the 1-2, everyone else dabei but Centro, although double CS already getting sent around the hill. And for Motivia, we also have a split here. One of the CSs already taking the F1 rock here, where one Inil IS-7, namely Marcel, is driving as well. Inil not yet revealing some of their tanks, but most of them are actually spotted, and we can see the Motivia 50Bs pouring into that 1-2 line. Marcel in between a rock and a hard place, probably wishing he was somewhere else.
Yeah, now Invil's pressure in the middle. They see all of these 50Bs and they're like, okay, let's just go middle, because right now there's not a lot of presence from Motivia on this 1-2. We're trying to clean it out, and these tanks here in the mid, Rambo and company, need to hold out for as long as they can, because these 50Bs, these CSs are coming, but they're just swarmed by the Polish brigade of Inil, who know that their moment is now. They have to make this work, because if they wait for too long, if they don't clean it up, those 50Bs will bring the pain. And so far, they seem to be doing all right at that. Removing 3 guns from the game, Crespix and Aka and Rambo are now in a much better situation whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. Crespix and Rambo trying to make it away now. The booster helping Crespix out of a tricky situation, but he does go down towards 910, make that 337 down towards one shot as Yuzek falls as well. But the 50Bs from the lower side, they're still not in the fight. They actually didn't even manage to clean up Monster Piotrix and Ozek. That hit squad by Inil in the 1-2 line, and Inil just picking up tank after tank after tank here from the Motivia lineup. I don't think Motivia have done themselves any favors by picking this much clip potential.
No, they sent like 4 of them to the rocks actually to try and pick up Marcel, but they didn't really need that whatsoever, to be honest, in that scenario. Now they're trying to push out 1-2, but I mean, this is a dead man walking.
Yeah, I mean, Beast driving towards his demise here, also down towards a one-shot as well, and Motivia as a team are not gonna be looking to be in good shape after this round. Rexa, they're surpassing the 3k damage mark, and Inil, after a very, very aggressive and good round number 1, just taking the aggression by Motivia in round number 2, turning it in their face, and gonna be picking up Cliff 2-0.
Again, a better opening from Inil though. Those 50Bs on the lower side, they drove with way too many to E1 to try and help their CS63. There was like 4 50Bs there at some point. And not a single one immediately taken 1-2 to help the middle. And the middle just got crunched, right? And they just got pushed from 5-6 line. There were CSs from behind as well. Motivia would have to be in 1-2 rather quickly, or take decent amount of these tanks towards the hill so they have some place to defend from, right? But like this, they just got surrounded, picked off, died, game's over.
Yeah, and I mean, good on Inil for recognizing what was happening, right? That they were losing Marcel in the 1-2 line, so they quickly overpushed the middle of the map. But I think the bigger problem there was that all the 50Bs by Motivia, yes, you can pick all of them, no problem, but you somehow have to get their clip potential into the fight. And realistically, they didn't really get to do a whole lot after clipping out on Marcel. And we can see here some of them not even getting a second clip off. And that second clip is basically the magical threshold that you need to surpass as a clip tank in competitive to make your tank worth it. We see little here, 3 shots. That's not enough. 1700 damage on positive, not enough. 1700 on beast, again, not enough. And here, not a single one of those tanks actually managing to pull off 3.2k, which would be 2 clips. So they pick 6 50Bs and not a single one of them pays off.
Yeah, and these BZs in the middle, they couldn't do too much because they just got pushed on by Inil. And Invil's very happy right now. 2-0 from Cliff, outplaying on opening twice their respective opponents. Afterwards, don't have to do too much. And Motivia, very experimental strats here so far on both sides, kind of, and really not working.
Yeah, no, for Motivia, definitely not working out. For Inil, however, a 2-0 commanding lead already here in the upper bracket final. And now we'll have to wait and see. Motivia picking Cliff. Then again, both of those, they have a lot of experience. They know that if they lose this match, it's not the end of the world. First of all, you will have one match of free time, where, first of all, you can, take a look at what went right, but more importantly, at what went wrong. And then you will meet an opponent, if you drop here, that most likely isn't going to be as strong as the one you're playing against right now. That all being said and done, though, obviously, going down 2-0 on your own map pick, kind of meh, but we're headed to Himmelsdorf, so hey, another cool map to watch.
True, and another potentially very quick-paced map as well, especially with the way that Motivia has been playing so far. Seem to want to take the fight everywhere and anywhere. And Himmels does lend itself as well towards those quick pushes, be it lower, be it hill. Anything really there is possible and could be played.
Yeah, I think we are going to watch 2 teams that obviously know the insides out of Himmelsdorf, but 2 teams that have repeatedly shown that they are not willing to sit back and give control of the round, especially on Himmelsdorf, towards the other team. Instead, I expect both teams to play very, very aggressive, especially from the defending side. We might even see like hit squads driving even through the courtyard. So the tanks on either team, actually, that are going to be playing the windows have to be very, very careful. We have repeatedly seen tankers getting caught out there simply because they were not quick enough with the rotation away after getting pushed. And, well, I mean, at least recently, the way that attackers have approached Himmelsdorf was mostly like either hold lower and hill commitment or delayed 2/3 line push. There hasn't really been that much else, except sometimes maybe 2 line plus 8 line at the same time.
Anything's possible, but we've seen a lot of... but it kind of depends on the lineup. If you see a lot of BCs, usually they're going hill. If it's more like 60 TP orientated, then they're playing 1-2. But Invil's that kind of team. When they're playing, they like the E100. They brought it here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they
let's
have
go.
like two to four of them. In this case, they have 2 of them with double E4, double B, 1 VK, double E5, double I7, and 4 60 TPs.
And for Motivia, we have 1 E4 double VK. That tank actually seeing a lot of use this tournament. 1 E5, 1 705A, we have triple IS7, then we have 7 60 TPs. Yeah, I think notable for the VK72, obviously, that it does very, very well in trades against the E100. First of all, the E100 needs to mount the big guns if it wants to trade blow for blow, and also that flat turret side is basically where the 350 heat pen from the VK is going to penetrate 11 out of 10 times if you let it. Now, opening-wise, Motivia, a bit here, a bit there, a bit everywhere, I would say. For Inil, a lot of tanks going towards the hill.
Yeah, Inil has the split here, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 down, the rest hill. But this double 60p on the 8 line got there kind of unspotted already. The 3 line 60p is also coming in, and that is not a good story for the Inil 60p in the window. He's now backing off. They're still going to continue towards the hill, but Motivia is also sending a holding force. So Inil rotates too much. They'll be running into what seems to be 4 tanks here for the side of Motivia. We're now setting the pressure up 1-2 as well. Crispix, Diavol, and Aka, they're trying to take those lanes, trying to put the pressure on Inil, force those rotations.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Inil is going to seize control of the hill here, so they will have a lot of positions to work with. That being said, though, interestingly, Positive in the 705A has been pushed on towards the hill. That is going to be a tank that Inil is not going to be expecting there, but they are actually instigating the push on the hill here, driving around the castle of Himmelsdorf. And there is 1 IS7 rather out of place, and talking about getting caught in the windows, T-Sec in a pickle as well.
Yeah, the hill is going to be won by Inil though, but they have an overmatch there. The question is, can the tanks from Motivia do enough to make it worth their sacrifice? Actually, Dries and Beast are just going to leave Positive behind. They lose T-Sec though on that 8 line. And the weirdest thing is Mercedes is completely neglected here by the team of Motivia. They're actually trying to push inside of the 8 line, get that group of tanks there. Diavol and Crespix, they will find Orchek though, and now these E4s are struggling a little bit. It's not the kind of tank that you want to brawl with. Conrad taking a big igniter on the back as well, and Profus and Music, they're kind of shocked. We usually do not see fights in this street of Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, they're getting pushed back into the little cubby here. Perus down to 950 is obviously going to be the focus for little Lakina and Nico Heinz that do smell blood in the water. Music taking another 2 here. 1650 Alpha as the cap race does get started. A lot of resets seem to be available, though. Beast now driving back towards his own cap. Motivia, as the dust settles, currently leading in the HP department, 9,000 HP ahead, and also starting to generate kills.
Yeah, they're just overrunning Inil kind of on this lower side, forcing them to push the hill. But when they pushed the hill, they did find some result. But 2 of the IS7s actually made it out, like Beast and Dries. They only gave up 2 tanks on the hill, which is arguably not a bad trade for them. And it just seems that when Motivia does get this fight, when the chaos ensues, they're just better at it than current Inil. Which is weird, you would say that normally Inil is better in the chaos. But if you look at this game, in this chaos, Motivia well and truly hammered them down everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. A swing in the face of Inil after 2 quick rounds on Cliff, where it seemed like they were already unstoppable. Now in come Motivia. They storm into this upper bracket final here. They put the first one on the board. They don't leave a doubt, the shadow of a doubt at who was better this time. And that Inil push on the hill just not finding a lot. It found, I think, Positive and possibly Brainbreaker. Those are 2 of the 3 kills that Inbil managed to generate, but not a whole lot else, because Motivia was all over Inbil on the lower side.
Yeah, this 8-line, like this fight on the 8-line, you don't really usually see it in that street, especially when the enemy team has the hill, but they did find success there. And yeah, the Z100s holding 1-2, it's all really cool and all if Motivia would drive down 1-2, and then you have the double E100 and the double E4 there. You can also see that they're pretty much on the bottom of the scoreboard with those E4s, with those E100s, and that's because they didn't really have an opportunity to do too much, right? There's no 1-2 line pressure, there's no 3-line pressure, they're fighting on the 8-line. E4 is not the kind of tank that rotates too much, neither is the 100, so you have this brilliant setup if the enemy team pushes down 1-2 with the W100 and the W4, but if they don't push there, you have these kind of immobile tanks that are just trailing the whole game.
Yeah, and also I think what we haven't really seen so far, but what Motivia was doing very well in the past game was that they were like, all right, Inbil has the hill. Well, actually, if we continue pushing past the courtyard into the southern streets of Himmelsdorf, then they can have the hill all they want. It doesn't matter because they can't shoot us from there. Thus completely negating an otherwise very, very potent position. So good job to them. And obviously it also enabled them to then pick up kills of tanks that all of a sudden seem to be out of position in positions that normally they're very useful in. Like the fact that they were able to cut off the 260 TPs that deep in the 8-line, that is normally what would be considered essentially a rotational route, a supply route. That's not one where you would normally be fighting. So yeah, Motivia by just putting on that aggression, recognizing what Inbil was doing on the hill, completely using that against them, good job.
Yeah, and they, like I said, they only gave up 2 tanks on the hill, which is actually amazing for what happened. You have the 705A and 1 IS-7. The other 2 just actually made it out. Thanks IS-7 top speed. You're beautiful for that. You don't need engine power when you're driving down a hill, so they're actually able to escape that because of this. And even then, Invil has to keep pushing the hill. They're too slow to go back because they already lost so many tanks, but they can't cap race either. It's not great for Invil whatsoever. They would need those tanks on the 8-line not to get caught, the guy in the window not to get caught, but the guy in the window didn't spot the 8-line. He didn't see them until they were basically in front of him. So if he tries to run away, the 8-line together with the 3-line, they will blow him up. He will just die. So he stayed in the window, but you know, he just dies at a later point then.
Yeah, I think Motivia did a good job there as well of basically denying the information of where they were actually pushing to Inbil until it was, well, basically too late. So good read, beautiful execution. Now we'll see if they're able to back it up or not, because the matter of basically the fact remains that Invil is still up in this match 2-1 simply because of how Cliff went. Now, round number 4 in between Invil and Motivia. Invil looking to extend the lead once again, doing so with 1 E4, triple CS63, 1 mouse, 1 IS-7, and those are 9 mouses. Sorry, 62 pieces.
Mouses?
What the hell? Yeah, no, I wish.
Calm down.
I wish.
That wouldn't be mouses, that would be Moise?
Moise, yes.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, get it correct at least. Motivia, on the other hand, 5 50Bs, an IS-7, a 705A double VK, an E4, and 5 60 DPs. They really are in the mood for 50Bs.
Yeah, exactly. But are they auto-loaders going to be auto-losers is the question. They already were once in this match, as we saw when they picked 6 50Bs and just got schooled, essentially. Inil, though, opening-wise, sending a lot of 60 TPs through that 8-line. They already do get spotted. Brainbreaker probably wishing that he were somewhere else at this point in time. Goose rolling here starting to peak, and that VK can actually be pretty difficult to penetrate for the 60 TPs as they don't have the highest defeat pens. Brainbreaker not choosing to move out of that 8-line here, instead trying to block Piotrix, to block Uzek from driving towards the VK-72s. as Piotrix takes another big one, but Brainbreaker probably not too long for this world.
Yeah, but he did a good job of not shielding the Infill tanks, because look at Yuzek now. He was behind Brainbreaker, but now taking that damage back. They're trying to do what they can in the courtyard here. Piotr has a pretty strong position though behind that G2 hold on. 1-2 also taken now by the side of Infill, and they have a pretty nice and nasty surround even on these guns from Motivia. If they play like this, they will slowly IMO choke them down, and the weirdest part is that Motivia left not a singular tank on the hill.
Yeah, not one tank on the hill by either team, so that very, very crucial position completely abandoned here as Inil and Motivia are currently neck and neck in the HP department. However, Positive needs to be careful, down to 417, down to 27 actually, as those Inil 50Bs kind of get caught on the crosshair. Beast down towards 1k, needs to be very careful, needs to hope that he doesn't catch one more, catches a stray down to 130. Motivia trying to repush. Mercedes here pouring out of those K-line positions here. Katsai bearing the worst of it. Mentos falling to the grave.
Yeah, they will find 1-2 line though, but look at the overall score in the meantime. Infill up in HP, Infill up in guns as well. They've been able to pick off those tanks, and they're not going to stop either. There's still Stranglers on the 8 line. Nico Hines is here. There's another 50p, a 60 TP, and when they're done with that, it's going to be such a lead, and it's only going to be 50Bs left.
It's only gonna be 50Bs left indeed, as a DJ trying to juggle it out against Nico Hines. Rambo coming down from the hill, but what does he find? Well, a mouse, and that is not what he wants to see currently, because the mouse isn't even in one clip range right now. Marcel taking a lot of shots here, but Inil with that commanding lead in the HP department, now generating another kill. That's going to be the G-line cleaned up as Nico Hines falls. Pan's Fury to the grave, but Inil with the gun advantage, with the HP advantage, and even with the positional advantage. Motivia, they can still try to explode out of their corner with those 50Bs, but they're probably going to run out of steam rather soon, as Beast is going to be running out of HP here. Kill after kill after kill for Inil. It's going to be 3-1.
It's going to be 3-1 indeed, and here Motivia, they seem to have some sort of an idea what happens if they push lower, but you do lose Brainbreaker immediately, and you have all those 50Bs that are not really contributing their HP in this fight in the beginning. So they just slowly get overrun, and the fact that Infill has G2 with the IS-7 puts that entire G-line in some sort of a crossfire. They can't really play 8-line, they don't have Hill either because they gave it up completely, which I don't know if I fully agree with. They lose 1-2 line, they're forced to repush, and sure, they kill 1-2 because those 50Bs are able to do that, but they lose everywhere else in the meantime.
Honestly, I think Motivia were trying to do something fancy with that quintuple 50B, but at the end of the day, they have to face the simple fact that in corner trades and at tight corners, Alpha and Armor is more useful, and I think, or maybe not more useful, but a lot easier to use than Clip Potential and No Armor. That is the simple matter of the fact here. And yeah, I mean, some of those 50Bs come into the fight. One of them even passed 3.2k damage. But once again, we have the same kind of story. Autoloaders, they need to do 2 clips to be worth it. And well, Lakina in this game, he did 2 clips, I guess, but he converted only one, so didn't help. Like, little, same story. Crespix, once again, it is this thing of the autoloaders for Motivia not paying off on Cliff, on Himmelsdorf, and that is what's losing them those rounds.
Yeah, and it's just a good Infill game here, realizing the weakness of those 50Bs is indeed that lower side. You know, if you pressure the lower side, they don't necessarily get to do too much, which also happened to be the case, and then you start losing some guns for free. I mean, you lose the 705A, he does do some damage, but ultimately not nearly enough. You lose the IS-7, so you're -2. You have those number of 50Bs, which was 5, I think. So you're already -2, and then you're -5 because of the 50Bs. You're like half a team down in actual combat tanks.
Yep. And also the fact that Motivia, or rather Inil, did not give an opening to Motivia where they were able to utilize those 50Bs. This now means that after Cliff and Himmelsdorf, we find ourselves already on a match point for Inil, and those were 4 pretty quick rounds actually. We're pretty deep into this best of 7 here, but it doesn't really feel like we have been properly getting started, but obviously the Inil tanks here, the Inil engines roaring right now, looking to close this one out to go towards the grand final. And from Motivia, if they don't want to have to take the tour through the lower bracket, they need to step it up now. They have to step it up on Prokhorovka of all maps. It's going to be very, very interesting rounds, or maybe one round on there as well. Both of those teams have shown that they usually don't try and hang back on their defense here.
No, neither of those teams usually go for the too passive defense, but we'll have to see. Inil could afford to play a little bit more back. They have known to be like pressure up and then just sit and then slowly start pulling tanks back into more defensive locations, which I think is a better approach to the defense than what a lot of teams do. It's like they go hyper aggressive in the middle, but they don't push. And then they slow down, and then they will slowly pull back. One guy from the middle, second guy from the middle, third guy from the middle. And then when you actually push middle, there's like one guy left.
Yeah. Also yesterday we saw those coordinated overpeaks with groups of 60 TPs. They didn't find a lot of damage yesterday, whereas in past tournaments we have seen those 60 TPs basically blasting complete IS-7s to complete hell. So the teams have been doing good adjustments there of not leaving tanks in the middle that could just get overpeaked and then they're just, gone. Those middle players have adjusted since. Obviously, that is also down to the meta shift. Is basically that, chieftains aren't used as much anymore, or rather not at all on Prokhorovka nowadays. So basically, those 60 TPs, they have almost double the alpha. So if you peak with the same amount of tanks, instead of, reducing a tank to like 1k, well, that tank is just gone. So you need to play those positions in the middle of the map a lot more careful nowadays.
The lineups will say mostly what kind of game we're going to get, to be honest. And that is what I'm waiting for. So, Motivia, EBR, Triple Esco, STRV, 997, 95, 279, and the rest being IS-7s.
And for Inil, we have an EBR as well, an STRV as well, a Hori played by Monster, then we have Mentos with a CS63, one Mouse, then we have what seems like 8 IS-7s and double 60 TP.
So, Inil doesn't really look too proactive with that lineup though, Key. You already have Hori, STRV, Mouse. Doesn't look like a very quick, in the beginning, push.
Yeah, no. Basically, they have 4 tanks that can't really push, make that 5 with the EBR. So basically Mouse, CS, Hori, STRV, EBR, all of them, you can't really push with them. Ketsai and 4CB exchanging spots here actually in the middle of the map. No one's going to take damage, but some information does get exchanged in between both of those teams here. We'll see if 4CB is actually able to get some more information here on the tanks. In K6, K7 doesn't seem to be like it. He transitions towards the hill.
Transitions towards the hill, but Motivia is going to be establishing that like we've seen before, right? I think it was against Vulgus. They established that 9-0 line defense and they rotate to the EBR back, and it seems very similar to that.
We'll have to wait and see. 4CB getting spotted here is very, very important for the one line on the other side of the map because, well, there it's basically only Ketsai in that EBR. Is he going to be able to make it towards E1 is the question. Well, he doesn't get spotted here, so I think he's just going to get up close and cozy in this little bush that can also be used in randoms very well for spotting.
Yeah, and 4CB last time around got back to D1. I think this time he's not attempting it, probably respecting the fact that Inil could indeed also just bring that EBR forward, which I think was against Vulgus. We saw them not do this. We saw them not bring their EBR forward on 1-2 line, but Ketsai utilizing that information to take a bit more of an aggressive position. 4CB just respecting that potential and playing C1, not in the bush but behind it, and that's good by him. If he gets spotted, oof, he does get spotted.
He does get spotted, needs to be very careful. Profuse and Kubash both deciding to peek, but not able to take a swing at him quite yet. One shot whizzing past Kubash as well. But this is going to tell to 4CB. Most likely, probably, the EBR maybe is on the one line, or it was in one of the 60 TPs, but I don't think so. I think he was too far away from them, if they don't have optics or something.
No, he knows that it was the EBR. 60Ps don't have the view range to spot an EBR from there.
All right, so now also the HE trade starting. Beast, I believe, getting peppered down. Same for Piotr, down towards 2k in his ISM, probably down to 160 TP shell, impacting his tank. And Ozek in that mouse in the middle of the map seems a tiny bit lost, to be honest, at this point in time at least. For Inil, with almost 3 minutes gone, they have to start thinking about what they're gonna do. For now, that seems to be an orientation more towards the 1-2 line, transitioning 4 IS-7s towards that area, sending the Hori to the middle, possibly even to support. Although, you know, turretless TD in the middle of the map, I'm not the biggest fan.
No, not the biggest fan of that, but he is able to pen, for example, a 279 at A6, which most of the other tanks cannot. So it does make sense for that.
True.
How does Motivia react when they get pushed in 1-2? These IS-7s in D2 are kind of dead.
I think Motivia will try to completely take over the eastern part of the map and then play from there, because realistically they can't rotate in time.
And
now.
-3 tanks for this, though. I mean, I assume that the D2 IS-7s will die unless they do the great escape across the D line, E line, into the 5 line?
We'll have to wait and see. Choo-choo train forming up in that 1-2 line here. We see the IS-7s stopping, going, stopping, going. That looks like a traffic jam on the Autobahn, but I think they're just waiting for the 60 TPs and the mouse in the middle of the map to come in as well. And then we should see the push on that one to finally taking form. Conrad to lead the charge. Let's go, boys.
For CB, if you're wondering what he's doing in a DBR, at A3, A4, he's destroying all the buildings, he's knocking over all the trees, so your thought of they're going to do the split defense is probably correct, Gihand, by the looks of things.
Yeah, I mean, they have basically deprived themselves of a lot of the other options that should or would be available to them. Profuse taking a lot of damage for that peak, but Crespix in turn getting blasted in that IS-7 as well. Conrad, the first one in, the first one to kill, doing it for the thrill, taking out Crespix. Beast also taking a lot of damage, and those IS-7s are going to swarm that singular E5 on that 1-2 line. There is no remedy for dries available.
No, there is no remedy. They are now pushing over the hill, like you said, Gihan, to switch positions. Beast is going to fall. Like I said, I don't think he had an opportunity to live there. He did try it, but he doesn't make it. And weirdly enough, to the HP relatively close, even with them losing 3 tanks in quick succession. Only about 2,000, bit less than that, 1,000, you know, it's just shifting back and forward, but it's not quite as much as you would think.
Yeah, finally, Beast does fall in that 1-2 line in that E5, but you can see the tanks, those 907s, they have been doing work. They've been putting on the hurt here. A lot of the Inil tanks very, very peppered and bruised as Rexar gets set on fire. Rexar gets picked up in that IS-7, and Motivia have successfully at least split the map.
Successfully split the map, and look at the HP, that even, which is amazing, because they did give up 3 guys that should die almost for free. So I think if you're Motivia, you're very happy with that, because we cannot see A4 right now, but one of the things that teams can do if you win 1-2 like this is to cap on A4 with EBR. But 4CB spent about a good minute clearing anything and everything in that area.
Yeah, exactly. And he probably knocked the trees over as well, that you can, as an attacker, push in towards the cap, so you can have like a semi-camo spot. Those are most likely going to be knocked over as well, so no potential for capping for Inil, I don't think. And now with Inil having only 3 minutes and a bit more than that on the clock, they need to start thinking about what do we do now. Direwolf still the only remaining presence for Motivia here on the western part of the map. Inil sending the IS-7 hit squad here, but already positive spotting them out, taking a toll in HP from them.
Yeah, but where do these I7s go? They're almost forced to push over the 5-6 line into Diavol to pick him up. And the Fury, Yusek, and Tisek, they're actually going for that as well. But those I7s, they need to clean up that part of the map if they want to have a chance at actually capping. And you can see the cost for this is already very, very high. Panzer Fury down towards the one-shot. Tisek not doing too much better. And they haven't killed Diavol just yet. I mean, they will find him, but not before he gets Panzer Fury out of the game. And now, though, the rest of the Invil team starting to suffer a little bit as well. They do clear Diavol, but they cannot cap Gihand.
They can indeed not cap, and Motivia have extracted a horrendous toll in HP from those Invil tanks. Yes, currently down to 2 guns in this fight, but they have so much HP to work with. They can just choose where to group up. They can just choose where to fight. As Invil do finally start the cap with Katsai here. So possible way out of this problematic situation for the Polish team here, but I don't think Motivia are going to be leaving this match in this round.
One peak from 4CB will spot Katsai, and that's the whole issue. Without a 3, he cannot do anything. Once 4CB either comes towards A6 and just makes a peek, or surfs the rail, him with that extra view range from that EBR should be able to spot it out. He's coming now. He didn't spot Katsai just yet. Tisek falls though. The STRV getting spotted. They're trying to build a shield, I think, around Katsai in that EBR. More and more people arriving, but there's the reset already. Gihand immediately on Katsai. He got reset. Mental's now trying to shield from the side, but these tanks are not nearly long enough or tall enough to really protect that little French tank in a box.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to build a wall, but no one's paying for it, actually. And this is going to mean the fall of the team of Invil, at least in Prokhorovka round number 1. The kills start coming in to confirm what we already know is that Motivia are going to once again put one on the board here. They're going to make the scoreline a 2-3, but Invil still on match point.
It will still a match point indeed, but this Prokhorovka for them was not it. They gave up too much HP even for this play that they made. I mean, this should have been a lot cleaner when they were pushing down 1 to 3 line. They somehow ended up even on HP after killing 3 guys.
Yeah, they did get a lot of freebies, but or what would normally be freebies, but I think Motivia did a good job from basically those EF6 positions. They had a lot of 907s, etc. there that were able to continuously farm out the damage against Invil. And now Profuse left alive to tell the tale of how Motivia took Prokhorovka number 1. This means we're going to Prokhorovka number 2, where once again Motivia need to prove that they are one of the contenders here for the title, and Invil will try to finish it off in regular time.
They will try to finish it off in regular time. It's not guaranteed it will happen though. The split from Motivia, it worked out well. It was deliberate as well, but they used the EBR to clear all the buildings, all the trees, etc. And that makes it really hard to, with that amount of time left, to really do something if you're Invil. As a result, they tried the all-in box formation on the cap, which is, well, like
Desperate.
a keyhand strat, but
Desperate. Let's call it desperate. But yeah, as we do see the damage numbers here, nothing too surprising. Monster really not having an impact in that Hori, getting used at the shield at the end of the day. But I want to raise one question as towards how Motivia played. How much do you think does the E5 in that 1-2 line actually add? Because, like, he gets over pushed there and then, well, he's dead.
But they don't necessarily always need to push over 6-0, if you think about it. Plus, Dry is a 3k. Like, he paid off his entire tank, and he's spotting.
Yeah, we'll see how much assistance damage he actually has. Oof, he survived also longer than he should have. 1940 damage. That is 4 shots by IS-7s that did not penetrate his tank. So I guess that's why they picked like the E5 over something like an S-Conk, because the lower plate at considerable distances can be troll. If you don't hold still, if you wiggle a bit, if the shots don't go where they're being aimed. So yeah. But on the other side, good stuff by Motivia, because realistically, what happens if Invil pushes 9-0 instead of 1-2? Well, they just completely get farmed. Yeah, they have to repeat the feat of beating Inil on Prokhorovka just once more to make up for the deficit that they're coming from after Cliff. And if they manage to do that, we'll be going towards a tiebreaker. But Invil, they will want to finish it off in regular time here.
For sure, for sure. But yeah, this death from Motivia, they're not always guaranteed to push over 6-0. They can also rotate like 907s back towards 1-2, STRV back towards 1-2, and then you're pushing into double IS7 on the 3-line key hand with like 4 907s behind and an STRV behind and an E5 behind, and there's a good chance you lose over half your team pushing down that.
So, round number 6 in between Inil and Motivia. Inil trying to push it over the finish line here with 1 EBR, 1 Hori, double 907, 1 mouse. We have a double 60 TP as well and 8 IS7s.
8 IS7s versus Motivia's 6 IS7s, double mouse, double SCOM, triple 907, an SCRV, and an EBR. So that double mouse, I mean, if you try to push from death against double mouse, it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, we'll have to see what exactly they will do with that double mouse. Historically, I think Motivia, or back then called Aboba, they have used the mouses in the middle of the map just to be able to bait a lot of shots while the actual push tanks were pushing somewhere else. 4CB now in the eastern part of the map, going for a pretty aggressive spot here.
Pretty aggressive spot indeed, with that EBR trying to figure out if you can spot the Inval tanks, but they have driven in a very particular fashion that he doesn't see too many of them. He sees only one, and he takes a tremendous shot from the Hori in the back.
Yeah, DJ coming in with a stunner there, and Motivia, seeing those Inval tanks on the 9-0 line, are immediately going to move forward into a push. Pansfury here getting surprised in that western ditch here, in that 2-3 line, takes another shot of damage. Positive takes one to the face in the 907. This is a full-on push on the 1-2 line, but there is a lot of entrenched tanks by Inval here that are starting to come in from the eastern part of the map as well. They're going to go for the shootout.
Yeah, they're going to go for the shootout, but it looks like they're fishing a barrel right now, coming back in. If Motivia can take everything from the 3-line push upon these Inval IS7s, they're just left with the stuck tanks in 1-2, the Hori at A6. They do have some crossfire from the Railski hand, but this is all about focus fire now. If Motivia can steamroll, domino effect these tanks that are off Inval, have pushed too far, have done too much, and tried to get too much into the fight here. They're just going to be getting picked off one by one as dominoes falling down. You can see all of those IS7s removed. It's just Orchek at this point in the mouse. They're left in the middle, and Inval there, I think, overreacted just a tiny touch and pushed those tanks back exactly where Motivia would want them.
Beautiful maneuvers by both teams in the northern part of Prokhorovka right now, and I think Motivia, they have found the gas pedal in this round number 6 against Inval. They're not gonna let go of it anymore. Piotr and Tisek both trying to scatter to the wind, but it's all over here for Inval in this round number 6. Diable starting to drive in together with Arca and Dreiser here. They're going to finish off Tisek, and they're gonna finish off the hopes of Inval of basically ending this match in regular time. We are headed towards a tiebreaker.
Yeah, if everything goes according to plan, we are indeed heading towards a tiebreaker. I was going to be a little bit curious with this one too. Pressure from Inval still, but yeah, I don't think they're going back from the seat. The Hori will now fall. And yeah, at 4CB spotting 1 IS7 out of like 6 apparently was enough to trigger them to push the 2-line. They did find 1 IS7 there of Panzer Fury, but they would still need to continue down 1-2 though, which had like 3 or 4 Inval tanks defending. But bringing these tanks across the E-line again is the best thing that they could have done for Motivia. Not for themselves, but for Motivia for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And that was a sight to behold, as we do see in the wide angle shot here. All of those burning wrecks standing there in the middle, in the open. But you can see both teams are actually willing to commit to like big fights, big shootouts, to bring it against each other. That was really beautiful to see the reactions by Motivia. Inil giving them a hand, them taking the whole arm once again, and them bringing it to tiebreaker here. They certainly earned it by winning Prokhorovka 2-0. And now we're gonna have to wait and see, first of all, who's gonna be picking sides.
This should be the quickest attack, no? This was an attacky hand that was finished in...
Keep in mind, we have watched 2 rounds of Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff, Inil attack. It was relatively quick as well, but this was a very quick game, Kiant.
I can tell you the game was over in 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Okay, then Inil still gets to pick. Because Inil won the Cliff attack in 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
All right. So, yeah, damage numbers here, though. I mean, Kuba's trying to do what he can, but realistically, you know, with big maneuvers, with big pushes like this, there is always going to be tanks farming and converting all of their shots. The deciding factor there being obviously as soon as you have teams like this where all of the players are realistically going to be doing the vast majority of their shots, then it is a simple question of who has how much HP and how many guns and how much DPM in the fight. And it turns out that Motivia in this round simply had more DPM, more guns, more HP where it did matter.
Kiant? If you were the team captain, let's just imagine a world in which you're a team captain. I know it's very unlikely, but you get the choice, right? You're now a tiebreaker. And you get to pick attack or defense on Sun River, knowing that attack is from arguably the better spawn.
Yes, but on defense, the clock works for you.
Yes.
So, assuming that my team had no preference, and assuming that I didn't have some special tactic prepared for either side of Sand River, which is unlikely. I always have special tactics for all sides of all maps. Then I would probably pick attack.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd still pick defense, but okay. Yeah. Well, I always bring this up, but the last team I remember picking the other side against me was Raid, and then they lost. So
yeah, well, that was a really unfortunate storyline, though. I can confirm actually to you that it was Inil picking side, and Inil, in the person of Monster, of the team captain, picked defense. So following your advice here.
Whoa, advice. This is not financial advice, legal advice, or any of the sources. It's just my personal opinion that cannot be quoted in a court of law. Calm down, dude. Relax.
What? We can quote it in a court of social media, so chat, get him. Get him! But yeah, defense, this obviously means that Motivia here, they have the work cut out for them. They need to win on Sand River attack. Normally the better side. But I think Inil is a bit afraid of what we saw Motivia do yesterday. If you remember the quadruple 907 strategy, actually, where they basically set up this trap in the southwestern part of the map. Maybe Inil just really don't want to play against that.
Maybe just confident in their defense, because they're not the kind of team that sits back on their defense anyways, but like we've seen other teams who like sit super far back. So they'll definitely put some pressure on certain parts of the map to not make it that easy on Motivia, but it's still a risk though. I
mean, we saw a very aggressive defense yesterday coming out from NTMG, no timing as well. But they did end up losing that one. Take that for what you will. This is going to be the deciding round. Who's going to be making it to the upper bracket final immediately, and who is going to face the winner of the two teams in the lower bracket? that are currently a Vulgus and which one was the other one? Which one was? I'm trying to remember the fourth team that's remaining right now.
Good night, Nomi.
Good night, Nomi. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about Good night, Nomi, but I didn't want to say it for some reason. I don't know. My mind sometimes works in weird ways.
You know what? I'm not gonna elaborate on that statement. We're just gonna. Gihan's mind works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being so cautious today. All right.
Final predictions, though. You and me, we both voted for Motivia, right?
Yeah, I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, I'm sticking with it too. I was gonna ask the casters, but then I remembered that I don't care about their opinion. The analysts.
I was about to say, huh?
Yeah, no. I meant the analysts.
I knew what you wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, that's what matters, right? The intention was there.
The intention definitely was there. All right. I think we are just about ready, though, to hop into what will definitely be the last round of the up bracket final in between Inil and Motivia, two current/past champions, the finalists of the last Clan Showdown, having a go at it. Inil trying to make it in overtime with 1 E3, double CS63. We have 5 IS7s and 7 60TPs.
Motivia, on the other hand, double mouse, quad skunk, an E5, triple IS7, and 5 60TP. So they don't have any of the CSs, no ABRs. Very little spotting potential, but really, really high HP pool and alpha tanks and TPM. They have a bit of everything.
Yeah. 2k HP sets Inil and Motivia apart currently here. And Motivia, they really do like their mouses, eh? Double mouse on Sound River is not something you usually see. We'll see what exactly they're going to be trying to achieve with that, as Rexa immediately takes 2 on the cross here with his IS7. But if they're getting spotted, that is almost to be expected for that cross, as Lakiner takes 1 in his S-Conk as well.
Yeah, and they're going the long way around from Motivia. They know that they can't really get pushed on the K-line by 60TPs anyways. It's just kind of too slow for it. They're sending up their hit squad now. The Conk, the 60TPs starting to establish, and Invil's just trying to take some map control in the meantime, taking over that northern part with the triple I7, the CS. Trying to choke down the map, as you would say, but they'll still have to be able to hold the J1 push if it does come out. They don't have, for example, those 907s that we saw Motivia use. And Marcel on this journey across the middle of the map bled quite a bit, so did Vexar, Orchek a bit as well. Good shot the back from Monsidon towards Strides in that I7. They're now taking the hole, and damage taken, not too insignificant here.
Yeah, a lot of damage actually taken by the Motivia 6 CTPs, but the redeeming factor for them is that it is actually spread amongst basically 3 tanks here. Akka, Skittles taking 1 each, Rambo taking 2, taking an Amarak as well, so he's gonna wanna slow down the game here right now. The I7 of Conrad in the outside hull down on the K line position, and the E3 of DJ is now going to be a very annoying tank for the side of Motivia to deal with, because once again the 60TP, great tank, but kind of limited when it comes to the heat penetration. They really do need good rolls here. Huh?
Well, they can just say HE the I7.
Or HE, yeah. I thought you said GG, so I was like, huh?
No, they can HE the I7. It does about, let's say, 100 to 300, depending on what parts you hit, but it's definitely possible. If they brought enough HE shells, Conrad will die to it. There's nothing he can really do about it. He can't really hide fully in that tank there either. So let's see if they're able to do it. I mean, second. Zero line. Ooh, Mouse pushing down the middle. They just really want to take out Tisek. I mean, Little takes a lot of damage for that. Nico Heinz not backing off as well. They want to find this singular 60 TP, and they're willing to trade out for this Brainbreaker now peeking over as well in the I7. Actually going to push out Tisek as well. In that 60 TP, he's like, nah, you're not going anywhere, my man. So they trade away a decent chunk of HP, but they do find a kill on that 60p. In return, they're gonna lose Brainbreaker though, I would say.
Brainbreaker currently down to 202, seems to be able to stay safe here, but the E5 of Positive taking another beating here. Marcel also taking a lot of damage in that IS-7. And as the dust settles, In will indeed lose a gun, but the HP still kind of even. Motivia looking for the quick 1-2 combination. They started in the middle, they're transitioning into K-line aggression here, as Diable starting to push Conrad in that IS-7. That needs to be extra careful now.
Yeah, but Diable getting absolutely wrecked in return for the sticks. 1.4 to the face. Skittle now wants to trade as well, but he's getting kind of pushed back by Diable, who's trying to play safe. And Motivia for the first time in this game now lower on HP, but they are finding Conrad though, and that is so important, Kian. Eliminating that crossfire on the lower side will enable them to wrap below the tanks from Inil, but still Conrad's yet still alive. They need somebody to pick him up. It's going to be Klanzik actually to find the kill, and they really needed that. They're now down and trailing a little bit in terms of HP because Invil's doing a really good hold, but Piotr's here transitioning towards this ramp area. I'm not sure if that was the correct play for him.
Yeah, not sure if it was either, as he does bounce a shot onto towards Nico Heinz, and Little and Nico Heinz are going to 1-2 tap him out of that game. Piotrix has to move towards the garage, and so are a lot of tanks from Motivia, possibly low on HP, but good HP management as the cap siren does get started by Inil, starting to put the time pressure on towards Motivia, but that is 2 additional guns out of the fight.
Yeah, and they will be able to get resets. They're already sending back in IS-7 through the GH line. I'm not sure how healthy he is. Well, it's Trice is the last one left, so he's pretty healthy actually. 1.6 on that IS-7. Not really at worry of him not making it back. Now they're coming with more tanks, and right now there's a bit of a stalemate here on the K line. I mean, neither Motivia or Inil is really able to do something against one or the other, but DJ and the E3 has nowhere really to go. Once he falls, he's the most annoying tank they have left. If he dies, they'll somehow not be able to hold it anymore. Like, the E3 is kind of shutting it down. Profus is now coming forward. He wants to keep DJ alive, but that position is not fully safe, Kian.
A position is not fully safe. Positive right now in that E5. Farming from the middle does finally pick up DJ, and that is a big threat removed for the tanks of Motivia here in the southwestern part of Sand River. Now starting to advance with Clowns in the Super Kong, with Crespix, with Rambo. Diable taking a swing at Monster. That doesn't connect, but currently 3k HP advantage. Mentos has taken a very advantageous crossfire position here against Dreiser, who has to bow out of those resets, has to try and get them somewhere else, but Inil needs to be very careful in the 1-2 line currently. They have 3 60 TPs that are singled out there as Clowns takes out one of them.
Yeah, Ketsa now repush in the middle. He's gonna fall as well in that 60 TP, and I don't know why Piltrix decided to shift. Maybe he was getting shot by the S-combs from the 4-5 line, and that's why he decided to go middle, but that opened up another kill, and then Positive could just sit there and farm. They still need to find a reset though for the side of Motivia. They need to somehow find the remainder of these Inil tanks. Aka falling. I mean, it's really close in terms of HP, but they should be able to just get kill after kill, and that's why I'm not too worried for Motivia right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Positive in the E5 now getting sent back to do those resets. Oh, Mentos with an overpeak gets completely and absolutely wrecked for that one, down to 132, trying to drive away because Goose Roland is driving after him. Goose Roland taking one from the cap there, actually. Will he be able to reset in the Super Conk? We'll have to wait and see. 26 seconds remaining. And now, this is still a very volatile match here for either team. The time is ticking for Inil. One reset does get put on towards Piotr, but Positive actually paying a lot of HP, and keep in mind there's 2 Mouses on the Motivia lineup that cannot really push either. They're super low, they have large, they have unangled surfaces. Monster though now in danger.
I mean, look at how well this left Gian. Marcel 600, Orchek 600, Monster Mentos one-shots. It would be a pretty impressive throw if it was to come back. Marcel finds a good kill though on 4 CB, but even then, Kihan, they're just marching down 1-2 line right now. I don't really see the recovery point for Invil. Mentos falling too little on the mouse who's watching the crossing. Warcheck now getting pressured by Rambo. And they do have still Nico Heinz on a little bit of HP and enough tanks to drive down 1-2 normally.
Ooh, and they're also correctly guessing Monster's whereabouts here is in the upper bush in the larger one. It does get blinded, does not connect. Rambo now driving on towards Orzek. Will he find the kill? He does. I was looking and waiting to see if he's going for the ram kill here, actually. But yeah, Marcel taking another one is also down towards a one-shot, reducing the available HP to 480 and the available tanks to 2. And now Motivia, they have started the cap. And yes, Invil did pick defense, but Motivia said, well, we don't really care. We're going to win on the attack anyway. Monster getting another spot here out against those tanks in the cap. Does get another reset as Marcel gets picked up. And yeah, it should be a matter of time until the Motivia tanks do complete the cap here as Monster gets another kill, but that's a Cinderella story for another day, I would say.
I mean, Nico Heinz is just sitting on the cap and shielded the 2 guys behind. Which is the biggest issue. Like, yeah, Monster got a freebie on the mouse. He's gonna die here in a second as well. And there's the cap, actually, by Motivia. I mean, expected that the mouse just there to shield, of course, the double conk. Well, it was really close, though.
It was really close, but at the end of the day, Motivia coming back from a 1-3 deficit. So almost full remontada here for the transferred team. Do make it into the grand finals. Congratulations to them already. And Invil, a team that have for years looked basically unbeatable, recently struggling a bit. And this is now also showing where they're, I think, for the second time in a row, dropping to the lower bracket of a Clan Showdown. This is not where we usually see them.
No. But they've been there a few times as well, though. So it is also like, as much as it's like annoying to be in the lower bracket, you do keep warm, let's put it that way. When you're going through it and winning and making it back to the finals, you know, you don't have to wait for a while.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, whoever they're going to face, Vulgus or Goodnight Nomi, Invil are going to be the favorites against those regardless. But yeah, Positive really putting his tank this game where it mattered, getting that important kill on the E3 as well. So good stuff by him. And yeah, other than that, good stuff by Motivia in total, going down 0-2 and then managing to only drop 1 point while gaining 4 consecutive rounds. Very, very impressive stuff. But I think for the time being, that is quite enough from us. Let's see what the analysts have to say about it. Insane and Octo, it's yours.
What a close match it has been between these two teams. Octo, it went down all the way to the tiebreaker. We had the feeling that Invil possibly had it. They could take the victory 4-1, but Motivia actually managing to go all the way to tiebreaker and take the win there. Good stuff from them. They're going to be advancing to the grand finals, and Invil is going to drop to the losers, playing against the winner of the next match, Vulgus against Goodnight Nomi. Yeah,
it kind of looked like Motivia was waking up a little bit, especially the Cliff games. Their rotations didn't seem as well microed as they were in Himmelsdorf, Prague, even San River. So I think it just took a little bit, but they did it at the end.
Yeah, we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between these two teams. As we were starting on Motivia pick, but Inil was playing magnificent on it. And you could see that the way they played their openings were countering well what the team in purple was proposing. First of all, on that cliff round, going on the middle, but also having the tanks in the 1-2 lines to actually get some extra damage early on those tanks from Motivia going down. So it was a good opening, and you could see that the team in purple, they tried to go back to the mid to repush the mid, but it was just not good enough. Invil having the heal was just major there.
Yeah, I mean, they had the hill, the middle, F2, the donut. They also took around to the B6, C7 area. So yes, the Motivia had more tanks in the middle, but that's not really how you win Cliff. So at the end of the day, just unlucky on the initial, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Motivia needed the heal when they play like this, and that's not something they considered. They allowed in return Inil to take it, and you will see that in the next round it's the perfect play from Inil once again. They're not committing tanks from the lower side, and this is what Motivia wanted, with all of those 50Bs ready to clip some sides. In return they are going with a lot of tanks on the middle, they're pushing there, double CS going around the hill to apply some pressure there and get the kills from the back. So once again the perfect opening from Inil, actually reading what Motivia wanted to do. Good stuff from the Polish team, taking the lead 2-0.
Yeah, it makes no sense why Motivia 50Bs went up. They continue to go up the 2 line to chase, as well as they also focus so much on that singular IS-7 and F1. If they just ignore him and go up, take whatever the hits, and hopefully bleed the middle, then they have a chance. But they just had no chance focusing on a singular IS-7. I don't know what they expected to happen to their middle tanks when they should be able to light the tanks from Inil, but they didn't. They chose to continue down the 2 line, and well, they paid for it.
On the Himmels though, it was pretty great from the side of Motivia, because you could see that even though they would lose the heal, the aggression on the lower side was good. Disek making a mistake there, not running, I would say, with his 60 TP. But Inil is going with a lot of tanks on the hill, and they're actually allowing Motivia in return to push down. Taking control of some important points like the Mercedes, like Dagi mentioned. Then afterward, when you get to clean all of those things, the 1-2-3 lines, you have the opportunity to cap. So you could see that Inil, they tried to push over the north, but they realized that Motivia played well. They pulled back with those IS-7, so the cap was not really an option, as they would just come in time to get the decaps. So overall, a good run from Motivia, actually getting back in shape into that match.
Yeah, I mean, in the end game, the Motivia tanks were already brawling in the JK line, whereas Inil was pretty much being kited. That's essentially why this game came to the results. And then Inil pushing up the A line here. It looked pretty convincing. I don't know. I think Brainbreaker could have stayed and in the courtyard, but you know, it's a personal choice, I guess. The 60 TPs in G4 could have bled the 60 TPs a lot better if they forced them out and then kind of stuck, but yeah.
I think it's a mistake actually for Brainbreaker to push down the banana early. I mean, look at this lineup from Inil. They have a ton of super heavies, maybe a few CSs that they would use to go on the hill, but this was pretty obvious that they would go for the lower side push. Even if they would go with the CSs on the hill, they would probably push like 3 lines, 6-7 line, and well, then he's pretty stuck there. So a few mistakes from the side of Motivia, ignoring the hill, trying to go for the repush, but once again Inil establishing very good and strong position on the lower side. So 3-1 lead for the Polish team. They had match point at that point, but on Prokhorovka we had Motivia coming up with some great tactics.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of this idea is that you don't actually care if they push 2 line, then the IS-7s ideally should be leaving earlier than this. They should have gone to D5 a lot sooner. Or if Inil pushes down the 9 line, then your whole team is set up. But that's why they had the 2 IS-7s in D2 and the E5 and C1 so that they could potentially bait that 2 line push. Now, in my opinion, if you want to beat this, you have to identify that there's a lot more tanks on the 9 line. So you only push enough down the 2 line, you take the 5 line at the same time. That way, Motivia is not able to properly set up, and then you can potentially cap off of that. But yeah, it's well played by them. I do think the IS-7s in D2 needed to be leaving earlier than they did. I think that just plays off color intuition from Inil not pushing down the 0 line in time. You'd know that 2 lines most likely coming. You leave the IS-7s in the D5, the defense is much cleaner that way. Again, though, to counter that, Inil should be pushing the 5 line and the 1-2 line at the same time.
Well, yes, was not the greatest from the side of Inil, being even on HPs after that push, even though it was an overmatch. And it was even worse on the next round of Proc. As you could see, this all integration from Motivia and Inil. They were out of position, their opening was countered, they had many tanks over the 7-8 line, so they tried to go for that 3 push, but you will see that Motivia is literally gonna teach them a lesson on how to play that map, because they're gonna group back with all of those tanks in the middle and focus them out one by one, and you will see that all of those tanks from Inil, the 60 TPs, the 907, the ABR, yeah, they're farming a bit of damage, but they're not involving their HPs, they're not involving their tanks into that fight, and they are missing into the action. In return, you have Motivia having all of their tanks committed apart from the STRV and the EBR.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were going to be able to hold the 1-2 line, but the fact is they just went in between the mice and their whole team, and Motivia with the great rotation. Again, I thought they looked a little slow on Cliff, but here they made the right decision instantly to go from the E line and just completely ignore the few tanks on the 2 line. Like you mentioned, they're 60 TPs. What are they going to do?
And well, tiebreaker between the two teams. It was a very close one, I have to say. Motivia coming up with something interesting, very, very heavy lineup, double mice on the middle, pushing down, trying to establish some control. And you'll see that Inil on the defense was themselves taking their base, Mantus managing to get a very strong position, but at the end all of those micro trades, those decisions, those rotations, those reactions from Motivia was simply better, and they managed to hold on their attack. Maybe Inil didn't need to go that deep on their defense and they would need to hold better the kill line in the middle. Not this time for them, they're gonna drop in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and Mentos ended up leaving his position in K0. I'm not saying the result would have changed, but it would have definitely made it a lot harder for Motivia to reset the cap or at least challenge their base. Instead, he loses most of his HP. A full health CS, it takes a lot of HP to get him out of there. So I don't know why he ended up leaving that position.
Well, that's it for the finals of the winners bracket. Motivia is advancing to the grand finals, Inil dropping to lower, and now we have the battle for the bronze fist, if I can say so, between Vulgus and Goodnight Nomi. Both of those teams are good contenders, I have to say, but probably not enough for the top 2 teams we have in this tournament. But it's definitely going to be an interesting one, as we get to see the community predictions pretty even between the 2 teams, and I'm not surprised about that.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, this match should be competitive, just like the one we just watched, although I wouldn't say their skill is high, but I think they're kind of like equivalent teams. From what we saw yesterday, Goodnight Nomi had a rough patch. I think Vulgus was more consistent, so going off that, I'd probably think that Vulgus will win, but we'll have to see. I mean, Goodnight Nomi is good enough to upset.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a hard one to guess. Hard one to predict between these 2 teams, because Goodnight Nomi, as I mentioned already yesterday, this is sort of the hit or miss team. Yesterday against NTMG it was good. They had some solid performance, even though in the winners bracket against Inil it was pretty bad. Vulgus on the other side, I feel like they have potential, they have great tactics, but maybe they're lacking a lot of skills in this lineup. We'll get to see that shortly. We want to jump right into the action, but just before that, Octo, I guess it's time to get back to our casters. Kinedaki, please take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with both of us. And now we are going to watch the lower bracket match in between Vulgus and Goodnight Nomi. Actually, lower bracket, I guess semi-final, you could call it. There is no second one, but it is sort of a semi-final. Goodnight Nomi coming in here. A team that we saw win once yesterday and a team that we saw lose once yesterday. Coming in under their captain Pabu here. How much do you think we're going to be able to expect from them against Vulgus?
Depends what kind of Goodnight Nomi we get, right? The one that played their first match yesterday, the one that played their second match yesterday. But that kind of goes for Vulgus as well, though. They didn't have the easiest time against DPM either. And they definitely didn't have an easy time against Motivia. I think this could be really close in some ways, but I don't think it will end up that way at the end of the day.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Both of those teams coming out of the upper bracket yesterday, just getting beaten by Inil and Motivia respectively, then going on to win their own match in the lower bracket, otherwise they wouldn't be here anymore. But they need to prove it all if they want the Bronze Fists, and I think both of those teams, both Goodnight Nomi and Vulgus, would consider Bronze Fists kind of a successful tournament run.
I mean, I think Goodnight Nomi already have them, so...
Yeah, maybe not all of them, but yeah, we'll have to see. Vulgus there, quite some spicy players in that team to be getting fists. So personally, I can't wait to see what happens here. First of all, though, maps. Live Oaks and Cliff getting taken out respectively. So we're starting off on Himmelsdorf, going into Proc, and Sand River, once again, possible tiebreaker. The team's not wanting to play Karelia, Muro, or Fish Bay either. So Himmels into Proc. We just saw those maps, but I don't mind to see them again.
No, it's gonna be fine. I want to see the Vulgus show up from the group stage. If they play like they did then, they will be the favorites here. But I think the experience of Good Night Nomi will carry them across.
We'll have to wait and see. Himmelsdorf is a map that can go either way. 2-0, 0-2, 1-1. No real way to predict that. Prokhorovka in between both of those teams. My scripted glass ball says 1-1, so I think Himmelsdorf going to be the difference maker here.
And this Himmels worries me a little bit for Vulgus, but we'll see. I mean, I would love to see signups for Goldface. Let's relax. Let's start with bronze. Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Let's start with bronze first and then.
Yeah, the man has to make his way up, and this is where it starts. We are not in the upper bracket, we are instead in the lower one, but yeah, both of those teams have had a lot of time, not only for the past week to prepare, but now also one whole night to prepare for the up and coming match that is going to decide possibly the fate of the Bronze Fist team, because, well, after this one, like, I don't want to sound mean, but anything but Inil winning against either of those would be a big surprise.
Would be a big surprise indeed. But stranger things have happened again. Imagine the run. Signups, wins here, claps Motivia 3-0, goes into the finals against Inil, 5-1. Take it home.
I mean, the other way around, claps Inil, then Motivia, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Sorry, I'm just, I'm so...
And then, it's just so unfathomable that, you know, it's easy to get confused there. I understand what you mean. Anyway, though, I think countdown has been started, so we're just about 60 seconds off to seeing the lineups. And now, prediction-wise, we are pretty split here. So Octo and me going with the 3-2, so tiebreaker win for Vulgus. Incen says it's going to be Goodnight Nomi 3-2. You're saying 3-1 actually for Goodnight Nomi. Now, I have to say I was very impressed by how Vulgus played the group stage. That is why I went with a win for them. But I can also see why you would go with a 3-1 Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like if Goodnight Nomi plays like they did yesterday, they would be the better team here. But, you know, it's another day and anything can happen. But, I don't know. Just a gut feeling, you know?
Yeah, we'll have to wait, and maybe we will be surprised by what will happen. It seems like one of the players has disconnected, so we're actually going to be a bit further out than initially participated, but that gives us a bit of time to talk about how do we think that the teams are going to be playing the map. Most certainly it's not going to be as aggressive as we have seen Motivia and Inil come into this one, where it was basically action from the get-go. I mean, Cliff and Himmelsdorf both felt like they were over in an instant in the past match. I think here it'll be a bit longer, possibly, and also maybe a bit more standard, because what we just saw was very unusual Himmelsdorf rounds.
I mean, maybe mainly from Motivia, though. I think Inil played pretty normal. Was Motivia really doing the more experimental, more crazy kind of approach to Himmelsdorf? I don't think we'll indeed see that between these two teams, though.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Apparently, the player that had a disconnect is now coming back into the game, and then we should be just about ready to bring underway this match here. I'm kind of curious how this one is going to go. I still stand by what I said. I think Himmelsdorf is the difference maker. If it gets split 1-1, then tiebreaker is not too far off, I would say. But obviously it is a long way. Not a single round played yet. And that should change soon, though.
I mean, hopefully, right? I mean, unless we want to sit here and watch the Himmels map guide for the next 10 minutes.
It's a beautiful guide. It's a beautiful morning.
Again, there's a few things in life you shouldn't do. One is tell jokes. Two is sing.
All right. Vulgus against Goodnight Nomi, lower bracket of the Clan Showdown January, and Vulgus trying to win this round with 1E4, 1E5, 1I7, double E100, double BZ actually, and 860 TPs.
860 TPs rounded off against Goodnight Nomi's 760 TPs, double BZ, quad E100, a 260, and an E4.
And I really like the quad E100 from Goodnight Nomi simply because it kind of soft counters those 60 TPs here. They have kind of lowish heat pen, so as soon as the E100 actually angles, then you can't really pen it anymore with heat. You have to intuition to AP to maybe go through the tracks or something like that. But yeah, the E100, a very, very annoying tank to fight against if you're a 60 TP. Now, opening-wise, Goodnight Nomi mainly focused to the lower part of the map, sending some up here. Twist in that E100, taking a shot to the trash. Phoenix taking one into his tank in the 260. Does take the position on the 1 line though, and it seems like go time on the 3 line for Vulgus. Oh, Immensive. Ouch.
Go time indeed, and Immensive does take a tremendous amount of damage there in that first 60 TP, and now the 3 line is being pressured. Like you said, Vulgus are deciding to pull that trigger, but there is triple E100 waiting there. They will find Fangs here in this 260. He didn't really have a good time yesterday, Kian, if you remember, in most of those games. Now he's not going to be having too much of a good time either here in this one, as he's the first one out. Vulgus trailing a little bit of an HP. 8 line, the repush coming out. In the meantime, Immensive fallen. He was that low HP 60p that was left behind. Now, though, can they find the overmatch against these E100s? They're annoying tanks to play against, and so far, Vulgus seems to be slowly bringing it back. They found another kill, and Verby, they're trying to escape down the 8 line, turn the flag upside down back to his roots, and honestly though, Kihan, if Vulgus can continue down 1, 2, 3, 4, get that E4, pressures E100s, they might be in a decent situation, but the HP is still not looking good for them.
HP not looking good for Vulgus indeed, currently trailing 4k, and they're not able to close it out here currently on that 1-2 line. Miku just staying alive, and that E4-4 now is probably going to do a good number or two on towards the 60 TPs as Verby falls in the E100 in the 8 line, and the Goodnight Nomi tanks that do have 5k HP advantage currently able to keep a lot of their guns still in the game. That would be the opening that Vulgus needs, is basically removing guns if they can't remove the HP, but they seem to be unable to do either currently.
Yeah, and that E4, Miku is indeed just trading it out. MP is finally the one to take it out in that IS-7. He also bleeds a little bit for that. The HP still up a few thousand for the side of Goodnight Nomi here, but keep in mind though, let's not forget that a lot of that HP is currently situated on Baku and Click, that W100. They're about 4,000-5,000 of the Goodnight Nomi's team, so 1/3 of it basically is that W100. They're lucky, Adamek carry the rest, and they are down in terms of guns, and pressured back into A4 gives Vulgus opportunities to potentially start repressuring this 8 line slowly, and they're doing that now with the 5 of Synops, who is going to have to 1v1 a 60 TP. I believe in Synops that he will win this. I don't see how he wouldn't. Connects the first, connects the second. One more for the new French dominant player. Also the only one, I think. Doesn't connect on the third one though, so that gives Igang an opportunity to do one more, potentially, in that 60 TP. But yeah, this is now coming very close again. Look at the HP. It's almost that even. And I would currently take Vulgus' positions.
And also, the fact that Goodnight Nomi is sending another BZ up on towards the hill means that there is even less HP for Goodnight Nomi on the lower side. Synops now slowly starting to take angle after angle against Igang in the 60TP, looking to close it out against this tank without additional loss of HP. Takes a swing, takes a miss, but John from the backlines able to help his buddy out as Rishek takes another one in his 60TP down towards a one-shot as well, possible one-shot that is. And now Vulgus starting position by position, angle by angle, to box in those tanks by Goodnight Nomi in towards the northeastern part of the map. Although there is 2 freely rotatable tanks with the BZs on the hill, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to come in as a nasty surprise in the 8 line. But actually the tanks in the 8 line, Synops and Mark in that E100, they're fairly healthy. So even if that BZ flanked all over the hill, that could be dangerous. Also Solo on the hill, he was at like 2.2k, he's down to 837. His trades have not been going the way he wanted.
Hot take, Ola should just drive down the 5-6 line towards the 7 line and farm the C100. You can just go sit in the window and trade blow for blow against him. He will win the fight.
Yeah. Adamek now driving down. He is a lot of the HP that Goodnight Nomi still have remaining. I mean, Vulgus, they are defending currently, and I think this is why they are not being more proactive in this round number 1 here. Maybe it will come back to bite them, as Chucky there with a good number onto Mark, I believe. That takes one big one to the face, though. And now Adamek, what's he doing? Probably waiting to find someone. And indeed, Adamek and Synops are finding each other. And Synops actually not looking at the minimap, taking one for free here while having the turret turned completely the other way. And Adamek, is he going to start running? Not sure, but my man Synops, he was not attentive.
They didn't really expect anybody to be there. And as much as I agree, like being on defense allows you to potentially be a little bit more, you know, holding back. But this holding back has cost them 2,000 HP.
Yeah, it's cost them 2,000 HP on Mark alone, I believe, and another hit into Synops. So Mark now currently trading against Lucky, but trading isn't really the word I would use if it's just one person doing the damage and the other one having to accept it. Those are more like donations. Mark, he was a full HP E100 into that 8 line when it started. Now he has to basically cower in a corner as he is a possible one-shot for a lot of the tanks on the field here. So good job by Lucky.
Yeah, Lucky in that E100, but you see where Mark is now? Ola could have simply driven there and dominated that E100 with a 375. But now, Click makes a peek in his E100 that is also still healthy. They find the kill. Synops falls against CFR. And now Vulgus is starting to fall a little bit like dominoes. Ola now completely left to his own devices by himself. Chucky fancies the peak here against Mark. Can he get the connection on that E100? He can. He finds it. He does take one back, but that HP deficit is growing for Vulgus. Positions are now gone, and that is that attempt at just sitting and giving all initiative to Goodnight Nomi, and it's not working out for them whatsoever.
Yeah, Vulgus growing very, very complacent here and getting punished by the players of Goodnight Nomi that with a lot of small but individual efforts do actually manage to turn this one around, at least for the time being. It's not all over yet. There is still Vulgus players in this game here that are still trying to win out the day for their team. And honestly, if a couple rolls just go the way of Vulgus here, this is still very, very doable for the players of Vulgus. You can see a lot of those tanks in that kind of 50-50 one-shot range. CFR, for example, or Solo, or Chucky. Those 60 TPs, if they roll well, that could be problematic here, as Lucky and Teju start trading it out, but from the backlines comes Click, but instead it's going to be Rishek to secure the kill on that 60 TP. And oh, why am I spotted? The team captain there with a whiff onto Adamek does get picked up.
Yeah, it does get picked up, and the rest of Vulgus is not too far out from dying as well, and that is an issue. They let Goodnight Nomi back into the game. Lucky was a freebie in D7. Could literally take Mark and the E4. You could shoot him through the windows. If he backs off, he can get shot by the D line and pick up another tank, and then it would be IMO sealed the deal. But now Synops in that E4, in that E5, kind of just dying for free, if you remember. Like initially went to the 8 line and then Adamek completely outplayed him, and now Vulgus loses this round.
Vulgus indeed loses this round, and we also have to talk about Mark in that E100 in the 8 line that started off full HP, but Lucky just trading him down continuously. Good individual plays here as Solo, the one to lock in the round for the team of Goodnight Nomi, that do a very, very good job of exploiting all the openings that a very, very passive opponent was giving them.
They had everything for Vulgus. Everything but sitting. If you sit, you allow those like E4, E100s that were locked there to actually move. They slowly start picking off your guns. Synapse dies on the 8 line, which, you know, it's a misplay. Shouldn't be able to fall there whatsoever. I mean, taking one, okay, but dying is another thing. Then Mark in the 8 line dies on that E100, then John dies, then Ola dies. Like, slowly but surely, they were just losing all the positions there. And that is a big, big problem for them, that they are allowing Goodnight Nomi with barely anything to come back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, it always takes two. Vulgus being too passive here, but on the other hand, Goodnight Nomi recognizing what Vulgus was doing, or rather not doing, and then just, you know, taking that, turning it around, getting the momentum going, and then also with individual outplays, with individual player skill, getting back into this game here. So a grinding battle of attrition in round number 1, with the better end for Goodnight Nomi, up 1-0.
1-0, and Vulgus gonna be kicking themselves about that one.
Must be. But you get what you deserve, and if you don't try to win the round, then, you know, the other team will take it. And yeah, I think this one is on Vulgus themselves. They did grow complacent, just thinking that basically, hey, we have all of our angles covered, when in fact, no, the hill was not covered. And then, once again, it comes back to those individual traits like 8 line. I hate calling out players like this, but, you know, Mark and Synops combined through like 3k HP when it was close. So, eh.
It's not good from Vulgus. It's not good. Sometimes you got to keep up the pressure. The best defense there would to keep up the pressure, try and find at least that E100. Like I said, Lucky, very possible to kill him. It's kind of crazy how Adamek going over the hill somehow breaks open the entire defense from Vulgus, which is worrying, because you can just watch that from K5, K6. One guy can watch that, Synapse doesn't have to peek into it. Mario can play safe, and then they will struggle a lot more to actually do something. So, yeah, well, it is what it is, Kian. And it's a little...
It is indeed what it is.
But this is very worrying that Vulgus throws that away.
It is very worrying for them. Then again, they will have at least 2 more attempts to do it better. And yeah, they probably want to do that. They want to come back into that one. And if you're Goodnight Nomi, like, you take the round, right? And you're pretty happy with it because you were kind of trailing. And then by what you're obviously going to be declaring as your own strength, your own effort, you just make it back and claw yourself back into this round. You outplay on player skill. You got to be feeling very, very good after that one.
I mean, if we're going to know me, they probably felt amazing. They were in a situation where most teams would never let them get back in and they would just die. This time they got to turn it around and pick up that first round, which in a best of 5 is pretty important.
Exactly, pretty important. And you say at best of 5, lower bracket, this means not a lot of room for mistakes by either team. Vulgus here with the first mistake of the match. They cannot do too many more if they don't want to drop out here. There is no safety net. Whoever wins this one is going to be out and is not going to be getting those bronze fists that I think both of those teams have set their eyes on. And... yeah, now round number 2, let's see the lineups. Vulgus coming into this one with 1 CS, 1 E5, 1 IS7. We have 7 E100s and 5 60 TPs.
5 60 TPs versus Goodnight Nomi's CS, W5, W100, Triple BZ, Double 50B, and 5 60 TPs as well. What you see, the same amount of 60 TPs, Kihan, but one significantly heavier than the other.
Yeah, those E100s do add considerable weight to the lineup of Vulgus here, and they also mean that Vulgus most likely isn't really going to play the hill a lot. That being said, they do have the CS that could, if necessary, also push, for example, the IS-7. The 60TP and the E5 in the middle starting to face off against each other. No shots of damage taken here yet. Click in that 60TP getting spotted as well, spotting out Teju, who's crossing over in the E100. CFR with a swing and a miss at, I believe that was Synops, because MB isn't spotted yet. And now we'll have to see how those openings shape up against each other. Goodnight Nomi sending a lot of tanks to the hill, and actually the lineup by Vulgus, it's a bait. They're doing the same.
Yeah, they're gonna push even hundreds over the hill. I mean, I'm not against it. So let's see. Goodnight Nomi has 4 tanks down. W100, double 60p. And he's taking a good spot though. He should give 1 to Click here. 60p, nice shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 down against 7 down. So Vulgus will be able to hold the hill. Pushing the hill is a different story.
Yeah, now the first 60 TPs start making their way onto the hill as Rishek taking one in that 50B. Lingering. Yeah, lingering too long. And he doesn't really get a lot of information for his troubles either. Like, he just sees that there is a 60 TP in the hold down. Yeah, great job. There's always going to be a 60 TP in the hold down if Vulgus have any heal presence at all. It doesn't really reveal any information currently.
I mean, for Vulgus, they want to start pressuring up the 1 to 2 lines slowly.
Oof. Immensive with the trade. Zavistar taking one to the face as well.
Yeah, Immensive trying to recover from the last round, you know?
Yeah, well, then he still has a lot of recovering to do. He's not going to do it on this round, though, as he now takes one into the cupola. So Zavistar with his own personal revenge.
The play here really for Vulgus is to pressure out this 1-2 line though. They can take more E100s, like they can take the C2 E100, the A1 E100, drive them casually to E1 and then push it down 1-2, and there's nothing really that Goodnight Nomi can do about it. Unless they would be ready to repush, which is impossible because Synos spots the K line. Click does have an angle to spot this, but still, shooting from the hill, it's out of render on towards 1-2, so it's not easy whatsoever. Hell, they could even take Very, bro. They could even drive Very back, crossover from A3, and then when he crosses over from A3, go to A1, you pressure down with quality 100 on 1-2, and Goodnight Nomi will be forced to react. Either they will repush 1-2, or they will repush on the hill. Either of the two are fine. They repush 1-2, you have 40 100s, they will do their damage, and you will kill the guys that are left behind on the hill. Quite an even trade. But I think for Vulgus, the most important part is, I don't know if rotating more tanks to the hill is what's going to win them the game.
Yeah, especially considering the tanks that Vulgus have there. 60 TPs, E100s, those are really not the tanks you want to be pushing into. Those are meaty, heavy tanks with a lot of armor, and especially the 60 TPs can be quite annoying as well. As Vervi puts one into Lucky here in that E100. Not going to be changing the fate of the game, but quite annoying for Lucky that he's not going to be full HP anymore. Click also softened up down to 2.5k. Still very healthy at the end of the day, though. But really, the trades right now having favored Vulgus for the start of the game mean that Goodnight Nomi are facing against a 4k HP disadvantage currently, but it's still up to Vulgus to do something. It seems like they're rotating another 2 E100s, Iolo MP and Teju towards the hill. You might not like it, but they're doing it.
Nah, I think 1-2 was very open for them, and they really neglected that fact. They're going to push onto an established team on the hill. They will have the TPM advantage, though, because of these E100s, compared to the BZs that Goodnight Nomi has there, which is a few of them, 3, not known for its great DPM. They will have the extra HP as well. They will not take too many shots going around the hill initially, because of the fact that the lower side is very ill-defended by Goodnight Nomi. Like, they only have the limited forces there, so not many shots going around the hill. I think the 50Bs are really out of position, though, for Goodnight Nomi. Like, really,
yeah, and honestly,
really
like, what, like, if we're being real, like, what do they add? Because both of them, they clip out, and then one E100 is gone.
They should be at F9. close to the hill, castle, sorry, close to the castle. When Vulgus pushes 0 line, they just clip towards 0 line. If Vulgus pushes around the hill, they simply just clip the guy trying to push forward on the 8 line and they reload and they can do it again. But in G0, when you put them in G0 with these 50Bs, they are completely useless when you push around the hill.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see as Vulgus finally has brought Teju and YOLO MP on towards the hill. Jordan here now going close with that. BZ wants to see what's up. Obviously does not get any information. The tanks of Vulgus doing a good job currently of not really revealing anything. And now it is a go time on the upper side of the hill. The E100 squad starting to drive in.
Well, here comes the killer. Immediately takes a 1 in the D100. Jordan actually trying to boost away, and the BZ gets set on fire. The killer is down already, though, just down and out. And now comes the repush from Vulgus around the hill. And Good Nomi's trying to take this opportunity to push 0 line with the triple BZ, the E5s as well. Automax solo. They actually lose only 1 on this crossing, and this might be a good move from Good Nomi because they have gotten across that corner relatively for free. But Jordan is on fire again. That's the 2nd time so far this game, and now though Vulgus needs to clean up what is close to them, clean up Xavi, twist, and then deal with the rest of the tanks on 0 line. Hero getting chased down by those Good Nomi tanks. Now though, for Vulgus, it's important that they find the rest of these tanks here, and the 50Bs are actually starting to work in this kind of a scenario. Why am I spotted down towards the 1-shot? Rishai clipping out, Hero falling, and it seems so far that Good Nomi and Vulgus, neither of the two really convincingly went in the hill, but I think it will go Good Nomi's way.
Yeah, Good Nomi there on the hill doing a fantastic job with limited forces here, which means that Vulgus now need to pressure the lower side here, where Baku, Lucky, and Click in a corner are able to do a last stand. And Good Nomi, it seems like, are actually going to be able to win that hill, which is down to the fact that they were just blasting down those E100s coming around the corner. I have never seen E100s melt as quickly as the killer, for example, as those 50Bs. Now, completely free agents roaming around the map. They're going to come as a nasty surprise in towards the sides of the tanks that have pushed up the 1, 2, and 3 line for Vulgus.
Yes, Adams is now taking the initiative by pushing down. The 50Bs are going to arrive in a second. Very there takes 1 from behind in the 60B spots. One of the 50Bs getting blocked by Envy, so he's not going to be making it inside. Maran still flanking on that full HP 100, and it's all over Key Hand. It's all done and dusted. And God, Vulgus, bro, it's like, no words. I think they completely neglect the fact that they can't get shot driving around the hill, which means they can kind of do it for free, and then just pressure the close hold on at fate and play from there, and just YOLO it kind of. So this split actually enables Good Nomi to push one side and kill it, which is what they did.
Yeah, the push on the hill, as glorious as the start of it looked, as shambled are the dreams of Vulgus here now in this match, with Good Nomi after Himmelsdorf already up to nothing. Vulgus staring into the grim abyss of tournament elimination, as yeah, both of those rounds just not working out in Vulgus's favor. And I have to say, in both rounds the potential was there, but the calls lost it.
They have, even this hill push could work if they do it right, which is push from lower side around the hill, hold 0 line, and do like the reverse of what they did, pressure around first, get the 60Ps and hold ons, and then use those stally 100s to potentially peek 0 line and shoot the Good Nomi tanks in the side or push forward towards the hold on. But now their 0 line push got focused first, which means they lost 1 or 2 of those E100s rather quickly. Good Nomi pushed around the corner, found the CS of Hero then as well, and left the rest of the tanks from Vulgus in crossfire. And the saddest part is, when they're pushing this hill, the only tanks they have that actually have true DPM is the E100.
Yep.
And the tanks they lost first are the E100s. You want the 60 DPs to take the damage, not the E100s.
Yeah, but overall, I think a good job once again by Good Nomi, taking the mistakes that Vulgus was making and completely exposing them in front of the eyes of the world. That was Once again, very good reactions shown by Goodnight Nomi as to what Vulgus was doing, because let's be real, probably not a lot of people yet have stared down the barrels of like 6 E100s pushing the hill of Himmelsdorf, but they were able to just adjust on the fly, focus them out one by one, do the correct reactions with the counter push and zero line, and thus go on to win the game. So great job to the Goodnight Nomi players and to the callers there as well. And this means now that they're in a commanding, in a prime, in a leading position in this match here. They only need one more round, but it is going to be on Vulgus' map pick of Prokhorovka.
Yeah, but I've kind of lost faith in Vulgus now. This is 2 rounds where they had a lot of opportunities and used neither.
Yeah. Tough times for the team with a mostly German core, and for the team with the mostly Polish core. I mean, you don't start thinking about the lower bracket final just yet. You do need to win one more round, but you are in a better position than ever. 2-0. You only need one more round. But that was the case for Inil last match as well. And then Motivia was like, no, actually, we want to win this match instead.
And for Vulgus, they have indeed to do the same thing as Motivia did, win Prokhorovka 2-0. I don't see it though. I don't see it. A lot of opportunities missed by them.
A lot of opportunities, a lot of shots maybe also missed by them. But yeah, I mean, it can obviously come worse. They can lose one more round. But then again, for some teams, it can sometimes be additional like motivation, or when you're basically faced with this is your last chance. This is where sometimes for some teams, some switch just gets flipped and they start playing amazing. So I wouldn't count them out completely, but I do agree with you that it looks very, very unlikely that the Vulgus team, at least the Vulgus team that we saw in the first 2 rounds, is going to be making it towards the lower bracket finals. It would be, a small miracle almost.
Winning 2-0 after the disappointing Himmels performance you just did. It would be impressive if they did it though.
Would be very impressive. Would be cool to watch. Would also be extending the content. I guess this is why you're looking at it and being like, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Prokhorovka, I guess the best thing if you're coming from a Vulgus POV is that Prokhorovka plays completely different compared to Himmelsdorf. So maybe they weren't like confident on the map. Maybe they didn't like the playstyle. Maybe they didn't like how Goodnight Nomi was playing the map, because that can sometimes happen as well, as that certain teams play a same or play a certain way on a map, and it just doesn't suit the other team playstyle wise. And so you end up losing a lot on one map, but end up winning a lot on the other map. Hopefully for Vulgus that's the case. Hopefully not for Goodnight Nomi.
Let's see though. Vulgus coming into what is potentially their last round in the tournament with a Badger, double S1, an I7, an STRV, WBR, triple 60DP, and 5 I7s.
And for Goodnight Nomi, we have the double EBR as well, backed up by a double STRV, double 907, triple S-Conk, triple 260, one IS7, and double 60 TP. Yeah, I don't think either of those teams is going to straight push somewhere, if I read the lineups correctly. I mean, Goodnight Nomi have the double 9-0, but yeah. We'll see. Some spots getting exchanged in the middle of the map. The tanks that are driving towards the middle do get spotted. However, not yet the Killer and Teju. The I7's doing the power move in the dip, and the Killer getting punished for it, down to 1600, taking 1100 to the face immediately. They do make it into the dip though, and Jordan was like, abort, abort.
Yeah, well, Jordan not making a mistake there that we saw W's team do in qualifiers, where they still commit into the hole, lose a tank for free. But yeah, a very passive approach from Goodnight Nomi. If Jordan could take the hole, he would take it, but in this case he can't, so he's just going to sit there. Now it's on to Vulgus. How do they approach this? What do they do? And how do they see an opening into this match?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. The Badger here being used on the attack. Now, I'm not sure if Vulgus thought they were defending, but if they weren't, then interesting pick because, well, you don't usually see a Badger on the attack.
No, you don't usually see a Badger on the attack. He can hold 1-2 though. But it's not quite as good as an STRV.
He can hold deep 1-2, like together with the S-Kong, but like that is such a one-trick kind of thing that you're hoping to be basically pushing 9-0 and then Goodnight Nomi as a reaction needs to push 1-2. And then the Badger comes into effect and works out great. But other than that, an S-Kong as a damage dealer, in my opinion, just works better because the S-Kong, well, as a surprise to no one, actually has a turret. I'm a bit weirded out by the Badger pick, honestly.
It's gonna be fine, the hands. The Badger is pretty good for holding 1-2. Like I said, if you do push over the hill, he will do more than the SCRV if he's sitting in H1. Because, you know, he just sits there, lords over everything and doesn't get penned by anything. So for that specific purpose, I would say that it's better. If that's the goal.
Yeah. I mean, Vulgus now starting that 9-0 line push, and yeah, they're getting their IS-7s in position, although I have to say that's not a terribly large amount of tanks that they're currently mustering here. They're also all getting spotted, except for the STRV, that is. But yeah, they're starting to drive down now. Why am I spotted? Synops, Mark, and Margin starting to drive down here. Almost all of them taking a shot of damage. Not too much damage other than that. Why am I spotted taking another one to the face? But that is almost going to be all she wrote because the amount of snipers there was also not so great.
Yeah, but an immediate repush though from Goodnight Nomi. Mikko now getting spotted out on the EBR. He should be falling in a half a second. Actually, 1-2 combination on him, 52 HP remaining. Somebody should pick up that man. Synops is actually the one. Always can rely on Synops to bring it home when it's needed. And now that they're still not seeing this repush has been coming unspotted the whole time from below. Babuk's lucky twist. They're gonna be behind these guys, and Mark and Moran will actually just have to drive forward. They don't really have a choice anymore, but that means they're driving into Adam. And even Rishak here in the STRV has a position to shoot towards these Vulgus tanks. And the biggest issue there for Vulgus is they were completely unaware that this repush was coming in. They're losing one IS-7, they're losing the second, and they're about to lose 2 more for this.
Yeah, exactly. Goodnight Nomi welcoming the push here. That's coming over the 9-0 with 4 I-7s with open arms, having picked up 3 of them already. Mark, not long for this world, is going to top to the grave as well here. And then Vulgus is going to be left with little to no other assets to work with. MB getting found here on the 1-2 line. Wiggles, weaves, but it's going to be Chucky with the EBR to pick it up, removing one more tank from the Vulgus lineup. And the situation here for the team with the German core is going from bad to worse, trailing with tanks, trailing with HP, got nothing left to work with.
There is no recovery in this for Vulgus, to be honest. They have no positions, no more pushing tanks either. They have only Hero in the EBR, who's probably going to get outplayed by Chucky now as well, because Chucky went back to D1. Hero's coming to clear. He's outspotted now. He should die in a second. Hero coming in. Chucky down towards a one-shot. They might not even find the EBR, which is a bigger issue altogether. Has to happen now. If it doesn't happen now, it's not going to happen at all. Can the Badger get it? Nope. Chucky escapes, so that's down the second EBR for Vulgus, and that is going to be the nail in the coffin. And really, realistically, they have nobody to blame but themselves. Badger's now falling in the middle. That Himmelsdorf, it all started there.
Yeah, it all started on Himmelsdorf, and it's all going to end on Prokhorovka already. Pretty prematurely. Pretty brutally, but also very deserved. Vulgus here in the lower bracket semifinal. Well, the players showed up, but the team didn't, if you know what I mean.
Sad for them to go out like this.
Yeah.
But no bronzes for signups either.
No, it's brutal to see them go out like this, but then again, like, they did not really show anything that it takes here against Goodnight Nomi. Goodnight Nomi just 3 rounds of World of Tanks where they were like, all right, let Vulgus make their mistakes, we're going to exploit them. And after that, you know, we're gonna go out and try our shot against our Polish brothers in Inil. We'll have to wait and see how that one goes. But first of all, we have to say goodbye to Vulgus, who had a really, really good group stage. You have to say that, where they, according to expectations, I would say vastly overperformed. But yeah, this playoff stage, it all ends now.
They skipped a step here in this approach on 9-0 line. They skipped the step of always make sure one of the I7s is spotting the repush. If not the I7, the EVR. The EVR wasn't in position, so you have to peek up with an I7 on B9 and watch towards Ola getting mounted by Adamek. You have to watch for this repush. They saw Babuks in the 260, but they had no clue about the 907s. And honestly, they hold this repush if they simply spot the 907s coming. They spot 907s coming. Nobody goes wide towards zero line, because the zero line position is actually the worst against the repush, because you're completely open. If you turn your turret, you get peeked by A0 as well, so you get crossfire from two sides. So you would all have to play together and hold the repush. But then they would have a realistic shot, because with the S-Funk and the SRV on the hill, the guys that are playing at B9, they can't just overpeak, they would just die.
Yeah, and also I wasn't the biggest fan of that push happening in like the first place, because normally when you do a push like this, there is a lot of people to cover. Normally you also do it with more, like 4 IS-7s felt kind of like not enough from the get-go. They did have SRV and S-Kong supporting, but like, nah, it
would be fine.
Just
4 is actually enough for how, for what Goodnight Nomi had. 4 is enough. Because once you get under the hill, the repushing it is extremely hard, and Goodnight Nomi didn't have the tanks to be able to do that repush. There was already 3-4 guys spotted on the middle. You know that there's going to be 1 or 2 in 1-2. If you add up the numbers, it is enough IS-7s to actually establish the position and slowly work it. However, it's not enough if you blindly get repushed without you spotting them, and you have 2 dying for free.
Yeah, no, but like this was one of the issues. The other issues, obviously, on Himmelsdorf, that the decision making that we saw by Vulgus was simply not on point. And yes, Ola there with 7k, but I think he would have been happier with 0 and instead winning the round. But yeah, that Badger, I have lingering questions as to how it was supposed to be effective as well, because like, the ditch had been established, right, by Vulgus with that double IS-7. So why would you have a Badger, basically, that's supposed to be the front line as a damage dealer support behind double IS-7 in the ditch? Like, then actually the SRB makes more sense. But yeah, at the end of the day, Vulgus getting shut down here, getting thrown out of the tournament by a team of Goodnight Nomi that at least didn't have to show a lot of strats, but now they will have to show a lot of prowess instead, as they are going to be fighting against Inil, and well, it's not going to get easier from here on out.
No, it's definitely not going to get easier for them, but they did get across the first hurdle, which is move themselves into the lower bracket finals. Now they have a real shot.
So Bronze Fist secured for a Goodnight Nomi. Let's hear what our analysts have to say about this one. Insane, Octo, let's hear it.
Well, Vulgus tried, but Goodnight Nomi was too strong today. It's a very clean victory for Goodnight Nomi 3-0. Vulgus, we have to say goodbye to them. It was still a good performance considering it was the first time for them reaching the playoff stage. And now it's going to be a very hard task for Goodnight Nomi because they're going to be playing against Inil, the other Polish team, but the better one.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly surprising. Vulgus kind of gave away that first Himmelsdorf game and fell down from there. But yeah, I don't know if Goodnight Nomi can beat Inil. I'll be amazed if they do. Nothing against them. It's just Inil and Motivia looked like by far the 2 best teams in this tournament. From everything I've seen, Vulgus kind of just giving away wins there. So I don't know. We'll see if we get upset or not. But yeah, I think in the best of 5, especially, I think Invil's going to take it.
I mean, yeah, best of 5. In return, I have to say that best of 5, it tends to give the advantage to the weaker team, because the more rounds you get, Most of the time the stronger one is going to take the victory, so it's not necessarily something bad for Goodnight Nomi. They could pick first map and some magnificent results on it, go 2-0 up and have straight match points. But that's for the match number 7. Now we should probably recap what happened in the match number 6, see what happened with Vulgus early, because honestly the first 2 Himmels round I felt like they could win them.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushing up the 3 line here. Vulgus, or Goodnight Nomi, didn't really have much holding them back. Most of Goodnight Nomi being on the 8 line. This allows the E4 and anyone in the D line to maybe retract and shoot the tanks crossing the 8 line. The E100s, you know, they're kind of trying to hold this little area, and they're able to do that. But like I was saying, like these 60 TPs going into the courtyard, they should be able to get crossfired out. But Vulgus, you know, just taking the better positions in my opinion at the end of the day. But Synapse and Ole, I don't know, they just didn't need to be there. The E100 as well, Mark,
Yeah,
he could have hid better in E7.
Yeah, I mean, what happened is that Vulgus is taking the lead, Vulgus is going aggressive, they have some great positions, but then they completely freeze. And they provide the opportunity to Goodnight Nomi to play around with the time they have to actually make the correct plays, go down the hill, surround the banana, take down Mark. Synapse also making mistakes, dropping low. Inil, he was pretty healthy in his E5. And honestly, this is the issue with Vulgus. Whenever we have those games where it comes down to micro plays, micro decisions, it's just much better from the side of Goodnight Nomi. They are more experienced and they proved it today.
Again, I think if they had the G line players just maybe holding a little bit farther back and go to the K line, the H line specifically, and they really, I mean, they're defending as well, so like they didn't really need to be that up farther aggressive. And if Mark stays closer into E7, it makes him harder to kill. He would have had more HP for a much longer period of time, and then yeah, they're just able to hold longer.
And well, next we had Vulgus on the attack, Goodnight Nomi on the defense, and well, this heel push was not the greatest from their side. They had some pretty good information and they could have played around it, go down, take some deeper positions in the 1-2 lines. Instead, they go for the heel push, and well, Goodnight Nomi is ready and set for that. You can also mention that most of the DPM they have are on those tanks at the 0 line, the E100s, the CSs, and they go with those first and they follow up with the 60 TP. 60 TP is great alpha damage, but bad DPM. Maybe they had to use those tanks to actually tank the first amount of damage taken by Goodnight Nomi, especially from the auto rollers like 50 TPs.
Yeah, and I think from just looking at the lineups, I think Vulgus could have sort of counted how many tanks they think Goodnight Nomi is going to have on the bottom, and therefore they could have sent maybe one extra E100 up to the hill. But besides that, I think they would have been better off either pushing the 2-line or pushing just the lower side of the hill, and instead they split it off, and those E100s, like you said, were just melted off completely.
Yeah, definitely. They had other options, and they went for the simpler, if I can say so, which was not the right one. Goodnight Nomi was well set on the hill, so it's pretty harsh when it's a BO5 like this, because 2-0 it's already match point for the side of Goodnight Nomi, so it's pretty hard also mental-wise for this team of Vulgus. They know it's match point, they're out the first round, the next round they lose. But in return, I have to say good stuff from Goodnight Nomi, not actually playing possibly their best tactics, but it's enough for Vulgus at the very least.
And I mean, just discouraging. I mean, you have a bunch of E100s take all those hits and die instantly. It's really depressing, honestly. And then, you know, you see Vulgus pushing down the 0 line here. They don't really take much bleed because the 907s and the 260s and A6 can't really hit them initially. So, and then they're also going to go and try and repush in the water, which is the correct move in my opinion. Based off how many tanks from Vulgus are in the F line, they really just can't even protect them at all. And the F line tanks can't really do much to counter off that, because they have Esconk and a Striv, and A2, A6, the IS7s and E2 are just useless due to that fact. I mean, they can peek against the 60 TP, but they just get bled equally.
Do you remember what we said yesterday when we had one of the teams going with almost their full lineup pushing down the 0 line, only keeping like one tank in the 1 line? I think it was Goodnight Nomi against Inil, if I'm not mistaken, or was not against Motivia, but at least we can mention something. This time Vulgus went with what, like 1/3 of their team pushing down the zero line, and Goodnight Nomi came in with the perfect counter. They're gonna re-push down the water with the perfect amount of tanks. They're gonna take those out, and then while they're on their defense, they have control over the mid, they want to the right side of the map. So it was just perfect for the side of Goodnight Nomi. They had good read on what Vulgus would possibly do, and this is a well-deserved 3-0 victory for them.
I think if you're gonna do this, you really don't need that many tanks to hold 1 through 6. Just send majority zero line, like saying. But you can defend with a little amount of tanks from K2, H1, K7. Like you definitely don't need all those tanks on the F line, especially if you think that. I mean, if you think you're going to hit A6, I don't really know how, because they weren't even going to spot it until the IS-7s peek over onto the S-Kongs once they climbed the hill. So they really had no opportunity for the F-line tanks to even get into the game, which is what I'm saying. Might as well just put those resources into the zero line so that they can actually hold it and then potentially retake the F-line later on.
I mean, it was pretty much a gamble going with that low amount on the zero line. They probably expected Goodnight Nomi to go with most of their team, the ones who were going for the repush afterwards. Well, bad gamble in that case, because Goodnight Nomi had the perfect counter. But at least they tried. I mean, we can recap that once again. It's a good result for Vulgus. It was the first appearance in the playoff stage. They almost get the bronze fist out of it. So, well, good stuff by them. They're gonna have maybe a better shot in the next tournament if they do qualify, because we have to remind that this tournament is a bit special. We had the opportunity to see some outsiders like Vulgus, DPM, and maybe even Goodnight Nomi, if I can say so, and TMG maybe a bit less, because we had teams like W and Aura that didn't make it to the playoff.
I mean, definitely always fun to see new faces, and hopefully they'll. I mean, from this you should be more competitive the next time. As long as the teams stay together, you never know. Sometimes teams like this, it's a one-time deal, so that should be interesting to see for the future. But yeah, moving forward, Inil, Goodnight Nomi should be fun, but I don't know. I think Inil is just really strong.
Yeah.
And then that best of 9 at the end, the final match, Motivia versus most likely Inil, should be a very good match to see. But we'll see. I mean, Goodnight Nomi. Anything can happen. I think it was Motivia Inil game 1 cliff. Daki pointed out like 4 or 5 fires. So I mean, if anything can happen.
60% only for Inil. That's very surprising, if I can say so. I would tend to give them more likely 80% against Goodnight Nomi. Well, at least the viewership was pretty impressed about Goodnight Nomi performance against Vulgus, if I can say so. And well, Polish Derby. We tend to have those more likely in the 7v7 format when it's half of Inil playing against half of Inil. This time we have some pretty known name in the Goodnight Nomi lineup. I mean, players like Laki, Rishek and so on. Some of them used to play in Inil in the past, but overall, when you watch the experience, the level, all of that, Inil should have the higher hand in this confrontation, and we'll get to see that shortly. Finals of the losers bracket. On top of it, Octo will also have a pretty cool announcement at the next analyst break, so make sure to be there to hear what we have to say. And back on Inil against Goodnight Nomi. Well, final of this losers bracket, we also have to mention that the team winning is not just making it to the grand finals, but also securing some of the prize money. So, I mean, Goodnight Nomi, it's a BO5, they always have a shot at it, and even if it would go good, it would go well for them against Sylvian and not against Motivia, they would at least secure Silver Fist and some money.
And I'm just looking at the maps, I can see Goodnight Nomi, they chose Sand River against Inil, and Inil chose Proc. The tiebreaker being Cliff, so I mean, those are some definitely interesting maps. No Corellia, so surprise. But yeah, I mean, Inil, I feel like they're just a little bit more proactive of a team, so we'll see if Goodnight Nomi is able to hold on Proc against them. Although I know we saw Motivia throw down on Proc against Inil, but I don't know. I think Inil's still a good team for that map.
I mean, I think that Inil permaban is Corellia. So you mentioned about the fact we might not see that map a lot. from what I've seen in the group stage, Motivazia was not that bad on that map, and well, they get a chance to pick a map straight and actually ignore the first ban of the enemy team, so it could be something interesting to see if Inil is doing it. But Octo, that's probably enough from the two of us. We want to jump straight into the action, but just before that, we want to hear what our casters have to say about that next one. They're inside the pick and bounce. Please, Kin and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with both Ducky and I for what is going to be the third and the second last time of the day. We're going to be watching the lower bracket final in between two Polish teams, Inil against Goodnight Nomi. Goodnight Nomi coming in from a clean 3-0 swipe against Vulgus, but honestly, it felt like Vulgus, maybe got up with the wrong foot today, something like that, making a lot of mistakes, and Goodnight Nomi having to do little more than just, exploit those mistakes. They did a good job of that. So here they are against a team of Inil that did lose in Tiebreaker earlier today already against Motivazia. There is a clear favorite here.
I would say so. I'd say that Inil looked quite a bit better. And, I mean, they've already clapped this team once, so wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat of that. Goodnight Nomi, when they played against Inil, it wasn't pretty for Goodnight Nomi whatsoever. And Inil didn't magically get a lot worse.
Yeah, no. Inil, since yesterday, didn't get a lot worse. Since yesterday, they have lost one match, though, but maybe that has just served to anger the team of Inil. Maybe they're angry at themselves for losing a couple of rounds there. Maybe they're angry at Motivazia for, playing better than expected. But here we are in the lower bracket final. Fisherman's Bay and Karelia being taken out. The analysts calling it already. Karelia being Inil's permaban. No surprise there. Sand River is going to be the first map. This one picked up by Goodnight Nomi. And we're going to play into Prokhorovka, picked up by Inil. Now Livox, Muro, Himmelsdorf getting taken out of the picture. By the respective teams, leaving Cliff as the tiebreaker. Inil sort of picking it by banning out Himmelsdorf, but I think both teams would have been fine with both maps either way. Do we get towards Cliff, though, is the question, because, well, I mean, if you would go to like a bookmaker in England and you would be asking for quotas, then I think you wouldn't be getting a good one for betting on Inil.
Yeah, but you wouldn't get a lot of return out of it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to want to get the big returns, you'd vote on Goodnight Nomi here, just,
And the same probably also going for chat here and the channel points that are going to get put. I believe the vast majority is probably going to put their points on Inil or just, opt out of the prediction game for this one at all. Yeah. Pick and ban wise, I think, like, obviously, apart from the fact that Inil is the vast favorite here, do you think the maps favor one team in particular? Like, Inil has already lost once today on Sand River. Goodnight Nomi has already won once on Prokhorovka. Do you think that has some meaning coming into this, or are the cards just going to be completely reshuffled after the last match?
No, I mean, the Sun River that Inil played, it was the tiebreaker against Motivazia, and it was extremely close. Where one or two different actions could have changed the course of the battle, and they could have won. And that was against Motivazia. It wasn't against Goodnight Nomi. So I think it's completely fine for them, more likely than not. And Prokhorovka, yeah, okay, they didn't have a good run against Motivazia, but again, Motivazia is a different kind of team than Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, definitely. A different kind of beast is, I think, exactly what we are dealing with here. Now, honestly, the way that I see this one going, as we do try to give the players a little bit more time, is, yeah, well, Inil picks up a first round of Sand River, and Inil picks up a second round of Sand River. And then the map pick for Goodnight Nomi is done. And then Inbil picks up a first round on their own map pick of Prokhorovka. And then the match is over.
That is indeed how you get the 3 points, Kian. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well done. Didn't think you had it in you.
Sometimes I can surprise positively even.
Not in the rehearsals, though. Kian is the guy that has a 3 billion net worth in credits in-game. Like literally. And he will refuse to use food in training rooms, even though he has a few thousand of each food in the depot.
That is entirely correct, but having credits does not come from wasting them, surprisingly enough. Like, I just explained to you how to get to 3 points in a match. I can also explain to you how to get credits.
Yeah, you want me to explain? Want me to explain how you got the 3 billion credits? Huh? How many Christmas boxes did you open, buddy, in total?
In total? In total.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I can tell you exactly about this year. 81.
And the year before?
More than 81.
2,000? 3,000? I don't remember.
No, it was like 1,300 or something.
Only 1,300. Sorry, Kihan. I was off the mark a little bit. I've seen his account. Yeah. I've once converted 200k gold for you, I think, to credits.
Nah, I was like above 1 million, and I think you converted like 900,000 or something like that.
Or 900,000, give or take. I mean, at that point.
I remember it was almost 1 million that you converted, yeah. The perks of having your job be opening boxes can be, quite lucrative for you in game, if you know what I mean.
I bet you opened them one by one as well,
No, actually. Like, I did five boxes a piece, and then I even skipped, like, animations and stuff.
Wow. He really is just not like us.
Dakilzo, the man of the people. All right, let's go with our predictions.
It didn't update, but Kihan also put 3-0.
Yeah, I did change my mind. I did start off with a 3-1. I guess this got taken, so this is not the fault of our production. This is actually my fault.
There it is.
There we go. Live update. So production, 3-0 all the way. I'm going with the peer pressure here.
I don't think I've ever seen that in my life, by the way.
No, I think also that's the first time I've ever seen that, but honestly, I think that's the way that this match is going to go. It's Invil's going to get the 2-0 on Sound River, and then they're going to get another one on Proco, and then the match is over.
You know what, Kihan? I'm inclined to agree with you quite a bit on that.
But maybe Inbil is going to negatively, or Goodnight Nomi is going to positively surprise us by taking a round or 2. Or, God forbid, 3. That would completely ruin the script that I have written in front of me. We'll have to wait and see. The truth is out there in the training room, in between Inbil and Goodnight Nomi. I think a little bit more time until the match is going to get started. I think all players are kind of ready by now. So rather soonish, we should get the first questions answered, which are going to be the lineups. How many 60 TPs in total are we feeling?
On Sun River? No more than 11.
Yeah. Let's see. So definitely the era of fast K-line brawls is over. As used to be the case in the Chieftain meta. Also, I think like after the Chief and 279 got nerfed, there was like one tournament where teams had not properly adjusted, and then a lot of KPZs got played on Sand River, sort of as like Chieftain replacements. And then people noticed that, it doesn't, like trying to replace Chieftains with not Chieftains doesn't actually work, and we haven't really seen that since.
I don't think we'll be seeing the KPZs again either.
All right, lineups. Inbil coming into this lower bracket final here. Doing so with 1 Hori, double CS, 1 S-Conk. We have a plethora of 8 IS7s and 60 TP.
Good night. Nomi, though, on the other hand, double SCRV, quad 907, a CS, double S-Kunk, and the rest being IS7. So 11 not even close, Kian. It's only 3.
Yeah, only 360 TPs. As now, I guess we'll have to wait and see the openings. Inbil playing attack side, splitting off their forces, sending 60 TP south, sending some tanks middle, some tanks north as well with that double IS7 and the CS combination. And for Goodnight Nomi, we do see a very, very south-heavy opening, although Jordan, with that IS-7, is going to cross the open in towards the north. Does get spotted immediately. We'll see if the whole Re is able to pull a number on him. That seems to indeed be the case, because if you check the top right, he's down to 1k.
Yeah, I think you got to stop crossing tanks like that, man. Altogether. They're not that much faster compared to going through the north, and they just keep bleeding, man. This time it's minus 1.8k on Jordan. It's not really worth it when he's like leaving immediately anyways, you know what I'm saying? And Goodnight Nomi is pressuring the scale line really, really hard though. With those IS-7s, they'll still have to kill the IS-7s that Invilla has committed though. This split defense does not work unless you kill the tanks that are close. If you don't kill the tanks that are close, you run into the issue that at some point the team of Invil can repush the K-line and you can't really hold it then because you lose the middle control. So you have to kill the tanks that are close in order to have an opportunity in this game.
Yeah, and Invil now starting to take the north of the map as well. Jordan has been pushed back quite a lot. He doesn't have a lot to work with anymore at that. He's down to 589. Possible one shot for the IS-7, but not very likely if we're being honest. Does get outspotted now even. So things going from bad to worse for Jordan. Gets sent to do a big cross at the start, loses almost all of his HP, and now the bleed actually starts on towards Goodnight Nomi. I think we're in the southeastern part of the map, or on the K-line. A brawl has started, as we do finally get there, just in time to see Never Die, and Marcel is going to get killed as well.
Yeah, Marcel, like I did say that you have to kill those tanks that are close. They're doing exactly that. Jordan in return is going to get plowed upon them by Rexstar and Monster, and there needs to be a big rotation from Goodnight Nomi back to their own base now. Marcel needs to die. They kind of fluffed it a little bit. They could have done that without losing Pabux. He's probably not going to make it throughout this game anymore. Now the big rotation needs to come back from Goodnight Nomi, repush their own base, and I think the issue here, Kihan, is that they didn't actually leave enough tanks in the base. This 3-man hit squad shouldn't be able to get this much ground in this match. For relatively free. There should have been a bit more in the base. A second tank there, or even a third tank, would be enough to hold it.
Well, we do see the reaction coming in by Goodnight Nomi. A lot of CSs, a lot of 907s starting to drive back towards their own base. They're obviously going to bleed towards the IS-7s that Indil has in the middle of the map. However, Monster only evacuating. Kubash and Rexa staying with those IS-7s. But that is not really a lot of beef. That's not really a lot of meat that's currently pushing on them. And you can see Ketsai, T-Sec, Piotr, all of them are able to shoot at those mediums. But in turn, the Super Kongs by Goodnight Nomi starting to push here. This is a DPM fight at this point in time.
Yeah, and actually Goodnight Nomi is able to repush the base, and even though they're down in HP, they're gonna clean up these IS-7s, so the good reaction there, the good rotation, brings them back into control over their base. But now that they've cleaned up their own base, they're starting to get pressured on the K-line, and yes, Invil is losing guns, but I think Goodnight Nomi is sometimes, at least in this game, sometimes over-rotating a little bit and not keeping control of parts of the maps that are not really lost easily, and allowing Invil to retake the K-line now again. It's going to put them in a little bit of trouble as well. T-Sec and Piotr need to be careful though, because they have lost the A-line. They can start getting farmed from that. Goodnight Nomi now up in HP, up in guns. But I wouldn't say it's completely over for Invil.
I mean, it's not completely over for Invil yet. The HP is certainly playable. It's basically even a problem for Invil right now, the number of guns in the game, and they need to get their high HPs into the game as well. Ozek and Pan's Fury, those are two very, very high HP tanks that are currently not at the front line. That is a problem that Invil needs to fix ASAP. The only basically full HP tank currently fighting it out is Profuse here, who's juggling what feels like the entirety of the Goodnight Nomi team here in the southwestern part of the map. And I think Goodnight Nomi, after killing Conrad with Miku now, are gonna pull off yet another push here as CFR takes a gigantic number of shots to the face here. It's not gonna be happy with that 2 quick kills here for Inil. Has Goodnight Nomi bitten off too much to chew?
Probably not. I mean, they're using that gun advantage to generate more kills. Pan's Fury can't really do too much in the S-Kong because of the fact that there is the double SCRV of Rishek and Adamek locking him down, so he has to readjust into the position. I mean, Invil is doing really good in terms of damage dealt. They're keeping up in terms of HP, but the biggest issue is they just don't have the guns, and a lot of the HP also currently located on DJ in the Hori 3, which is not going to be contributing it, and now it's going to be Panzer Fury going to be falling as well against Igang and Zavi, and Goodnight Nomi actually coming out really strong on Sand River.
Yeah, exactly. All of us predicting the 3-0. It's not going to happen, at least for Inbil, that is, as they only have 5 tanks remaining in this matchup, and the Hori, as soon as it gets spotted, it's going to start melting like ice in the sunshine, as it just doesn't have the armor at this point in time to be able to contest against, well, 300 plus pen across the board for the players of Goodnight Nomi. Now, Mentos getting found in the north of the map as well. He's in a 1v1 against Lucky, but actually some shots by Twist seem to be connecting as well. Mentos down towards 250. Lucky, not sure if he just whiffed a shot there with his 907. Is Mentos going to be able to do the unthinkable against Lucky here is the question. Both of them now down towards a one-shot. Baku takes a lot of damage as well, but Rishek finally shutting down another one of his former team members.
Yeah, and Goodnight Nomi, I think they saw our prediction. They're like, nah. I don't think so. They made some really good plays. Like, pressuring the scale line early was perfect for them because Invel only had 2. They could have cleaned up the I7s better, repushed their base. It worked out for them though, but they don't really have to give up the entire K line. You can punish quite hard for a team repushing. They did make it work though by repushing it again later. And the best thing for them is they were always able to kill a few guys from Invel. In terms of HP, Invel was keeping up, they were shooting well. But outside of that, they were always able to pick off the guns.
Yeah, and I have to say, a very interesting round number 1 here, to say the absolute and very least, in between Invil and Goodnight Nomi, where it felt like, Goodnight Nomi was mentally a bit ahead of Inbil here, out-rotating. Yes, the shooting by Inbil was good, but the shooting basically couldn't make up for the fact that on a macro level, the rotations by Goodnight Nomi were just catching Inbil off guard. And yeah, Lucky is going to get yet another kill here. Is going to lock in the round, and it's going to be Inbil 0 and Goodnight Nomi 1.
Yeah, unexpected. And Infill also did this like kind of interesting opening, only very, very little K line. And you could see the issue with that is something that a lot of teams have exploited, is that if you kill those tanks that are committed there, then you really generate such a hole on the map. It's really hard for Invil to come back. And I will stand by it. I think they didn't leave enough in their base. If they have 2 guys sitting in the base, the push on Jordan costs so much HP that they simply drive back with 1 or 2 and just clean it up while they're still holding K-line, and this game is over already. They made it a bit harder on themselves by leaving Jordan so undefended. Right? But I think Infill, in return, made the massive mistake with those IS-7s and the CS. That was Monster and 2 more, right? Pushing too far, trying to take too much ground. If they're just holding at C1 and putting the pincer on Goodnight Nomi is still going to get farmed driving down and back into their own base. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But being close allows them to actually pick up those guns. And I think that's a rare mistake from Infill, where they try to do too much. And it costs them a lot.
Yeah, tried to do too much at the same time, and also good on Goodnight Nomi here for rotating the 907s unspotted, right? Because if they get seen before that, then maybe the IS-7s can still rotate a bit away. They do 1, 2, maybe 3 more shots. And then all of a sudden, you know, the engagement in their own base doesn't go Goodnight Nomi's way. So, yeah, good stuff from the team in the navy blue. And from Inil, uncharacteristic weaknesses in round number 1. We'll have to wait and see for round number 2. But for now, Inil looking like they can and will be hurt in this lower bracket final. I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, Good Night Nomi are playing them
They
here.
have a Project CW match to get to. Right? If they win this, they won't make it to the CW tournament. That's why I was smart. I picked up W gamers, and they lost in the qualies, so they have plenty of time to be there.
I see. You're the evil mastermind behind it all, confirmed.
Yes.
Okay. There is not possibly a spot open on your Project CW team, is there?
If there was one, wouldn't be for you.
Oof, okay. I see how it is. I'm going to note that one down for later, for the, post-stream discussion.
Post-stream discussion? I've never been there.
True. Me neither.
Yeah, well, post-stream discussion, huh? The GG's, see you guys next time. User has disconnected from your channel.
Exactly. All right, map video announcing that round number 2 is probably going to be underway soon. And Inil, after an unexpected turn of events in round number 1, now trying to fight for the equalizer on the board. Meanwhile, Good Night Nomi, if they could get this second round, they would be on tiebreaker already. Mind you, it is a best of 5. And stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened indeed, Gehent. I agree with you on this, but I don't know, bro. Like, it's just looking very, very unlikely that Nomi is going to be able to pull this through. Okay, like, sure, they won this first round, right? But that was one round. I don't want to read too much into just one singular game.
Yeah, it was one round. It was a third of what is required. So still a mountain to climb here for the team of Good Night Nomi. Inil, however, trying to come back with a lineup that I think we have seen today already. 1 E3, double CS, 5 IS7s, and 7 60TPs.
7 60Ps versus Good Night Nomi's 5 60Ps, 5 60Ps, 6 60Ps, 5 A7s, an S-Conk, a CS, an STRV, and an EBR.
Yeah, and now we'll see if Inil is just going to copy-pasta what they did against Motivia. If they are going to copy-paste the result, that means actually going down 0-2, as they lost the tiebreaker against Motivia. Now, lineup-wise, or rather position-wise, Mentos with that CS going towards the middle for Inil, and the other CS driving towards the north. He's going to be joined by double IS7. Mentos, is he going to see tanks crossing? He will not currently. He will, however, get spotted and takes a shot by Rishek in that STRV.
Yeah, takes a shot by Rishek in that STRV indeed.
Oh my god, that is everything spotted out by Miku, basically. And Good Night Nomi, they have all the information now. Inil, they have none.
Sure, Key, sure, but they're playing from the side where information is less important, though. I mean, we can agree on that, right? It's less needed to know anything and everything. And if you look at the split from Inil right now, Key, it's the hold. It's the J2, K2 hold. They're not going to push the K line. They already have the info through the north from the CS. They have the info through the mid from the I7 in F8. So I don't think they mind that they were all spotted.
Yeah, and talking about being all spotted, the same now happening to the heavy tanks of Good Night Nomi. Pan's Fury and Profuse being committed in with that double 60 TP. I think that is basically a defense that we have seen before by Inil, and I think the last time we saw it, Inil shouldn't have won, but somehow via individual trades they were able to make it work. It seems like Good Night Nomi, they don't want to go for the long trades. Instead, they're going to commit in here on that double IS7 on the lower side. Click taking a lot of damage, going down to 12 HP already. But the punishment onto Marcel is also brutal.
Yeah, the punishment onto Marcel is brutal, but Click down towards a one-shot. Good damage from Inil. These IS7s seem to live far too long. The ignite from Kubash as well on towards Igang. He's going to burn to potentially a one-shot. But a Good Night Nomi is going to be able to clear this part of the map. And Inil They have the triple 60p marching down the middle of the map, but what is this really gaining for them right now, Key? What is this triple hit squad in the middle achieving for Invil? A large portion of their HP.
It's not really achieving anything. Jordan does make it away from Rexar and Ketsai, and meanwhile Goodnight Nomi able to clean up tank after tank after tank in the southern part of the map, where there is the brawl still ongoing. Mind you, Jordan is probably gonna fall rather soon, but DJ, same fate in store for him, down and out as well. Never probably the next one on the chopping block, down to 452. Pabu starting to take aim. Even Miku is in the fray with that EVR 105, trying to sow destruction, to sow confusion, and so far they are succeeding here. 5 kills for Goodnight Nomi.
5 kills for Goodnight Nomi, who are now bringing the HP back slowly as well. And I still have the question, can Invil overrun Zero Line quickly enough to make the difference here? Tisek, Orchek and Piotrek, they were that hit squad from the middle of the map, right? They've been driving this whole game, but in the meantime, they're losing the remainders of their team. Profu, Skubash dead. Laki's still holding, and if you look at the minimap, Kian, it's just a sea of Goodnight Nomi going everywhere and anywhere, and nothing really stopping them from just taking back their own base.
Yeah, nothing's stopping them from taking back their own base. They're sending tanks back. They do have a lot of one-shots, though. They need to be careful about those. And in between all of this, Invil still does have the HP advantage. Rishek is going to be crucial in that K0 position here, but there is a lot of tanks on the opposing team that can overmatch him. The wild cards currently for Invil are Monster and Mentos, those double CS tanks that can roam around the map. Also, Miku is still full HP for Goodnight Nomi. That is going to be crucial. The HP difference now has been equalized by Goodnight Nomi, ahead 300, and now it's going to be down to individual plays, individual trades. That being said, though, Goodnight Nomi forming up for a push here in the southwestern part of the map, as Lucky in that 60 TP alive by an inch, down to a one-shot, trying to do what he can.
Trying to do what he can, but is...
fire on Mentos.
Fire on Mentos, yeah, in the CS63, but look at this key. Goodnight Nomi is attacking. They have the base of Invil. They have it's on lockdown. They can simply put the EBR onto the cap at some point, but Miku probably going to try and find Mentos first in that CS63. It's over, Key. It's match point for Goodnight Nomi.
We'll have to see. Monster still full HP in that CS63. Now 2k HP advantage and gun advantage for Goodnight Nomi as they do pick up Mentos. Miku is going to get spotted for this though, but Adamek in the 60 TP is already getting rotated through the dried out riverbed to make sure that Miku has somewhere to run to. Big Daddy 60 TP is going to save you from the bad CS. And Zavistar there, not with the best trades, but all he needs to do right now is just stay safe and wait for the Invil tanks to repush, because that's what they're gonna have to do. They're probably gonna send either Ketsai or Piotrix for Rishek in that STRV, and Ketsai there taking a big one. Zavistar needs to connect that one. If Rishek is supposed to survive, he does, and this is going to put crossfire on towards the Invil tanks, but the more important thing is Cap has been started.
Cap has indeed been started. Piotr falling now, the rest of his teammates also. This is not the match that they expected coming out when they saw Goodnight Nomi. They're going to be looking at match point, double match point going into Prokhorovka. Goodnight Nomi needs one more, and I think I just filled out my prediction the wrong way, Kian, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, uno mas needed for Goodnight Nomi, and I'm currently checking in the office here, and like neither on the table nor below the table or beside the table or anywhere, but honestly, I don't see a single script that has 2-0 Goodnight Nomi written on it. I am absolutely baffled.
But in this one, Infield's way too slow to be able to pressure through the north and through the middle. I mean, marching 60 Ps down the mid, they were kind of stagnant there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, damage-wise, some of those tanks by Invil are simply not able to properly show up, and you can say, yeah, the i7, not the best of DPM, not the best of gun handling, yada, 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 but, you know, those IS-7s at the same time, they're so meaty, they're so beefy, that if you have a bunch of them, then they should be doing damage when getting pushed upon. But instead, it was just Goodnight Nomi finding opening after opening after opening in what Inbil was doing, and same as first round, finding the correct overmatches, doing the correct rotations, looking a bit rough around the edges, I would say. But after a 15-3 round, I mean, who's going to blame them?
I mean, it's good enough, you know. It's not perfect, let's put it that way, but it's good enough. And it's winning them the games, so they don't need to do much more.
I mean, Goodnight Nomi, good on them, first of all, for picking Sand River here. Completely going their way 2-0, and Inbil, well, now or never. Because if they don't do it now, like, I'm trying to think, when was the last time? Because basically also, like, not only do people now, if they win here and go on towards the grand final, not only do they secure silver fists already and like cash prizes, etc., because only the finalists get that. Also, what you secure is a spot in the group stage for the next time. Again, right? You don't have to go through qualifiers. You get invited to group stage, and I'm trying to think right now, when was the last time that Inil actually had to go through group stage? Through qualifier.
I thought you were going to ask when is the last time they're down 2-0 in the lower bracket finals.
That probably never happened.
No, it happened. Hive.
Oh.
They were down 2-0 against Hive, and then Hive lost 3-2.
Aware.
I remember it well.
Yeah. I remember casting it. It was quite a heartbreak for Hive at the time. But I am trying to remember, when was the last time that Inil didn't have to do qualifiers?
Wasn't there? Was it with the WCI that everybody went through qualifiers? There was definitely a tournament where everybody went through qualies. I'm pretty sure, because we played. I think it might have been the Tech Trioni tournament where everybody went through qualies. There was no predetermined group stage. Because I remember playing the qualies. So
yeah, that might be the case. And also, I mean, if we're going way back, right? This is probably, what is it? 2020, 2019, like the PaySafe card clan rivals back in the day, where we had like this week tournament, and the finalists I remember clearly were Fame and CSA. So yeah, Inbil wasn't in the final there, but like, we are reaching back years here. So maybe Sand River, just not Inbil's map today. They played it 3 times. They lost 3 times. Prokhorovka, possibly the chance had something better. Then again, Goodnight Nomi, they did look okay on Prokhorovka against Vulgus. Then again, Vulgus didn't look okay today.
I mean, I don't think Vulgus was that bad. It's just they weren't able to really bring any rounds home. And so far, it seems like Goodnight Nomi is just really good. And it's really weird that Inil is choosing to play the way that they are, which is a very un-Inil way of playing.
Yeah.
Normally they go for the fight. Now in neither of the 2 rounds they really went for that at all.
Well, at the same time, like, Goodnight Nomi is doing a good job of finding the overmatches and not giving Inbil the fights that they would like to choose, because we all know, like, if you give Inbil an opportunity for a good brawl, they will take it any day of the week. But Goodnight Nomi instead is finding good overmatches that they then take, and they're not really giving Inbil time to react, which is the craziest thing, in my opinion, is that, Goodnight Nomi right now is acting faster than Inbil, that normally is known for their lightning speed. But yeah, Inbil trying to stay alive in the lower bracket finals here. Double EBR, 1 STRV, 1 Hori, 1 Mouse, double 60 TP, and 8 IS7s.
And 8 IS7s to round it up against Goodnight Nomi's 60 TP, quad IS7, double S-Conk, CS63, 4 907s, an STRV, and double EBR. Goodnight Nomi could still go very aggressive with that. But so could Inbil.
They could go very aggressive. We'll have to wait and see what the teams actually choose to do. Inbil starting on attack. Goodnight Nomi here on their defense side, looking to do what they, I don't think, have done before, looking to go towards the grand finals. They just need one more on the board. But sometimes that last one, Ducky, it can be the hardest one to get.
Yeah, it can be the hardest one to get. Monster takes a shot there in a CBR, does get the mid-info, sees not too many tanks, and Kunai Nomi again coming out swinging, Kihan. If we look at the right side of the map, they are spotted out though with a large number of their tanks, but I don't think they really care. They're going for that hill push, but Invil still has quite a few tanks in position.
Yeah, Inbil, quite a few tanks in position. Mentus, and Chucky spotting each other out. And now Inbil sending an IS-7 hit squad towards the hill, basically to receive. That is 5 IS-7s, so that is a lot of tanks. But Goodnight Nomi here, they did all get spotted, and now they're all turning around.
Yeah, and are they gonna swing mid? Do they have the cojones? They're gonna do it, man. This is brave. This is ballsy, but it is potentially a good move. But I don't know, man. They're not really in position to do this swing just yet.
Nah, they
were gonna go for it.
Do they actually dare to go for it?
They're going over the mid.
Okay,
but
so
back towards their own side.
Yeah, back towards their own side. That's fine. Now the question is, what are they going to do with it?
They
because they are giving up.
They have to swing to the 2-3 line, like the overrun Piotr, jump into the dip on the 2 line.
I mean, Piotr is seeing this from a mile away. He's trying to get out. Actually, never mind. He's going to just jump onto Jordan, and now the 907 start pouring into the ditch here, taking some damage, but not a lot. They have to keep going here while the IS-7s from Inbil are out of the game. The STRV and the Hori 3 are going to be able to DPM from the back. This is wild.
This is indeed wild from Goodnight Nomi, who are looking to take Inbil out of this tournament, pushing down the 2 line after they came over the E line, swinging. Marcel taking the damage, and there's no STRV at K2. There's no Hori at K2 either. There's nothing in position for Intel right now to stop the broad force of 907s. But can Goodnight Nomi pick up these double IS-7 without losing the fight? It does look like they're going to be capable of doing it. Rishek now establishing as well, and Intel will have to repush something, and it looks like they're going to go for the hole. But right now, that Hori STRV combination that they have is not contributing nearly enough. So yes, Invel up in HP, but that is neglectable because of that double TD in the back. That is not contributing. Solo is there, the STRV is there as well. They will lose the hole for Goodnight Nomi, but they will clear 1-2, and I think that's the most important part. Click and Fangs now cleaning up the remainder of these tanks, leaving Invel stuck in that hole, stuck in a crossfire with nowhere to go. And if Goodnight Nomi makes no major failures, they should be able to take this.
Well, Mentos now coming in from the sidelines with that EBR. Miku taking another one, meaning he is down towards a one-shot. Those EBRs might be crucial for the remainder of the game. Shots being traded left, right, and center. Eigang probably wishing he hadn't overexposed as he goes down towards a salvo of 4 IS-7s that now start to readjust on towards Solo. That S-Kong that needs to do the work. Baku getting picked up in his S-Kong respectively, and somehow Inbil is making this work. 3 KHP up. They get another gun as Pabu drops, and Inbil says to the god of death, not today.
Not today indeed. It was looking really good there for Goodnight Nomi, but then a few overexposing tanks like Igang, for example, and now Orchek in the middle of the map in a little bit of trouble as well. They really need Miku to cover the STRV because in about 20 seconds the double EBR of Monster and Mentos are Rishek is spotted. Rishek is spotted right now in that STRV. They're gonna try and pick him up with all the IS-7s. 1, 2, 3 shots taken already on that STRV. Orchek falling. Rishek is still alive. Click with the ignite of the Responsive Fury. Now that the repush coming into the hole, they're keeping Rishek alive in that STRV. He managed to get D-spotted. The perfect timing there from Goodnight Nomi to actually make this move, but they need to pick up this without losing a gun. Miku needs to stay alive as well. It's so important that they get these 2 IS-7s out of the fight. Click there, bounces another shot. Solo, I think, is not gonna be living. Never makes sure to clean it up. Miku's out spotted as well. He's gonna fall in that EBR to Monster, and that is really, really bad for the side of Goodnight Nomi. They really needed that EBR of Miku to stay alive in this one.
They really needed the EBR of Muko, but they're not going to get it. Monster now has to evacuate as Click still a full HP 907. He is going to be able to simply brute force face check in that 1-2 line because Mentos doesn't have a lot of HP either, down towards 27. And now Zavistar here facing off against DJ, who is keeping him contained. But as the dust settles, Inil is left with double EBR, double TD, and one-shot IS-7 against Goodnight Nomi that have Click as a playmaker. However, Goodnight Nomi are actually the ones that are defending.
Goodnight Nomi is defending. And 907 in a bush, Gihan, can be annoying. Zavistar is now getting pushed by Piotrix because Inil realize they're attacking. One shot taken already. Rishek is covering. Zavi needs to make at least one shot here to make that commitment in that 60 TP worth it. He gets spotted out by Mentos. Mentos gets spotted in return in that EBR. They are shooting back towards the tanks that got spotted on 1-2, which is that CS63 of Twist. Piotrix now peeking over. Does deliver the shot. DJ is going to be peeking as well. Zavi missing though in the 60 TP. That is not what you want to see. But the EBR, look at K-Line. Monster could be what his team needs. Sneaking back across K2. Twist though picks up Mentos. Unneeded for Mentos to fall there.
Well, the problem though is still that Inil have an EBR remaining. Monster, very, very high HP, does spot Phoenix. Does he go for the shot? No, instead he goes for the Duke. Phoenix is going to be telling his team that he is spotted. He is going to know that the EBR is somewhere around and up to no good. Trying a blind shot at somewhere, does get picked up. Monster gets spotted in return though. Does take a shot. It's going to be into the wheels here. Monster does go low. Twist cannot overexpose in that CS63. Oh, Rishek does get spotted. A Monster taking another shot of damage. No one by Inil there actually to punish properly.
If they take Monster out of the game right now, it's over. If Click pushes into the dip and kills him, because DJ is currently crossing to K2. Monster is still spotted, though Click is going for it, which I think is the move here. Click for his team, pushing that EBR. Yes, it's going to be costly. He takes one shot from the Hori. He doesn't connect on the second one. You have to take down this EBR Click on the next shot. Can you get it? He can. He does pick him up. But now DJ is the next annoying tank. A miss immediately from that STRV. So Goodnight Nomi does not know just quite yet that he is there. Now Click though getting shot by the STRV gives them that info. He's not despotted just yet in the 907. Now he is. That is very, very important. DJ carries all the HP here though. And that's really an issue. Piotrix needs to somehow get a spot on Click so DJ can farm him.
Yeah, and proxy spot him. Rishek on the other side is going to start a rotation with that STRV as well. Ketsai from the backlines for the past minutes has been forced to nothing but a silent watcher with that IS-7. Simply doesn't have the HP available to do anything right now. Starting to move is Ketsai, but Rishek against his former teammates, also with a rotation through the bushes, does not see the IS-7, however, and Rishek is a possible one-shot. That is something that we need to keep in mind. DJ starting to come closer with that STRV, and the STRV can actually be very problematic frontally to deal with. Yes, the 907 does have heat. They do spot each other out. He's starting to come close. The clock has struck 1 minute and 25. DJ starting to take damage from the back lines. Twist has an angle here as Piotrix, I think, there with a big miss on towards Click. DJ going down towards 632. Actually, in the back, Rishek is spotted here. This is very problematic for either team.
Yeah, and Ketsai knows where Twist is. He knows where Rishek is. Rishek goes despotted now. That IS-7's creeping up. If Ketsai gets the roll here, there might still be time for Inil. He's moving through the bushes. They're gonna proxy spot each other. No, Ketsai actually gets spotted by Rishek. Rishek now turning. Piotrix find Click. The roll is not there for Ketsai. He falls against the STRV of Rishek, and Rishek is now gonna be running against his old team of Inil. He's gonna be booking it away. Twist is spotted. They really need Piotrix here. He's the only one. Piotrix is the only one that can still win this game, in my opinion. He needs to kill Twist and then cut off Rishek in all that in 30 seconds. He misses. DJ misses as well. The shot on Twist, who goes despotted now. Rishek still running. 23 seconds left. The Hori is fast, but not that fast, Gihan.
I think they just need to split up, send one to A1 and send the other one to A3 maybe, and then he can't kill both. Literally 10 seconds now. The whole reload is not going to be enough. It's going to be the demise. It's going to be the undoing of Inbil as Piotrix does get picked up. And the time is going to be what throws Inbil out of the tournament. 3-0, but not the way anyone saw this going.
Unbelievable. Gnanomi securing themselves, like reforming the team, making it through qualies, making it to the finals. Yeah.
I have no words. I am speechless. I don't know what to say. There is many things that I expected coming from this tournament, and it had a very weird way with the qualifications, like which teams got knocked out there. Then the group stage didn't go as expected, but man, Inbil not making it to the finals of the Clan Showdown January is nothing short of a gigantic surprise.
Yeah, it's such a ballsy rotation though from Gnanomi across the E line in towards Piotr, and I think Piotr could have made it away from the whole key hand. But the crucial part was, I think, I don't know which one it was, the EBR from Gnanomi spotting the I7's retake in Hill.
But man,
everything came forward from that spot.
Good night, Nomi here, playing unafraid of the vast favorites and just completely doing a number of them. And here in this last game, that just shows like the individual skill of not only the Inil but also of the Goodnight Nomi players, right? Because those individual clutch situations at the end are normally where the difference is being made by Inil, and not this time.
There was also that moment where the EBRs went for Rishek in the STRV, and Rishek survived on 500 HP.
Yeah.
If they kill the STRV, but there's also like, I think Mentos misplayed. They killed the, what do you call it? They killed the 60p of Zavi, right? And they didn't have any EBRs left for the side of Goodnight Nomi, right? Like Miku died before. Mentos threw this game single-handedly at the end. As good as he normally is in EBR, if he's alive there, him and Monster can play both sides of the map. And Monster can even play towards K1, and Mentos can play the bushline, whatever. They can split up and play north and play south, and you don't win against double EBR. Against one EBR, Monster got repushed though, which was the correct move from Click. But against double, they don't come back there.
Yeah. So I don't know. A match that has left us with many questions. Hopefully some of those, though, are about to get answered, as I am all but certain that Insane and Octo will have a lot to say about Invil getting knocked out of the tournament. Guys, let us hear it.
Indeed, Kian, there is a lot to say about that match, and this is why I tend to call Goodnight Nomi the hit or miss team, because this time it was hit. They took their revenge against Invil. Yesterday they lost 4-0 against them, and today it's a 3-0 victory for them. This is impressive. They have played well, their playstyle, their rotations. They were very brave, I have to say, in their playstyle. They were not scared of Invil today. They went aggressive, they took the lead, they took the initiative, and that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, that match got me hyped, I'm not gonna lie. They really took the fight to Invil. Especially in the last game, I didn't even really want to think about what was happening. I just wanted to watch and enjoy it. Like, yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, I mean, starting with Sand River, the rotations were just on point. They took, I would say the whole approach for this match was Goodnight Nomi taking most of their tanks and trying to put them in one location and just saying, hey, Invil, we're gonna outbrawl you. And for the most part, that's what they did, and it was really fun to watch.
And on top of it, you have to say and admit that Inil also made few mistakes. We'll get to that when we'll get to see the replays out there already. And we were starting between those two teams on Sand River. And this is the first mistake from the side of Inil. They're going to lose 2 tanks of the K-line, and there's another reaction. You'll see. In return, they're going to take down Jordan, but Rexall, Monster, and the other I7, they're going to keep pushing all the way to F1. And that's actually providing the opportunity to Goodnight Nomi to go for a full rotation and replay repush their base, and starting from that moment, Goodnight Nomi had superior positions on their defense.
And Daki pointed out that he would have liked to see a few more tanks on D2 protecting Jordan. I will say though, it might have accidentally worked out in their favor just because like you're talking about the mistake where they push up into the D1. They might have gotten baited by the fact that they didn't even have anyone in D2 F1, so that they were like, okay, we're gonna be safe, we push up here, and that's just wrong. And the S-Conks in the middle were able to go back up to E4 and like push off the IS-7s a little bit while they're able to push back into the one line, and they're just able to take this battle.
Yeah, I mean, well, Goodnight Nomi is just going aggressive, making the right transitions, repushing their base, then repushing the K line, and you can see that Inil in return is very spread all over the map. So good use of the overmatch from the side of Goodnight Nomi, relocating, using more tanks to push at a specific area and taking down those ones from Inil. It was a solid and clear victory for them on that defense.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it. Pushes that are unnecessary didn't happen in this game. Goodnight Nomi, they went mostly K-line. They pushed just enough back to the one line again with E4 tanks, and then they pushed just enough with the K-line tanks so that they weren't going to throw the match.
And well, next on the attack, this is exactly what I was expecting from Goodnight Nomi. Not being scared of going aggressive at the K-line, and once again a mistake from Inil. What are all of those things out of the fight? 360 TPs in the mid, 5 tanks over the north. I mean, of course, the Mantus and the IS-7 of Piotr, they are capable of covering a bit the K-line, but not enough. And look at this push, this is just the perfect play from the side of Goodnight Nomi, once again going for the right opening against the Polish team of Inil.
And Daki talked about Inil maybe not practicing as much, and this defense kind of entails that, because you see the 360 TPs in the middle with a lot of tanks north. I mean, this seems like a theory crafting strat in my opinion, where there's just a lot of holes. Like if they could get easily overrun middle, easily overrun north, or easily overrun south, and it just didn't matter as long as Goodnight Nomi had a bulk of their force in one area. They were Invil's losing. I mean, so yeah.
Basically, it's a gamble, I would say, because those sort of defense that's been played already in the past, what you hope for is that you pressure the middle, you make the team on the attack overreact and just leave the K-line to repush into the mid because they're scared of losing their base. But what's impressive to mention is that Goodnight Nomi, they kept the perfect amount of tanks in the base, the perfect amount of tanks to push the K-line. It was all well calculated, and even though at the end the HPs were close-ish, I mean, it's still double the HP for the side of Goodnight Nomi, and 12 tanks alive. This was complete domination from the start till the end on that attack.
Yeah, and I mean, that spot where Rishek is, Invil might still be in this tournament if Mento stayed there in the previous match that they played, so unfortunate. But I mean, now we're on proc. This match was so much fun. Goodnight Nomi, they started going up to the hill. They got spotted initially, but then as soon as they got unlit, they just rushed to the E line, and they're gonna go towards the 2 line, which is a great plan. I mean, they just immediately baited the entire Invil team.
This was simply the greatest round of the tournament so far. It was so fun to watch. Goodnight Nomi going for all of those rotations, actually making once again 3 rounds in a row the right decision, not actually committing over the 0 line. Inil had most of their team there ready, relocating to push down the 1-2 lines, and it was just perfect once again. I mean, I have to say that it looked pretty close at some point, because maybe the shooting from Goodnight Nomi was not the greatest, was not on point, too many misses from them. But Inil caught off guard once again, and this is why I said it. It's a BO5, everything can happen.
And it was really good for the Invil TDs to not actually push across the K-line, because they probably would have gotten spotted in some fashion and eliminated. And yeah, you were talking about the missed shots. This is a lot of where it came in. Yeah. They brawling the Invil tanks here, and they just were missing a couple times, bouncing a few times, and the EBR is going into A2 from Invil. It's really good position for them, but if you notice, Click is going to have a lot of HP coming out of this bull, and he's going to just go push off both of them, because he's able to do that in a 907. Yeah, the one thing I would like to point out, though, is I would have liked, when Click pushes off the EBRs, to have the CS go down to like K2, because they had to protect the 60 TP. They just, in my opinion, they didn't have the right angles completely. A lot of them were sitting at like T2.
Yeah, well, it was very close even at that point. Inil still had a great rotation of the Thals, getting the kill on Savista in the 60 TP, and you'll see at the end there were only a few tanks left from both of those teams. Monster actually going close to get the spot, but Click with the right play going and pushing after him to get the kill, and from now on it was a 3v3, and you will see that Inil is just lacking time to make it work as they are on the attack.
And Daki mentioned it, the second EBR, Mentos, I believe, he was killed. Very nice shot, and they're just able to seal the game because of it. The Hori and DJ, the sort of missed twist when he was coming up the 2-line at the end here. And, I mean, I don't think they would have been able to kill the Striv either way, but missing twist, just game over at that point, and 3-0, very impressive in my opinion. Will it be able to hold up? You know, because in my opinion, you create these strats that you really like for your either Invil or I guess a team like Motivia, and you don't always expect to play them outside of the finals, I guess. So we'll see if those were their quote-unquote best strats or if they're saving more till the final, because I mean they executed very well.
They did, but I'm not even sure if those tactics were actually much prepared. They went aggressive and they actually made the perfect rotations. It's going to be very hard against Motivia, especially coming up from the winner's bracket, having the advantage of picking one map straight. They made it happen against Invil. It was still a BO5. Now the grand finals, that's BO9, so you have to win 5 rounds to take the victory and be the first champions of 2K24. That's a very hard task. I mean, we probably should apologize to not give them enough credit against Invil, because we all voted 3-0 for Invil. But I would tend to think that Motivia is still gonna take it in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about consistency here. You said it, they're up and down. I'm not going to count them out after what we just saw, but I agree Motivia probably will win, especially after seeing that. They might have been, you know, downplaying Goodnight Nomi beforehand, but they're definitely not going to, you know, potentially make the same mistake that Invil did if Invil was quote-unquote downplaying Goodnight Nomi.
Well, we also have a pretty cool announcement, Octo, because we have the first iteration of Onslaught tournaments that is gonna be happening early March. Onslaught Legends Cup, March 2nd and 3rd, and on top of that, there's an EU and NA tournaments, 2 separate tournaments. So there's definitely some challenge for both regions.
I mean, 7v7, taking a new step in Onslaught. I mean, it should be really fun. I believe the Onslaught mode is going until late February, I believe. So people should be able to get a lot of practice in that sense, I guess. But yeah, it should be really fun, and I'm really excited to see that NA is getting their shot at this. So it should be fun.
I mean, the Wood 7 format is really very popular and really good to watch. So pretty curious to see what's going to be with the Onslaught mod, because you have some pretty different things. You have like some boosts for some tanks, also some boosts to pick up on the map. So it's going to be interesting to see how the players master it and get competitive on that mode. That's happening in like, what, a month? A bit more than a month and a week. So definitely going to be soon. So make sure to prepare yourself in the Onslaught mod. And now that being said, we should probably take a look at the final match of the day, the grand finals, Motivia against Goodnight Nomi, and the community prediction only 55% for Motivia. I mean, I said in the last match that it was pretty low for Goodnight Nomi, and I was proved wrong as they won 3-0. Now it's only a 50-50-ish, maybe a slight edge for Motivia, 55%. Is that surprising?
I mean, as a community prediction, probably not. I mean, they just watched them 3-0 in Ville, so it makes sense. But I would say that, I mean, I'm not saying the community's not in the know, but I would say that if you're focusing more on these tournaments and you watch them every time, that you'd probably lean more towards Motivia.
Yeah, definitely. That's the final match of the day. Who's gonna take the victory? Who is going to take the gold fist for the first tournament in 2K24. We'll find out shortly. But just before that, for the last time of the day, we want to hear what Kihen and Daki have to say. Let's get back to the casters.
Well, hello and welcome back. Thank you very much for that one, Insane and Octo. And yeah, Ducky and I probably still trying to wrap our head around what just happened. Inil not in the finals, that is, and thank you very much to Ali for looking that one up. That hasn't happened since August 2020. So yeah, quite some moons have passed.
But that tournament didn't have a double elimination bracket. I played that tournament. I won that tournament. There was a Tech Tree only tournament. The hardest match we played that tournament was against Inil in the quarters. I can guarantee you they would have been in the finals if it wasn't for a non-double elimination bracket. I can say that very easily. So yeah, it's been 2020, but arguably it's been longer than that.
Yeah, so an era. Yeah, ending live on streaming. We'll have to see long-standing implications for this. You know, maybe Rishek wasn't the problem after all. We'll have to wait and see about that one. But obviously, it's easy to poke fun at something. But I think it's like what we should do first of all is take a look at how long Inil actually has been this consistent. And that is not an easy thing to achieve, right? The fate of most top teams is, or rather most good teams, is that they win once and then they have trouble showing up. Inil never had that. And the fate of other top teams is that they simply go inactive. Fame. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what exactly happens to Inil after this, because they are used to a lot of things. They are used to playing very well, getting very far. They're not used to not being in the finals. So that will be a topic moving forward. What does this do to the Inil team? Now, however, enough talk about Inil. Let's talk about the team, both of the teams actually, that have beaten them today. And that is Motivia on the one hand under their captain Dreiser coming in. And on the other hand, we have Goodnight Nomi under Miku. And yeah, they are in the finals, both of them deservedly so.
Deservedly so, and yeah, for Motivia, the downside is that they probably didn't expect to play Goodnight Nomi. They probably were fully prepared for Inil already. So, yeah, and Goodnight Nomi, at least in the last game, they weren't afraid to play the game, which I think is a big upgrade. They weren't doing the camps like they did on Murovanka when they played Inil the first time. They were actively playing.
Yeah, they were actively playing, and I think it's fair to say they were actively surprising Inil not once, not twice, but multiple times over. Now, map pick and ban, we are going into the largest best of the day. It's going to be best of 9, and Motivia coming through the upper bracket has the first ban advantage, simply because they don't have a second tournament live, technically, because they have made it through the upper bracket. Fisherman's Bay first pick, Karelia first ban. Then Goodnight Nomi coming in with the Himmels pick of all things against Motivia. And the Live Oaks ban. Then Cliff and Murovanka being picked up as maps number 3 and 4. Prokhorovka removed means Sand River possible tiebreaker.
Sand River possible tiebreaker, indeed, if we do end up there. Which is going to be an interesting one by itself. But first we have to get there though. And if you're wondering why Motivia gets to pick and ban first, it's because they need to get some advantage for making it through the upper bracket. That's why they get the first pick, they get the first ban. But I don't think that Goodnight Nomi minds playing Fisherman's Bay. It's not really a new map to the pool. It's not like a pocket pick like Karelia, for example. So
yeah, we'll have to wait and see. First of all, I'm going to be very interested to see Fisherman's Bay. Yeah, we're not going to see Live Oaks today. But yeah, interesting maps here. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Cliff yet either, which is one of the maps that I really do like. But moving into this one, yeah, Goodnight Nomi did look good against Inil, and there is so much to talk about there, but do we believe in them against Motivia?
I mean, we didn't believe against them. We didn't believe in them against Inil. But however, every Cinderella story usually has this wall at some point where a team, does something amazing. Like Banter's team comes to mind when they made the run to the finals, beating everybody along the way there, and then they met Invil. And that was the end of the story. That it really was the end of the story. Motivazia's playstyle that we saw against Invil will probably transfer. They are not afraid to take a fight either. For some reason, Invil was reluctant to take any fights against Goodnight Nomi. They didn't really take a straight fight in any of the 3 rounds we saw them play. The Sand Rivers, no. It was some splits twice. The Prokhorovka, again, it was a slow split twice. Then they got taken by aggression 3 times. Motivazia is not the kind of team that doesn't play straight in your face, though. And head-to-head, if both of them play aggressive in the chaos, Motivazia should be favored still.
I tend to agree with you there. We'll have to wait and see. The truth, as in the last match, is going to be in the training rooms here as well. I think Motivazia is going to be favored moving into this one. They did have a long match against Invil, where they went 4-3 in the tiebreaker. So technically, only 1 round was separating Invil at one point from, going to the grand finals immediately and not having to, take it up against this beast of a Goodnight Nomi team here. I mean, they dropped down from the upper bracket on day 1, I think against Motivazia, right? 4-0. That wasn't a pretty scoreline. But since then, man, they've looked good against Vulgus.
Goodnight Nomi lost against Invil 4-0.
Lost against Inil 4-0. Well, that makes it even spicier. I guess the difference a day can make, right? But yeah, against Motivazia, I don't see them doing it. Motivazia, they will be very well prepared. They will be relaxed going into this one. And Fisherman's Bay, I think, is a map that Motivazia really likes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have first picked it here.
Predictions though, Octo going with Goodnight Nomi 5-4, you and me 5-1, still for Motivazia and Insane 5-2. We're not really changing our opinions too much, except for Octo, he's going for the underdog.
Octo going for the underdog, Octo saying it's going to be a tiebreaker as well. The thing is, with Goodnight Nomi, I'm not sure how well the team holds together, actually, when they start losing rounds. So far, we saw them win rounds against Invil, and they sort of got a hype train going, but I think the worst thing that could happen to them now is like lose 2 rounds immediately, because that can do terrible things with the morale of a team.
But for Goodnight Nomi, it's very important to start strong on Fisherman's Bay. At least a 1-1 is in order. A 2-0 would be ideal because it's Motivazia's map pick, right? You really want to bring it to them hard, strong, quickly, because if they get the ball rolling, it's going to be scary. Invil did a really good job at that in their match, and then even then, they weren't able to bring it home fully.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. Goodnight Nomi, have we seen them on Fisherman's Bay yet? Not entirely sure. So, also, what used to be their permaban? Was it Live Oaks? Goodnight Nomi, that is. Like, do they actually like playing, or are they okay with playing Fisherman's Bay or not? Because the question doesn't need to be asked for Motivazia. I think it is fair to ask it for Goodnight Nomi.
You can check, right? Goodnight Nomi against Invil. It was Goodnight Nomi that banned Live Oaks, and then their second ban was Fisherman's Bay. That was on day 1. Then Goodnight Nomi against No Timing, they banned Live Oaks. Their second ban was Fisherman's Bay. And then today, Goodnight Nomi against Vulgus, their first ban was Live Oaks. They actually didn't ban Fisherman's Bay, they banned Muro before. Against Invil, they started though with Fisherman's Bay.
Yeah. Lineups, Motivazia, 1 EBR, 1 Hori. Then we have 4 VK72s again. Sorry, excuse me. Triple E5, 1279, double 60 TP, triple ISM.
Triple I7 to run it up against Goodnight Nomi's 460Ps and E100, double I7, a mouse, double 279, triple E5, an SRV, and an EBR.
Now, we have seen this lineup already by Motivazia, I believe, with the VK72s. Those really do counter those 279s if they go towards the middle, but the question there being which 279s? Not a lot of them to be found, as 4CB with a very aggressive 1-2 line commitment immediately to get those crucial spots. He does see CFR in the IS-7, not a whole lot else though.
No, CFR driving down towards the rock, sometimes trying to snipe him, not connecting anything, so he's going to be able to take that for free at least. And this is a more passive approach from Goodnight Nomi on their defensive side. And again, these VKs from Motivia holding the city, that's if you want to push that, it's always going to be a bit of an issue.
Indeed, as this tactic by Motivia seemed to be something that we have seen before. Beast once again does get sent into that 1-2 line here, is going to go close towards CFR. CFR taking one shot of damage there, but nothing to be too worried about. And both of those are just simply going to proxy spot each other for the time being. Interesting push by Miku, by the way. Very, very, very passive.
Very, very passive indeed. The issue is that this IS-7 or CFR always kind of dies for free when a team wants to kill him. They commit 2 guys around the corner and he dies.
Yeah. I mean, he does have some people behind him, but I think not enough to make the trade worthwhile currently, depending obviously on with how many tanks Motivia actually does commit in. Baku there with the E100. Redline E100, that's something you normally only see in randoms.
No, that's indeed sometimes you only see in randoms. But Motivia has taken their time. They are allowed to do this. They can do this. They have taken the middle.
Oh, actually, I just checked. Baku is making a shield for Phoenix in the corner.
Is he? I don't like shields that much anymore.
Yeah. But that is what he is doing.
I mean, they can trade off pretty well of it. I would like to see it the reverse, though. You put the E5 behind the shield and the 279 behind the bunker. I mean, it depends, though. You would have to see it, how it looks like, and how safe the 279 is, you know? To be able to judge it.
So the 279, as it looks like he can also only peek out sideways, so it's kind of weird up there in that corner. But they do have a nice and cozy spot. There's a lot of knock trees, I can tell you as much. So no one is going to be watching what Baku and Phoenix are going to be cooking up there in the northwest. That being said, though, Goodnight Nomi are on the defense. Motivia still have something to do on their attack, and currently, like, 3 minutes, more than 3 minutes have passed, and realistically, not a lot has yet happened.
But they can do this, though. Like, why not? They can take their time. They seem to be decently aware right now, if you're Motivia, that... okay, so what do they have? You see this 279 at E4, right? From there, he can spot the A-line crossing. So now, for them, the goal is just to kind of figure out how much tanks are in 1-2. Like, how many Goodnight Nomi tanks are there? Are they in a trap or not? If they're not in a trap, then they know that majority is in the city.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi will obviously try to withhold all the information from Motivia, so they will have to blind push somewhere, will have to blindly commit. 1 VK72, I said, currently spotted for the team of Motivia, but other than that, not really a whole lot happening. That being said, though, Motivia sending teams through the 1 and 2 line. Sending IS-7s, an E5 as well. CFR doesn't really see them, can obviously not poke out currently. But yeah, I said also starting to get a little more active here, and now in comes the push. CFR there with one shot. Is he going to do more? He's actually trying to reverse out of the 1-2 line, but he's going to get picked up by Brainbreaker. 4CB with a clearing run does find Miku as well.
Yeah, you see, that's the issue with that IS-7, right, Key? I talked about it. It always kind of just dies for free. And that's exactly what happened. And now comes the repush in the city, though, by Goodnight Nomi. Miku is actually dead as well in that EBR. That's really important for the late game right now. Not too important, but you know as well that for the late game, having that EBR alive is super important, especially because Rishak is now completely unprotected in that SCRV at A5, and you want him to farm as much as possible on this push down the 1-2. Yeah, they're going to chase down these VKs. They're probably going to pick them up as well, but it's going to take a while. Like, it's not going to be done in 1, 2, 3, and these VKs are hitting shots in the meantime as well, and 4CB is going to find Rishak, and that is a big issue, that SCRV getting spotted out, and the SCRV already starting to take shots from the middle. He's not going to live. He gets tracked. 4CB with the easy clear there on that SCRV, and that is that issue of Miku being dead in that EBR. They're going to lose Rishak for that as well, and that kind of makes the shield super useless in A1 IMO.
Yeah, the shield in A1 is still existing. The E100 has fallen as well, and you can see here Phoenix is lording over all of them. They're not really going to be able to penetrate anything but his cupola, but Motivazia, have they done enough already is the question. Only one tank down, that is Dreiser currently in the VK72. Phoenix still standing tall here, but there is nothing that can support him.
Nothing that can support him at all, and yeah, that's just the way it currently looking like. It's a good position, like I kind of like it, but without the cover from A5, A6, like the STRV that's just free farming, this becomes a null factor in my opinion. And even if Miku is alive, let's take a look at it. Would the STRV do enough? I mean, he would do decent chunk, but looking at the battle, enough to change it? No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
probably
think so.
not. I mean, Chucky does kill Guzrolan here, but the cap is already going for Motivazia. Adamek is gonna get picked up soon. Yes, Lucky does cross 3k damage, but it's not going to remedy the situation in the slightest. There is one tank close to the cap still for Goodnight Nomi, but he's gonna get picked up. And even if the IS-7 there somehow had been able to stay alive, it wouldn't have changed the game. Motivazia here coming into the upper bracket, be like, all right, you're not called Inil, you're called Goodnight Nomi, it doesn't matter, we're gonna take the first round anyways, thank you very much.
Slow but steady approach from Motivazia in this game, and they just take the middle, they take that building at E4, like I said, that spots the A-line crossing, and then they're just kind of probing on 1-2 to figure out how much is shooting us. If they saw a lot of times from Goodnight Nomi starting to peek them and they push the IS-7, they would probably not continue. But since none of that happens, they're just happily driving down, right? And Miku dying exposes the STRV, but even then they're losing the middle of the map quite heavily because they're chasing the triple VK with 6-7 tanks to kill them. So controlled approach from Motivazia, but a good one.
Yeah, indeed, a good one. And they also do exactly what they need to do, which is stop that hype train by Goodnight Nomi. They were coming from the lower bracket 3 rounds in a row against Inil. That is something that very few, if any, teams have ever managed. But now they're like, oh, all right. Guess we lose the first one. Let's go from here, guys. Yay. And yeah, damage numbers coming in. I mean, the defense really passive by Goodnight Nomi, just not flexible at all. Miku, I don't even know what he was supposed to be achieving with that EBR
It's
there.
not
He
a
just
position
got
you could
picked
really
up.
run from either. I don't think it serves too much purpose. I think the idea was there for Goodnight Nomi, but I think the idea should have been more like, was it no timing or Motivazia, that you repush the middle more towards their side when you get pushed to the 1-2 and push the city as well.
Yeah, and the damage spread obviously pretty nice on the Motivazia team. Like all of the tanks in there, yeah, getting their share of it basically. Like, yeah, Nico Heinz dying with only 2 shots, but 2 shots from a VK, that's still 1.5k damage. So hey, who are we to complain? Especially when your team just wins slow and methodically like this. So yeah, a very good round number 1 from Motivazia that demonstrates supreme knowledge of at least how the Fisherman's Bay attack works. We'll have to wait and see about the defense.
I mean, the attack is a bit of favorite side though, can't forget that.
I mean, it used to be defense on Fisher, right? And now it's the attack. It's kind of weird how things are shifting with the meta change, but yeah. 1-0, I mean, okay, no problem. 2-0, are we then starting to get worried for Goodnight Nomi? Or were we never not worried for them in this matchup?
They lose Fisher's Bay 2-0 is kind of expected, with them not really playing it. I always expected a second ban. It's not like a preferred map for them at all. So they don't mind playing it. If it gets picked, it gets picked, but it's not something that they would like to send it towards themselves, from what we've seen. But it's more like, you know, Motivazia's map pick, you want to take at least a 1-1 to not get them too happy going into this match. You're starting 2-0. You want to keep that the hype going that you just have from beating Inil, and the only way to do that is by generating rounds.
Yeah, generating rounds is what they need to do, but the team that has a say in this meta is obviously Motivia. This is their map pick they want to go to. Oh, they have done the first step. They need to do the second one. They need to be able to defend Fisherman's Bay now. Yeah, I can't wait. How many VKs this time do you think?
Not many, actually. Like 2 max, actually. Because I don't think Good Nomi is such a fan of them themselves, so... and I don't think Motivia is going to pick too many from their side. Could be wrong, though.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That E100 shield also, a very interesting gimmick, I think, but, you know, at the end of the day, nothing more. The crossfire from the STRV was gone, and at that point in time, it basically had all fallen apart already. Yeah. Let's see the lineups, though, in between Goodnight Nomi and Motivia in round number 2 here. And Motivia bringing an E3, then big old daddy Jack Panzer E100, triple VK72, 1 E5. We have 1279. We have 4 IS7s and 460 TPs.
Good night, Nomi, on the other hand. 5 is 60 TPs, triple I7, a mouse, a 279, double E5, a whole re, an EBR, and a T92.
T92 HMC, and obviously the first thing that I did was go check the ammo. He has 9 stun and 7 damage HE. No AP.
Wait, say again?
That's 9 stun and 7 damage.
Yeah, kind of normal. You do those damage HE shells.
They actually do hurt.
The only issue is there's this thing that I personally, it's impossible to reinforce, but if we could ever do it, I would do it. Is that all the accounts have this skill? Sound detection.
Sound detection, exactly. So they know El Sabe. As soon as the shell starts flying their way, they know to take evasive action. Now, opening-wise, the EBR by Goodnight Nomi, pretty defensive. 4CB felling a tree there. Phoenix, I think on the other side of the map, taking a shot. And the first shell landing, Neko Heinz and a Beast having their crews stunned. Both of them not really taking any damage whatsoever, though. How much damage do you think the T92 does need to make this round to be worth it?
3k, if not more. He has to do an entire tank and damage minimum or clear a position, and right now 2 minutes has passed and I don't think he's hit anything yet.
Yeah, no, I think he stunned 2 people once, and that was kind of it. And the thing is, they can simply let the stun run out and not give a damn, because, like, as long as you're not in the shootout, it doesn't really matter if you're stunned or not, because you're not doing anything anyway. Shot coming in here, not gonna connect either. Skittles, once again, is stunned, does the correct play of not removing said stun. And, yeah, over 2 minutes have passed and not a lot has happened yet. Yeah. And also what I'm interested in is, like, apart from obviously the T92 dealing damage, like, what does it add to a lineup? Like, what specific skill does it bring that the lineup otherwise wouldn't have? Like, yeah, because the thing is, this is not old RE where you do like 800 or 1100 a pop, or you pen someone for 2k and they're basically gone. It cannot remove simply the proxy spotter IS7 behind the stone, for example. It cannot do that. It physically can't. So what exactly does Goodnight Nomi want from this artillery that nothing else could do? And I don't have an answer to that question, which is kind of worrying for Goodnight Nomi.
It is kind of worrying. Because this idea has really not added anything so far. I mean, 3 minutes 30 down. Okay, stunned Skittle. Huge.
Yeah, and he did a bit of damage to Little.
Huge, dude.
Yeah, you could say he did a little damage. Now, though, the push starting to form up. W5 and double IS7, I believe. Triple IS7, maybe. They're going to drive over the 1-2 line. And there is a Jagdpanzer waiting there. There is a 279 and an IS7 waiting there. But the only one, realistically, that could get caught is the 279. The IS7 is not really in the ditch. The Jagdpanzer is, well, behind houses. He could be shot from the middle, possibly. But we'll have to wait and see. And Forcibi gets spotted. Oof! That was damage, HE, I believe. 618. So it does hurt. But does it really change anything here? I would argue no.
No, it doesn't. Not yet, at least. But they have found a little bit of an opening here, I would say. If they go straight around this corner and kill Dries, it is not the worst. Positive is going to clap. I mean, that's the Jagdpanzer, right? He also gets clapped a little bit in return from the middle, but they will find Dries at the very least. And then Motivia is now starting to repressure the city. Man, I don't know if this already has really done anything, though, but they will find Dries. They will find the Jagdpanzer as well, for that matter. Not before he does another big shot, though. 1,100 on towards Lucky. And now you can see, though, having that one less tank, Kihan, it's 5,000 HP difference.
5,000 HP difference as Positive starting to get swarmed, and that Jagdpanzer solo only needs one more shot. Instead, it's going to be Jordan to pick it up. Huge amounts of shells flying towards Solo, and the layered defense by Motivia starting to take its toll on the tanks of Goodnight Nomi. Yes, they have an overmatch number-wise, but they're taking so much damage in the northwest for pushing this. They're also attempting to push the middle, and the only thing that's keeping them in the game right now is the fact that Motivia is pushing City into nothing.
Yeah, pushing City into nothing, but as much as Goodnight Nomi is down in HP, if they can pick up this double IS7 without losing a tank, which is going to be a miracle by itself, because already CFR falls. Fangs needs to go in as well. He will probably fall. Big shot though from Adamek. That was a big one. That was about 600 again coming out from that T92. So he is doing damage. And you got to remember one thing here, Kihan, and that is the most important factor. Motivia doesn't have an EBR. Motivia has less guns. Miku can free cap whenever he wants to.
Miku can indeed free cap. It seems to me like the tanks by Goodnight Nomi in the middle of the map are also holding. They finally need to get rid of Beast and that IS7, but it's taking so long. Miku already long past this northwestern pocket. Now finally 3 one-shots surviving here for Goodnight Nomi. They're going to be only good for damage dealing for the rest of the game from the back lines, as they're all low HP. A lot of HP also for Goodnight Nomi on that Hori. And I think the punishment that Motivia has done on towards the push has been good enough. 2 kills in quick succession for the team in pink, but Goodnight Nomi struggling to stay in this game.
Struggling in this game indeed. Would be the correct way. I mean, they have so much extra HP for the side of Motivia, but there's not much they can do with it right now. Adamek is kind of in the wrong position as well. It would have been better still in K2, K1 area. Yigang taking 1, but they do find Skittle. And as much as they find Diafol as well. The double combination there. But the time Kihan is sticking. And the biggest issue is Miko could free cap, but they have nothing that can take A5.
We'll have to wait and see. Nico Heinz trying to take a swing here against one of the tanks in the middle. Does not succeed. However, Aka, they're trying to find a shot as well. The EBR with the lacking penetration from the northern part of the map does not connect either. And Motivia now on almost double the HP, starting to readjust with those heavy tanks here. Once more a hit into the E3, but once more the question, does it really matter? And once more the answer, well, most likely no. Now, what do you do if you're Goodnight Nomi?
You need Rishek.
Yeah, you need Rishek in the game.
But that's a Hori.
But that is indeed a Hori. Now, Aka taking one more shot, taking an Amarak as well in that 60 TP. That can be very, very annoying moving forward. We see Jordan starting to trade it out with that Hori. Now, Rishek there in the Hori with very, very ambitious, very dangerous pathing. But if he can actually make it against Aka, that can be very, very good for him. We'll have to see. He does peek, he gets the pickup. This is great for the side of Goodnight Nomi, but can they convert it into a victory is the question, as in the north the EBR has to give up ground against the heavy tanks.
Ground against the heavy tanks indeed key, but look at his HP, it's come so close. Little now getting fired from behind, that's a 1-2 combination. EBR and one more tank, and that's the power of the EBR sneaking through those bushes. Jordan actually just taking the shot. I'm not sure if I completely agree with that. That was, yeah, that's the time pressure, right? That time pressure really kicking in there. They really need, yeah, Jordan dies for that. I don't know, I think he should have chilled and waited. Adamek finds Ice though, so that already getting the kill. Now they have the issue that they can only kill. They can only kill anymore. Oof.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Miku taking a big one by the VK7201. Basically, the EBR having to take a tank for the heavy tanks. He's starting to go now. The E5 with one swing as well. So Miku is going to get behind all of them. He's going to get behind the next house. This means that the VK has to adjust forwards, has to adjust backwards. Does take one by Miku, but the DPM of that EBR is so limited. And Neko Heinz, full HP. Nothing short of a miracle, nothing short of a blow-up is what Goodnight Nomi need here at the end of the day. The Amarak. Oh, the Amarak is gonna help, but like Neko Heinz, he only needs to angle towards Kaiser. Good shot. The artillery does do some damage as well.
If Xavi makes it as well, if they both make it 4 seconds, here Xavi will need to connect the shot. Egan will need to connect it as well. Can they get it? 1 second left. Yes, they do actually. I think Rishek just barely reloaded as well. And they actually get it. And you want to know why Rishek reloaded?
Yeah, because of the skill.
Adrenaline rush.
Adrenaline rush saving the day for Rishek. 10 minutes, 10-0-0 attacking victory. And Goodnight Nomi, I mean, you can blame them for a lot of things, but man, they are delivering content today.
The funny thing is, they want. I mean, he did 3.5K though.
Yeah, 3.5K. You said 3K for it to be worth it. He did 3.5 and 1 kill as well. So good stuff by him. Goodnight Nomi, pull it back. Equalize the scoreline, and wow. I'm after going through the damage numbers here. I will pull up the battle results screen just so we have the 10-0-0 just written there. I want to see it. But yeah, 7K by little is not going to be enough. And on the other side, I think we have a team of Goodnight Nomi that are going to be having a smirk, a grin on their face right now.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy that it worked out that way. So close though. I think the VK there from the last VK from don't remember who it was from.
Yeah,
Motivia
10 minutes,
could have
0 seconds.
potentially run away earlier towards the city.
Mm-hmm.
It was Neko Heinz, right?
Yeah,
I think you could have backed off earlier. That's the only critique you can give there.
Now this means that Fisherman's Bay, the map that basically Motivia had prepared to be the big 2-0, is instead going to be split right down the middle in absolutely spectacular fashion. Goodnight Nomi here stepping up to the task of battling it out against Motivia. And yeah, that's going to be, I think, a round that we will talk about for quite some time. Now, though, enough Fisherman's Bay, we are going to Goodnight Nomi's map pick, which is Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf, yeah. Okay. That was...
Nah.
I don't know. I still don't think that the already was the difference maker. He did hit some big 700 shells, though. That's true.
Yeah. Like the damage HG shells, I think they also travel faster. So, like, the tanks don't actually have that much time to like, adjust when they see the notification that the RD shell is incoming. So that is also something good for the damage HE. Obviously, like flatter trajectory coming with this, yada, yada, yada. He did hit some good shots, but I think in the end, well, not only should Neko Heinz run sooner, I think, also if he just accepts the damage from the 60 TP on one side and doesn't peek into the Hori, maybe that would save them. I don't know. It was just, you know, such hasty decisions that needed to be made. And at the end of the day, it did favor Goodnight Nomi, who are, yeah, getting away with murder. In that round number 2, Motivazia are going to be quite stunned and not due to the artillery. Instead, it's going to be the simple gameplay of Goodnight Nomi that carry them in this round. Now, 1-1, we are into a best of 7, essentially. We are headed to Himmelsdorf. How do we think this map is going to play out?
I don't know.
At this point, right? Who knows at this point?
I don't know. I mean, the Himmels flashbacks I'm getting from Motivazia, was the one round against Inil was really good. And the other one was with the 5 or 6 50Bs, which I didn't like. But they're going back to a more classic one with the E4, the double VK, the E5, the 705A, the double I7 and the rest 60 TPs. Kind of similar to the lineup they had against Sinville, no? From the attack.
But same lineup doesn't mean same tactic. And for Goodnight Nomi, we have one CS63, double E5, double E100, triple BZ, double 50B, and 5 60 TPs. So pretty heavy on the side of Goodnight Nomi, with some DPM into the mix and some mobility as well being brought to the table by those BZ75s. Both teams starting above 40k HP. Motivazia with the slight advantage, not that it really does matter that much.
No, and again, lower side pressure almost immediately from both sides, actually. We have the BZs going down the middle for Goodnight Nomi. I don't know if I'm a fan of this, Kihan, because the BZs, yeah, they're fast, they have boosters, they got rockets, but my issue with them is their armor, their usability in a fight. They are gonna get shut down really quickly here already. Solo, Jordan, and Adamek taking damage. Adamek seems to be a little bit left behind as well, down towards 600. The RD player from last game potentially should have sticked with that as well. It's what happens when you stop clicking and gotta play the game. But the immediate repression from Goodnight Nomi is pretty good though. Little on ice, kind of caught up. They're trying to drive forward, trying to get into a little bit of a safer position. But as much as the BZs got caught, Jordan and Solo are just running and now getting chased by IS-7s on the streets of Himmelsdorf. The BZs trying to make it, and the chaos ensues everywhere as those 8-line 60Bs will fall. But those BZs are doing a good job at drawing the Motivazia tanks out.
Yeah, exactly. Chaos everywhere. Skittles gets found by Chucky and iGang, so he's going to start making his way away, as Pabu in that 60 TP is now faced with triple IS-7 that he has to start fighting against. Jordan, still running away, is going to open up the crossfire on towards his former chasers in those IS-7s as the dust settles. Goodnight Nomi currently a bit behind in the HP department, but everything is still manageable. Repush coming in at the cap of Motivazia. I don't think any team ever played a scenario like this in training.
No, probably not. Motivazia currently trailing a little bit in the terms of HP. Both teams losing 2 guns, but the crossfire there from Goodnight Nomi, sometimes on the 6-7, some on the 8, and even a CS on the 0 line. It's pretty damn good for them, I would say. The only issue they have here is that they're backing off too much from the 6-7 line, and this exposes the biggest weakness you could imagine. That's the A-line pressure, Kihan, that pincers these tanks on the 8 line. This backing off from Goodnight Nomi opens this, and again they're running, they're trying to run away again. They're gonna repressure the 3 line, you can see it on the minimap, repressuring towards Gus Roland in that VK with the triple tank. Grishek pushing across towards positive as well, so action going on every part of the map. They will find this VK. Grishek is not able to kill positive though, but the bleed on these tanks pushing across is pretty significant though, because there's still an E4 covering this, and Goodnight Nomi trying to scatter, trying to repush, but the solo push from Grishek, not the greatest either.
Yeah, Vishek is not going to find a lot of success against the full HP 705A. He just doesn't have the clip potential. Twist is going to make it up the hill, but yeah, still, I mean, the HP, they are close. There is still some high HP tanks on the Goodnight Nomi lineup, but there is also a lot of one-shots that they cannot let go of. They need that DPM in the fight, as Motivazia has a lot of tanks now driving in towards the 8 line here. Lakiner, though, very, very low HP. Can they manage to pick him up here? Jordan is not going to be the one to do it. Now, Click might be reloading here. We'll have to wait and see, but Brainbreaker actually with a good shield on towards his teammate of Lakiner, so he's going to take the shot instead. And now Click is going to get opened up. He's going to get shut down. Chucky to follow to the grave, but 2 quick kills by Goodnight Nomi coming out. This battle battle is not done.
Not done yet. Twist is going to get repressured again on the 0 line by that IS-7. And now for Goodnight Nomi, this 1-2 is the move that they need. Rishek did actually kill Positive in that 7-5A. So after all, it was a good move in that singular 50B. Baku now pushing up. Aka doesn't bounce those 4 CBs on the one-shot though. And that's the biggest problem here for Aka, is that he doesn't really have any support. A good shot there from 4CB on towards Baku makes him a one-shot, trying to use Aka as a shield, and he's actually able to do that, which means he will get another shot out. And now Aka peeking out against CFR, not connecting. 4CB will finish Baku though. Normally, no, Baku actually kills 4CB beforehand. Rishek now coming around the corner with that reloaded 50B to pick up Aka. That's 1-2 out. And as the dust settles, Motivia are left wondering, where did it all go so very, very wrong?
Well, it has gone very, very wrong the last few moments for Motivia, but they still have some tanks in the fight. The problem for them being is that the tank out of the fight is Brainbreaker, who holds the most HP here. Twist currently running away from that IS-7 on the hill, doing the correct play. Ooh, Twist actually does get found. A good shot coming in by Brainbreaker, but this means that now Goodnight Nomi knows where that HP actually is. Now they need to start coming in here. They need to start encroaching on towards those tanks in DE78. Some of them very, very low. Possible HE one-shots even, but like Goodnight Nomi, they also have a lot of very, very low HP targets, and now Brainbreaker on that hill, he's going to be able to play hold down here. That's going to be a very, very comfortable spot to play from. It's still neck and neck. Goodnight Nomi, though, have the advantage of the time ticking for them.
Time ticking for them, and the HP is so close. I mean, everybody's a one-shot outside of those 50 Bs, which arguably it's not a bad thing to have your 50 Bs not be one-shot. And Motivia here, Rambo pressuring forward, trying to find something in that 60 TP. But what can he really do from there?
Yeah, we'll see. Rambo 619. A very unlikely one-shot for the E100 of Lucky that most likely does have the small gun. However, Phoenix in that 50B is getting rotated up the hill. iGang getting shot down. Lucky not connecting his shot into Rambo. We'll have to wait and see how exactly they are going to do it here on the hill. The 50B does get spotted. Phoenix, he needs to do 4-4-4. He needs to do the perfect clip. He does have the safety option of Twist available. He missed the first, so now Twist needs to do one as well. Otherwise, the 50B does not have the clip potential. Twist does his shot. Is Brainbreaker going to be able to finish? He is, but he's going to fall in turn, leaving only 4 tanks available for Motivia.
Only 4 tanks available for Motivia, and not much left at this moment in time to play around with. Now that they've lost the hill, Lucky takes a big one though from the 60 TP there on the 5 line. I mean, Goodnight Nomi finally shut down Clownsec in that E5. CFR not connecting against Skittle. 3 tanks left standing for Motivia, but there's just too many guns for Goodnight Nomi.
Just too many guns, and if that was not enough, now Phoenix from the hill is starting to clip out. Does 1 with a kill, does 2 to reduce Skittles towards a one-shot. And yes, those auto-loading heavy tanks, those 50Bs at the end of the day, part of what wins Goodnight Nomi this round number 3. I would say a furious one, a chaotic one, but one with a winner that we didn't even see it make to the finals, but they are here and they have come to stay.
Yeah, that was something. I think the biggest mistake there from Motivia is actually chasing those BZs down the 5 line instead of making sure that they win the 1 to 3 line and then play split map in that regard, because those guys just kept running with those BZs and they chased them for so long, then lost 1-2 after, got boxed in because of it. I don't really know if chasing them was worth it. It's just 2 BZs pushing through the 5 line. I mean, they're a bit in no man's land either way.
Yeah, and what are they going to do realistically, right? They don't have DPM, they have a bit of alpha, and everything else that they have is HP and, well, rocket booster mechanic, haha, X to go fast. But they are not really a threat, and I do agree that basically this many tanks getting diverted to deal with a non-issue was a big problem. Now, damage-wise, we do see 50Bs paying off.
50B's paying off. Rishek and Phoenix, I mean, arguably Rishek was 5.3, but Phoenix is performance a lot more impactful with 7 kills.
Yeah, 7 kills, and remember, with every kill, most likely you waste a bit of the alpha damage that you have. I mean, granted, the 50B is one of those tanks in both of the teams' lineups that does have basically the lowest alpha available. Yeah, we can see here Adamek and Solo getting a lot of kilometers on the clock, not a lot of damage though, but it's not really gonna matter as a Goodnight Nomi win out a very, very chaotic round of Himmelsdorf. For the longest time, in my mind, it wasn't clear who was going to win it, but it seems today nothing can stop Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, and it's just crazy. The chaos that I talked about beforehand, where it was true, Motivia came out ahead. No such thing here. No such thing.
And I think, I don't know how Goodnight Nomi is doing it, but maybe the team captain is just, you know, in those chaotic moments, is just saying, you know, guys, you know, you're all good players, just start out trading the enemy, and it seems to be working for some reason.
That's not how those kind of things go, Kihan.
I know, but I like to believe such stuff. But yeah, good stuff coming out from Goodnight Nomi. It's absolutely incredible to see how they not only go on from, you know, sweeping 3-0 over Inil to now, I mean, yeah, they lose the first round, but then the second round, I think you cannot win in a more spectacular fashion, especially if it's 10 minutes long. And now, you know, on Himmelsdorf, they just show that they're not afraid of Motivia, the team that did make it through the upper bracket, mind you. They're just going to bring them the action. They're just going to sow chaos, and then they're going to reap the rewards.
They have to keep on this pace, though. You know, it's still 3 rounds to win out in a best of 9. If they run out of steam at any given point, Motivia will roll over them. And that's also taking into account Motivia did come back from a 3-1 deficit against Inil. So they are not a team you can count out until you've actually fully closed the match, won the last round. The admins say GG and they're all disconnecting because they're angry at each other.
Definitely not. Now, round number 4 on Himmelsdorf. Sides are going to be switched. And we will see if Motivia once again tries a 550B shenanigans that we saw earlier today from them. I think Inil did a good job of demonstrating what you need to do then, which is force the 50Bs into those tight corners where, you know, you can't really use the clip. Instead, you're going to be playing against high HP, high alpha tanks. All of this remains to be seen, but let's first of all see the lineups. And Motivia, they do actually bring the 50B again that they lost with earlier today. They also have 5 60 TPs, a singular IS-7, double VK-72, and double E4.
Yeah, against Goodnight Nomi's 4100s, triple E5 to 60 double BZ, and the rest 60 TPs. They saw how Inil completely dominated Motivia when they brought this lineup, but then again, that was probably a wake-up call for Motivia on how to adjust their strat as well, according to a lower side push.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what exactly Motivia is going to do different. 550Bs means not a lot of HP. Well, not a lot. Still 40,500 for Motivia, but that is 3,000 less than what a Goodnight Nomi is bringing. Basically, an entire tier 10 heavy tank HP boosted. That's not available to Motivia. That being said, though, if they keep trading like this, it's not going to be long. Twist and Miku both taking a shot.
Yeah, Twist and Miko both taking a shot. And Goodnight Nomi, unlike Inil, not putting that immediate pressure. And I think that is a bit of an issue here because this allows Motivia to execute, and their executors actually drive 60 TPs across the middle. Aka taking 1-2 already in that 60 TP from the crossfire from Goodnight Nomi. They might take a few more from that 6-line corner. More damage being taken. Aka down towards 900. But the hill will be overrun by Motivia. And they have established very deep positions in this courtyard, Kian. Like, sure, they're down HP, but can the bees make the difference?
Can the Bs make the difference, or will it be the BZs that make the difference? They have been drawn back from the hill for the team of Goodnight Nomi that are starting to trade against those tanks that have driven through the middle of the map. Now, the repush coming in through the 8 line. They're trying to make the 50Bs on the hill be a non-factor. The 50Bs starting to get spotted. That is a lot of information, and we see the BZs starting to boost through that 8 line on towards Brainbreaker, who takes a huge amount of punishment. Same for Solo, but this IS-7 is going to bite the dust rather soon. He's trying to block the BZs, but turns out you can't stop the rock or the rocket.
Yeah, now the 50Bs dumping their load from the hill, coming back down, and this strategy seems to not be working for Motivia. Part number 2, they're losing those single shooters, their meat again and again in these kind of engagements. However, unlike against Inil, they do still have plenty of HP to work with, but again, down 4 guns, Kihan, and they are re-pushing into a setup team on the 8 line.
They are pushing with spotted 50Bs into a setup team in the 8 line. Eigang there with another shot into Skittles. An unfortunate low roll for Adamek that's gonna have to shield Eigang probably against Skittles here, as kills are dropping left and right. There is 2 very, very low 60 TPs on the Motivia team that Goodnight Nomi would like to get rid of here. Currently, the HP are dead. Even those 50Bs, they need to come in and start doing their clips. And that is exactly what Rambo is gonna try and achieve, as he's starting to peak against Zavistar. He takes one, but Crespix coming behind him, and this is the go sign for Rishek in that 8 line, who's going to start driving on towards Little. Lucky and Chucky also driving on towards Lakina. Click coming around the corner, does get picked up immediately. Double kill for Motivia.
Double kill for Motivia, and now they're starting to do a little bit with these 50Bs, trying to generate some kills, and they are able to do that. But now you see the squishiness of these French autoloaders. Once they're out of those clips, out of those 4 shells, they just kind of explode. And yet again, just like against Inil, this 550Bs just not working for Motivia, and they're gonna be looking at 3-1 for Goodnight Nomi.
We're gonna indeed be looking at 3-1 for Goodnight Nomi. First of all, Adamek is going to be looking at the booty of that 50B, and don't mind if I do, picks it up immediately from the streets of Himmelsdorf. Now Dreiser here left in a 1v many, does get Miku, but is not going to get the round. He explodes, leaving the scoreline at a 3-1 for the underdog.
Goodnight Nomi on that train now, losing the first round, but picking up the next 3, looking ever so close to match point if they win one more round. But yeah, Himmelsdorf 2-0 for Goodnight Nomi. I really not a fan of the 550Bs.
No.
They put a lot of pressure on Goodnight Nomi, but then they get repushed, and they got repushed to the 8 line. The Bs can shoot 1-2, they can shoot D line, they can't shoot 8 line though.
Now, with the damage numbers coming in, we do see that basically once again, the issue for Motivia was that they were not getting those 50Bs into the positions that they needed to be in, aka 2 clips. I think this is like the 3rd or the 4th time I say it today, but I will refuse to stop if they don't start listening. Like, the only one with 3.2k is Crespix. And no other 50B was worth it, and that essentially renders 5 tanks on your lineup that are not pulling their weight, leaving the other 10 to do it. But if you have a team that is, and pun not intended, as motivated as Goodnight Nomi seem to be right now, having 5 people not pull their weight is not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to be enough at all. And I kind of understand what they're trying to do with putting so much pressure and then forcing a repush and the beast cover from the hill, but it's just too many tanks not contributing again. And this I7 just, in 2 times we've seen him, he just dies 2 times. First time he didn't
also
make it, the second time he just gets overrun.
Look at Adamek, CFR, Chucky, like 14, 14, 14, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, like hitting all of their shots. Not only are they playing out of their mind well right now, like they're hitting everything, they're penning everything. It's just, yeah, very nice to see Goodnight Nomi playing right now, but they still need 2 more.
They indeed still need 2 more rounds to bring it home, and that is not what they have just yet.
That is not what they have. That is what they need. That is what they want. And as Live Oaks was then taken out by Goodnight Nomi, they really don't want to play that. We now are left with Cliff being the next map. And Cliff can be an explosive one. Cliff can be a fast one. Cliff also is the map on which Motivia lost earlier today 2-0.
Sure. They also had some experimental tactics, I remember.
Yeah, I think 650Bs on Cliff at one point there. And like, And believe it or not, they also didn't do 2 clips each. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Because, like, for Motivia, they came into this final as, like, the vast champions. Yes, sure, Good Night Nomi had just beaten Inil, but that was a best of 5. That was, you know, 3-0. It was unlikely, but there was always the possibility that it could happen. But Good Night Nomi right now is proving that this was not a fluke. Like, 3 rounds in quick succession against Motivia, one of them by what seemed like the sheer force of will at the end there on Fisherman's Bay. That was definitely a sight to behold. Now, however, Cliff, it's once again a different beast if we're talking about map types. It's all about how you split, then it's about how you react, and then it's about how you focus fire.
For Motivia, they really need the next 2 rounds, though. Unbelievable. Good Night Nomi up 3-1. So close to Gold Fist seat.
Yeah, dude. Imagine, like, you know, Rishek getting another set of Gold Fists. Oh no, anyway.
Who said anything about Rishek, man? Just weasels his way into a team.
What do you mean weasels his way? He's pulling his weight today. He's been top damage multiple times. Anyway, though, Motivia coming into this round number 5, actually. And they're doing so with 4 CS63s. They have 3 E5s on Cliff, double 60 TP, and some IS7s. That is pretty slow.
Good Night Nomi, on the other hand, speed is their name. 4 BZs, 7 to 60s, double CS, and double 907. Yeah, the triple E5 and double 60p. Not the quickest lineup in the world. I mean, the E5s are not that slow, though. But the 60 TPs definitely are.
Yeah, especially when you have to go, like, uphill. We'll have to wait and see how exactly they want to do it. Everyone for Motivia is driving to the middle of the map. For Good Night Nomi, we do have a split. The CS together with the double 907 as well as the 260s are driving towards the 1 and 2 lines. This means early donut control for Good Night Nomi. However,
Rishek backed off from the hill, which I don't know if I like. There's a chance that they'll have... Oof, Roland taking a lot of damage here. There's a chance they'll have nobody on the hill. And that's really bad. Like, if they don't have hill, they don't have much.
We'll have to wait and see. The CSs do get spotted now. This means that the BZs, what are they exactly going to do? Some of them do make it past. Some of them do get blocked. Jordan now aiming his hull towards the hill, and he's going to indeed start the boosters, but he might be actually the only tank by his team that is going to make it up. Starting a second booster here. Adamek down towards 90 HP. So Jordan is going to make it up on an Amorek though. But Good Night Nomi repushing here the middle of the map with a very costly repush down 6k HP. And Baku the first one to bite the dust.
Yeah, these BZs trying to make it on the hill took so much damage as well because the flank of the CS63 around the hill, and Good Night Nomi then forced to push back into the middle. They even went to the southern corner of F2 in the beginning to shoot Gus Roland crossing. Not in time to really punish much crossing over the middle, and Motivia in a decent position now. They're still on Good Night Nomi's side of the map though. Don't forget about that. Like, this is only 3000 HP, and everybody from the C line, the A line, they're all farming these times for Motivia. They need to re-establish 1-2. They need to re-establish the hill. They need to get out of this crossfire.
They need to get out of the crossfire indeed. Gus Roland still alive and kicking. That is very good news for Motivia. However, Jordan from the hill, he could be one-shotting him at any point in time. A lot of modules now out of the picture on either side as Crespix gets set on fire as well. Which modules does he have available? Still none. Double kill once again for the side of Good Night Nomi that have managed to close the gap in HP. However, Chucky is going to high roll. Easy GG is what he's gonna say against that CS63. 4 tanks remaining for Motivia. Lots of HP still, but Good Night now Nomi have more of both.
Yeah, and Gus Roland losing 1-2 there is a disaster for Motivia, but I don't think it would matter even if it goes Chucky Twist could drop it from any point. The biggest issue there is that they're all stuck on Good Night Nomi's side of the map. They're all stuck on the ramp at E6, and it's gonna be match point for Good Night Nomi, man.
It's going to be match point for Goodnight Nomi, and Rishek, the one that weaseled his way in the team. As you put it, he probably had a field day this game, because he was in A5 with one of the highest DPM tanks at tier 10 that you can find in this match currently with that CS63. So he probably really had a good game. Now Jordan finally coming down from the hill. The only BZ that made it, the one that was alive, not anymore. Jordan has died, somehow jumped up and over positive. That probably has a pretty negative outlook on this matchup right now.
Yeah, unbelievable. 4-1 for Goodnight Nomi.
And I guess you're also speechless.
I mean, I think Motivia there was winning this game.
At least for me, you seem to be muted.
Don't worry,
right
they could still hear me. I just pressed the wrong button. Yeah, I don't know, like getting stuck on their side of the middle, not respecting the fact retaking 1-2 is for free, taking hill is for free. They just got slaughtered in a crossfire at the end.
Yeah, and like the HP advantage was there for Motivia at some point in time. But yeah, look, actually Rishek with the top damage here. He was the one farming from the sidelines. He was the one that got away. And yeah, Motivia, they had a very good opening, it felt like. But at the end of the day, those slow tanks, 60 TPs, E5s, you cannot really commit them towards the 1-2 because they'll be out of game. So you have to drive towards middle with them, but that in turn gives up a lot of the game plan here. And I mean, for Baku, not the best of rounds, but he's not going to mind, as the rest of his team really stepping up and deservedly putting themselves on match point 4 rounds in a row for a team of Goodnight Nomi that I don't know what kind of wonder juice they have been drinking today, but like they seem to be pumped.
Yeah, they're rolling up and over, and this game looks really dire for them. But then all of a sudden, all of the Motivia tanks stuck in singular positions where they're getting crossfired, they're dying, they're not able to get out of it. They didn't stop Jordan from taking the hill, but they never took it themselves either.
No, they never took it themselves either. And like Jordan, I mean, he was ammo-wrecked. He was basically a non-factor. I mean, yeah, he did do 4K, but he only did 1 kill, so he wasn't really able to have a say in like removing those one-shots from the game either. It was just the fact that you said it, Motivia got stuck out there in the open, where a lot of the guns by Goodnight Nomi that seemed to not be like really properly in the fight, all of those guns were able to have an impact regardless. They checked the first one amongst many. So yeah, Goodnight Nomi doing a good job of reacting, adjusting to what was an unusual lineup by Motivia, but it seems like those unusual lineups that they keep bringing just keep up not working and blowing up in their faces.
And now Motivia needs to win 3 straight rounds in a row to actually be able to do anything, like to even bring it to tiebreaker.
I mean, Goodnight Nomi keeps surprising in a positive kind of way. You have to say it. This final is absolutely wild, just like the lower bracket semi. I mean, that was the first cliff round. Now comes a second cliff round, and well, Goodnight Nomi, they want to close it out now, because once again, that last point, that can be the hardest one to get. So we'll have to wait and see. Motivia fighting for tournament elimination. That is a pretty easy setup to sum up. It is 15 to 60s.
Yeah, they're going back to good old 15 to 60s. They were one of the first to do it. Goodnight Nomi in return, though, double 50B, quad BZ, double CS, and the rest being to 60s. Motivia has done this before, if you remember, a long time ago.
Yeah. Back then, when they were, I think, called Aboba, they tried 15 to 60s twice, both attack and defense, and I think it worked once against Inil, and once it almost worked but fell apart. We'll have to wait and see. Split now going on by Goodnight Nomi, and Split also going by Motivia. I think they're sending 5 towards upper side and 10 towards lower.
6,
we'll have to wait. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. how exactly this is going to stack up. Twist is going to make it to the stone. He does see a lot of 260s, all of them stopping here, trying to give a good number onto iGang. Is iGang gonna get shielded by one of his buddies? No, Brainbreaker to pick it up. And now, good night, Nomi, have they bitten off more than they can chew? They're starting to drive into that one too.
I don't think this is the play for Goodnight Nomi. They thought they could make a quick overmatch here in the Mon2 line. They do have the extra HP. They're continuing to push, but the biggest issue is that their BZs and the company are still coming from behind. Motivia now coming in with everybody to clean up this pocket, but they gotta be careful. They could get again stuck in the bad positions. They're all gonna drop off from the hill. They're all gonna try and get saved. They're gonna leave 4CB behind as the singular tank that is gonna be playing from that position, and they will find a lot of these tanks from Goodnight Nomi. But again, Kihan, it's kind of the same as the last game. They're all stuck in the lower positions. They won't have a choice but to drive down 1-2 with all of these tanks and try to bully their way back up. But that is crossfire territory. The only thing they have going for them right now is that these 50Bs are reloading. But once they come off reload, it is going to be game over for Motivia.
The 50Bs, they had to draw back a bit. They had to respect the fact that they could get pushed, but Motivia now trying to fight for tournament elimination, for tournament survival, trying in this upper bracket final to stay alive. They're driving up. They're driving into inferior numbers of Goodnight Nomi that do still have more HP. And now Miku and Rishek, those 50Bs seem to be reloaded on the lower side. The presence by Motivia gets eliminated. Those 50Bs, they need to get into the fight. And the Goodnight Nomi tanks that are still left on the top, they need to sell themselves well here. Rishek, he is going to eliminate Little Good. High roll takes one by Nico. Nico with another kill. Solo as well. Goodnight Nomi, it looks like they're doing it.
It does look like they're doing it, but it's not over just yet. They still have Rishek on that 50B, which carries some HP. If they can focus on the guns here for the side of Motivia, they can win this game. They can pick Chucky up right now. They find Jordan as well. Baku and Solo have this issue that they don't have any DPM on those tanks. Right now, Beast needs to get himself out of that crossfire position that he's currently in. He needs to use that rock against the 50B. Big hit from Baku there on towards Beast. 50B coming in with a shot as well. Positive now driving around the corner. They need to find Solo though. Rishek coming back in. I don't think so, Kihan. I don't think Goodnight Nomi has done just enough to bring this home as Motivia towers above them from the upper positions. It's now starting to look a hell of a lot worse. Dries there though. Takes one immediately. Needs to retaliate.
Rishek gets spotted, takes a low roll. This means he can take one more by the 260s. Oh, he does set Dreiser on fire. This actually means another shot coming in. He takes one more low roll. Doesn't really matter. But now Solo is the playmaker. Rishek is a one shot for those 260s. Positive 420 HP. Twist still caught behind the stone. Skittles readjusting 2 versus 3. This is very, very volatile. Solo is the playmaker here. He does get spotted by Skittles. Skittles peeks, but he doesn't get the shot currently. And now Rishek on the long flank with that 50B. He is going to be very, very quietly making his way away. And Solo, as long as he can keep Skittles spotted, this means that Rishek, on the other hand, has all the information that he could need. I think Skittles, he was trying to basically eliminate the route that Rishek is trying to take right now, but Rishek, yeah, he is going to be the playmaker. Solo does get spotted here right now against Positive. He takes one by Skittles, but this in turn means that Skittles' whereabouts are known, and Rishek can freely peek because Positive is also spotted.
Yeah, Positive is getting spotted out there. Skittle needs to immediately swing his thirst with Rishek. Rishek doesn't really want to peek right now. Skittle is looking behind him. He doesn't know that the 50B could have left. Rishek is now approaching. Is going to miss on the first though. Skittle's turning the turret now. Rishek is not going to dare to repick this. Solo is now peeking up. Rishek, oh, Skittle misses actually on Solo. Rishek with the 2 more shells after the first one. He hit the second one as well. Positive picks up Solo. He's now playing versus 2 one-shots with 5 minutes left for him. It is going to be something if he wins this. Dries, they're really kind of selling his team, to be honest, Gihan, with that move that he made.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Positive there, trying to take a shot at Rishek, but Rishek gets unspotted in the nick of time, and that CS that was trying to come from the back lines, probably now regretting his decision.
Positive is going to catch him, I think.
Positive, it might be catching him here. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And the shot does not connect, means 420. Blaze it HP for Positive. That probably has a shark smile on his face right now. Now he is the hunter, and the 50B is the prey. Rishek against Positive here. Everything that separates...
Rishek might catch Positive here on the crossing.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Positive does get spotted. Rishek as well. The 260 has pretty good accuracy on the move. And Positive makes his team stay alive.
Jesus. Man, tries, bro. Tries. Why? You don't have to go down. You have... Okay. When the last positions of the enemy team were known, you have the CS stuck behind the rock. You have the BZ stuck in the bottom, and you have the 50B, which can't go anywhere. You just gotta slow down the game. Chill, let the BZ get slowly angled out by everybody, by Dries as well. Especially the fact that he has a repair kit and he doesn't repair his fuel tanks. I mean, that is mauled already. But even then, they can just slow it down and slowly get some angles on the BZ. They can even drop off with Dries and kill the 50B at some point if they want to. Like, they can just kill him. Like, the BZ cannot kill Positive and the other 260. So, Dries there almost sold it.
Dries there almost selling it, but Positive pulling it back with all the experience that he has. And Rishek there with a heartbreak at the end of the round here. 6k damage as well. Alas, it was not enough.
It was not enough indeed for Rishek. I mean, he made really good plays there, though. Gotta say that much. So it is impressive that it even went to this point in the battle. And so many weird moves being made there. Goodnight Nomi pushing down. Then the entire team dropping off. It's crazy.
Yeah, and now Motivia are able to stop the train that was really rolling and steaming forwards. That Goodnight Nomi train, at least temporarily. Festivities halted for now. The score 4-2. Motivia still need 2 more. They need to completely pick up the next map cleanly to make it to a tiebreaker, where then if Goodnight Nomi wins, I think Octo gets his prediction of a tiebreaker victory for Goodnight Nomi against Motivia correctly. I mean, okay. If at some point we just have to say okay and accept it, you know?
Yeah, if it gets that far, that is, of course, Giant. I agree with you, but this was really, really close. And as good as the 50Bs are, they were such a annoying factor for Goodnight Nomi. Their single shooters would probably have won the game.
Yeah, maybe. And also the fact that I don't know who exactly it was from the Motivia team, but like there were 2 pretty low rolls onto Rishek in the 50B, which enabled him to re-peak and essentially eliminate Dreiser. Like if that doesn't happen, then Dreiser, I mean, maybe he doesn't survive, but he takes more of a toll from the enemy team, and Rishek isn't even in the position where he can carry at the end of the day. But, you know, such is RNG. And yeah, at the end of the day, Motivia is still in it, but they are still facing match point.
Yeah, they got to go through 2 rounds of Muro, though. Goodnight Nomi's Muro was horrendous, if you remember. That's a bit overworking.
Yeah, but then again, if you have a horrendous map, then you can, you know, maybe...
It's not hard to improve on, but...
that, and also you can just maybe YOLO and hope something sticks. Then again, I mean, you're in the grand finals here of the Clan Showdown. Do you really want to leave it up to YOLOs and chances? I mean, you can, but...
What was the last round? But a YOLO and a chance from both teams.
Yeah, that is obviously true as well. I mean... I don't know who is going to start on which side, but like if I was Goodnight Nomi, then I would just play a like aggressive defense first. Like if I'm on defense, play it rather aggressively and then give up ground for time. But we'll have to wait and see if they're starting on defense or on attack. Motivia It seems like they're defending, as they are the ones bringing a Manticore, a Minotauro. They have double Badger, 6 S-Kongs, triple IS-7, and double 60 TP.
Yeah, and Goodnight Nomi in return, though, 5 60Ps, triple IS-7, a Mouse, double 907, an STRV, and double EBR.
Yeah, that is a... I would say a lineup oriented towards a stationary play that Motivia has picked here. Interestingly enough, both teams only 20 HP apart. But yeah, Minotauro coming out, double Badger. That is a lot of hold down power being picked here. But you can see Miku very, very confident now in his EBR because he sees only one passive spotter, no active one on the enemy lineup. But he doesn't really get a lot of information. He sees like one S-Kong, that's it. Now finally he finds a 60 TP as well. Ooh, makes it below the ridge line too. But that is not a whole lot of information that Goodnight Nomi have while already taking a lot of the map.
Taking a lot of the map, sure, but I mean, Motivia doesn't care how much of the map you take. With their setup, they don't care. Like they literally do not care.
Yeah, they're gonna stick their guns in the air and wave them like they just don't care. We'll see. A little nest being made by, I said, and the Badger here. He also has a 60 TP and a Mino buddy to go with him. And, yeah. The Manticore, I mean, is any bush here usual? I don't think that's an easy thing to say, but like at least he is in a rather common area for a Manticore to be in. Obviously, the EBRs from the team of Goodnight Nomi are going to be driving around. Some of them are going to get spotted at some point in time, which is going to enable them to roughly guess the locations, the whereabouts of the enemy spotter, as, you know, lights are going up here and there on the Motivia lineup. This is just Goodnight Nomi slowly but surely trying to figure out how exactly Motivia is playing this A-line camp.
Yeah, and they push Click into that position. I'm not the biggest of fan of it personally, just simply because if you don't push 1-2, he just usually gets repushed and it's -1. So you're like already down a gun. So yeah, he does spot, I mean, Diavol, but like, what does he really achieve from here?
I mean, he's close to Beast. That is what he achieves. But I do agree, not really a whole lot. Also, the double EBR by Goodnight Nomi, I mean, it is an asset, but also kind of a liability, just because, well, they're down a combat gun by picking this much spotting potential. And, like, for Motivia, they only have the Manticore that, yeah, it doesn't have DPM either, but, you know, that is just 2 spotting tanks instead of just 1. Now, Motivia, they are very, very stationary, and I think that is their problem. If Goodnight Nomi can get a good push off, I think the 1 line is the most probable target for one of those, and they only get spotted at, say, like E1 or even better D1, then the Motivia rotation would be much too late. And like, which kind of tanks would be rotating? First, the S-Kongs, they would have to cross a lot of open ground. They take a lot of fire for that. And after that come Badgers and like a Minotauro that are completely not made for rotations, period. So yeah, I think that is the weakness, is that Motivia simply straight up loses if Goodnight Nomi takes 15 tanks and pushes one side.
If we're looking at what they're currently doing, which is growing towards 1-2, they will lose. They will 100% lose. There's, what, 3 S-Kungs, 3?
Yep, and like the IS-7s of Brainbreaker and Diavol, I think they can drive back if they want to. So they're going to waste even more time.
Also, if you push with everybody 1-2, like, World Tanks is a game of information, right? If you as FC see and spot all of these tanks, and the only thing you're missing, Kihan, is double 907 and an EBR, guess what you're doing with the tanks that are at A7? you don't care about the double 907. You're reinforcing C4 because what do they have to shoot you? Double 907. What are they gonna do? 1.5k damage each. That's it.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. The mouse now getting sent in, and I think Goodnight Nomi are putting all their eggs in this round into one basket. The 60 TP of Pabu taking a lot of damage as well. So the shots are starting to fly by Motivazia, and they now need to make it count. Still with their backs against the wall, the team in pink here starting to receive the push by Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi now making their way down 1-2 with these 60 TPs. CFR as well, but there's triple I7 waiting there already. The Eskongs at A6. They're still stationary right now, not moving. They could reinforce C3, C4 if they wanted to, which would be the 100% correct move. Nico Heinz getting basically deleted here, but not much better for Solo whatsoever. And these Eskongs from A3, they are putting in some serious work right now on these tanks from Goodnight Nomi. And it's interesting that Motivazia has chosen to just sit, not cross back towards C3 like we would see a lot of teams do, but maybe they don't need to, Kian. Maybe they have enough with this triple Eskong of clans like Gusholen and Aka just pinning down the entirety of Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, the entirety of Goodnight Nomi being pinned down, but the entirety of Goodnight Nomi also still alive. 3 tanks right now removed from the roster of Motivazia. Those are the 3 IS-7s that were at the top left of the map. And now the repush by Motivazia through the forest starting to find effect. 3,000 plus damage for Clowns here. Those IS-7s, those 60 TPs kind of stuck, and this is the problem here. Now Goodnight Nomi, they need to get out of that 3 line with the 60 TPs, with the mouse, but what are they driving across to? It is Badgers, it is Super Kongs. They are just losing so much HP. Double kill here. Solo and Phoenix taken out of the game. This stronghold of A3, it's gonna do just that. It's gonna hold strong, and Motivazia is gonna hold on to this round here on their Moro defense. Yeah, you were kind of right. Goodnight Nomi on Moro, not really looking the greatest.
Yeah, this round was not pretty for them. They tried the 1-2 push, but it was arguably one of the better defended areas of the map for Motivazia. They didn't have that much 9-0 line can, but they had the double Badger, which they were counting on to do enough work. And they stayed at A6. They could have even retaken C3 if they wanted to. They didn't have to, apparently, because they did so much damage, and forcing Goodnight Nomi to drive across the open into an absolute crossfire. I mean, they killed the 3 I7s, but they lost 10,000 HP plus for even attempting that, and they were down 10k as well. I mean, it was never gonna really work after that.
Yeah, and Motivazia, after being down 1-4 against Goodnight Nomi, now the second match point in a row that they are able to fend off. And you know, Goodnight Nomi is still on a match point. They still have their Murovanka defense upcoming, but there is this thing that they are probably going to curse if I say it now, but momentum starting to mount in towards the direction of Motivazia.
Yeah, and they're only 1 round away now from actually just bringing it home and getting to tiebreaker at least. And if it does come to tiebreaker, I think I'm going to go back with Motivazia. Even though they haven't looked all damn great right now, it's still, you know, it's starting to add up. Yeah, it's starting to add up.
It's indeed starting to add up, and Goodnight Nomi here in this Murovanka attack. I mean, is Murovanka really still death focused? I mean, at least this round suggests it, but we'll have to wait and see. If it is, then next round, more than ever, is when Goodnight Nomi need to bring it all over the finish line, because facing off against a team that just won like 3-4 rounds against you in a row is never something you want to do here. A little reversing into the water, trying to get a shot on towards that pesky LT. Chucky there in the EBR, really being a nuisance. 4CB with a good HE connection into the EBR, but yeah.
I mean, that was just the end, and now 4-3, the nerves are really there for Goodnight Nomi. I think more so than Motivazia at this point. Because they had that 4-1 and that cliff twist coming up in 1-2 when you're defending is... If they lose it, they're going to be very unhappy with the fact that their CS player went up 1-2 instead of just... It's 5 minutes again, you know. One goes to one side of the map, the other goes to the other, and have fun chasing.
Yeah, and now we see the damage numbers here. I mean... I think it's kind of unsurprising that the tanks that were in the push don't really have a lot of damage. I mean, they just got completely peppered, bruised, beaten in that 1-2 line. Just too much HP invested. Goodnight Nomi were doing a really, really good job, actually, of keeping their guns alive at first, but there is only so much HP disadvantage you can endure until you start having to give up guns. And Clowns there, 19, 18, 17 with that S-Kong. Same for Aka. Those S-Kongs, those Badgers as well, they were just putting in the work. And the 60 TPs by Goodnight Nomi that was supposed or basically forced to cross in the open. Just perfect game by Motivia. They do park the bus. They're successful with it. And now it's up to Goodnight Nomi with their last attempt at finishing it off in regular time, with their last attempt at putting the crown on top of their head before they have to go to possibly tiebreaker.
But they still have the moral defense, though. I just hope they don't play the same A-line camp that they did against Inil, because then we're definitely going to tiebreaker, and that would not be too pretty for them. What a game, what a match. It would be such a heartbreak if Goodnight Nomi loses this way, though.
It would indeed be a very, very big heartbreak. But, on the other side, you have a team of, Motivia that has been up against how many match points today now? They were down 3-1, I think, against Inil?
4 match points so far.
Four match points so far,
match points. This would be the 5th if they win this round.
And weren't they, I think, last time the team that won like 3 tiebreakers?
Yes.
On Fish Bay in a row from the same side to win it?
I don't remember they were winning tiebreakers left, right, and center, yes.
Yeah. They had 3 tiebreakers on Fish Bay. I can't remember if it was attack or defense, but it was 3 times Fish Bay from the same side, and they won it 3 times to win the tournament. So they do seem kind of to be experts of, not losing when it matters.
Seem to be experts on making it way too close for that matter then as well. But yeah, in the group stage, these two went the tiebreaker as well. 4-3 for Motivia. It was the 3rd round of the group, though, if I remember correctly. That is, if my memory serves me well, which I think it does, usually. So, I don't know. My gut still tells me that Motivia has this, and I don't know why, but it just feels that way.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. One round is still everything, is still all that separates Goodnight Nomi from something that I think a lot of people would not have deemed possible, and that is their first tournament victory. Not the first for some of their players, but definitely for the roster, the majority of the roster, and also for the team name as a whole. Meanwhile, Motivia, yes, that the team has not won under that name yet, but they have, I think, a couple tournament victories under their belt themselves. So we'll have to wait and see there. But right now, the ball kind of in Goodnight Nomi's ballpark. They are going to be the ones defending on Murovanka. That means they are going to be the ones sort of also deciding the pace of how it's going to go. But you did already touch on the fact that their past Murovanka stuff hasn't really looked all that enticing.
No, it hasn't. And the first round kind of showed that as well. And we were talking about, I was talking about it earlier. If a team starts running out of steam, it can be really bad. And, losing the cliff, okay, they're still pumped, but they're already a bit like, man, we shouldn't have lost that. We shouldn't have lost that. With the way Dries played, we shouldn't have lost that. And then you lose this Muro attack. You're like, okay, it was Muro attack. They did a good defense. Now you got to defend yourself, though. What kind of style do you go for? Do you go for the passive style? Or do you go for something aggressive and risk tiebreaker?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think if Goodnight Nomi loses this round, Motivia wins the tiebreaker. Motivia bringing double EBR, 1 STRV, triple S-Conk, double IS7, and the rest is 760 TPs.
Against Goodnight Nomi's Mino EBR double 907, what seems to be 7 S-Conks and 4 60Ps. That doesn't really look too aggressive, Kian.
Doesn't really look too aggressive. No, the Minotauro, normally one of those tanks that when you see it get picked, this means that, yeah, the team picking it is not going to be playing too much of an aggressive game of World of Tanks. And even Miko in that EBR is just going to drive in towards a bush and sit there probably happily ever after. 4CB trying to get some information in his EBR as well. Once again, though, double EBR for the attacking team means that some amount of firepower in favor of the defenders of Goodnight Nomi, who are, well, 500 HP, so I think one shot ahead of Motivia.
I remember Motivia was pretty good at breaking camps, though, on this map. Like, in general. They seem to be doing quite a lot of breaking on it. And if let's dissect the defense from Goodnight Nomi, right? So they also have the triple S-Hunk at A3, kind of like Motivia has. They have the S-Hunk at C3, which is where they have the 60p from Motivia, and only one tank at C1. 1-2 is kind of weak again.
Yeah, 1-2 kind of weak again, and I think a big part of what made Goodnight Nomi bleed so much on that 1-2 line approach was also that the IS-7s, like, they did die, yes, for Motivia, but they took some time to kill. And at all this time, those S-Kongs from A3, those S-Kongs and Badgers from A6, they were having a field day. They were just taking a toll, doing a number on those tanks by Goodnight Nomi. They don't really, like, there's one 60 TP, like, sure, it's a 60 TP, but it'll die, and then the other tanks can simply go safe. However, this is not what Motivia seems to currently be doing. They are eyeing themselves more of like, a 9-0 line approach. There is some tanks bunched up for the side of Goodnight Nomi there as well, and them not having that many tanks on 1-2 means that, you know, the other side of the map is pretty well defended. I wonder what the double 907 is for, because like, if you're gonna camp a line and you don't need the mobility, why would you pick the double 90?
TPM, mobility back across source 1-2. I just don't really think that they're two great tanks in this, personally, just because of the nature of the tank itself, right? Low alpha, high DPM, but making those shots really work is not going to be easy at all for those 907s, especially because the heat on it is not that great, shooting-wise.
Yeah, now we do see the tanks coming in towards the 1-2 line here. The Mino with a swing and a miss, and the march of the elephants towards the Minotauro currently is not met with a lot of counterfire or damage being taken by Motivia. All of them full HP, all of them alive, and Twist in that Minotauro has to respect the fact that they could simply overpeak him. That's why he's driving back.
Does Motivia commit on this? It looks like they will. It's just going to be an all-in over that side.
So far, not a lot of reactions coming out from Goodnight Nomi. They seem to be fairly confident to be able to hold on and hold strong. I think Motivia is bringing or putting the last tanks sort of in place for being able to, you know, properly crossfire. And now the go gets given. Twist with another swing and another miss into the ground. The 60 TP start revealing their positions here. Twist taking one, taking two, taking his life as a price. And the 60 TPs, after a first volley, are gonna drive back.
Yeah, they really just wanted to kill Twist, though, by the looks of things. Which they bleed some HP for, but they do push back that singular Mino. But those guys at A0, man, in that camo spot farming, can the EBR actually make a difference and spot them? That is my question. Can they use the EBR to get the info?
Currently, it doesn't seem to be the case. Like, if the EBR outspots them, then they just have free shots on them for a long time, but they're just all sitting there tightly tucked in, nicely, not doing anything currently. And the thing is, yes, the Mino did die, and I think it didn't even do any damage whatsoever, but the 60 TP of Zavistar is still there to be essentially be able to face check, to just hold his ground there, and to just give the info and, more importantly, give the spots towards I and his gang of Adamek and Solo that are sitting there in the back. That double S-Kong is going to be brutal with their DPM, and they're going to be hull down as well. Yeah, Motivia currently waiting for something.
Kind of want to spot this group of tanks one way or another. They do have time to bring in the last, or like more tanks from 1-2 if they want to, and play it off of that way. They are doing that now. They're sending even more tanks towards 3-4 line, another IS-7, another Eskong. Not sure exactly what it is supposed to achieve.
We'll wait and see. Zavistar takes one shot of damage, and it seems to me like the 60Ps are actually starting to overpeak. That is what they do. They take the second life in return, and now they're gonna start driving back again, it seems, having achieved what they wanted. Eigang there. Yeah, Eigang taking a lot of damage, actually getting killed in return. A quick triple kill coming now out from Motivia. Yeah, the EBR is in the water, and now finally Adamek does get spotted, and those Eskongs, yeah, great hull down, but when the heat from those 60 TPs starts hitting the cupola, that is when they die, and you know, HP is still kind of even, but honestly, Goodnight Nomi not looking too good in that northeastern corner. That's why they're trying to take the other part of the map.
Yeah, and now they realize though that Motivia, they wanted to do it slow, they wanted to do it steady, but now they realize that they just have to do it one way or another. They just have to drive towards the A line, and Goodnight Nomi is able to do the damage because of that. This 1-3 line rotation, Kian, forces the push from those 60 TPs, which didn't want to push yet. They wanted to pick up that last Eskong for free, then go out of Fate and get it that way. They are going to be picking up 1-2 line though for Goodnight Nomi, and it's going to cost Motivia the HP lead as well. Beast is going to fall now. They have one Eskong left. They need to overrun the A line, but you know, they're going to lose this Eskong in the south as well. Clownsick, I mean, there's no chance that he's going to live here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Now Motivia continuing with those 60 TPs, marching on, marching strong. Those Skittles taking one, but Pabu in turn in that Eskong just taking 1-2 taps to the face by those 60 TPs. Another one leaving him on 30 HP. The last shot probably that he's gonna do, not gonna connect here. They seem to have some sort of cooldown established though. That is why CFR in that 60 TP is still full HP, but Motivia once again with 4k HP advantage. Can they actually push out Clownsick that does have double EBR support is the question.
The double EBR is going to pressure Miku. They're a bit too slow on this one too. And the shield there, Kian, on the A-line, you think it's like, oh cool man, we have a shield. You know what it does as well? It gives the enemy something to push up to for free. So you can see CFR just gets deleted because they can just push it for free. That's why shields are not always like, it looks cool but it doesn't do much. And now the rotation across the K-line with the EBRs, the chokehold on Goodnight Nomi, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Kian, if we look at the current positions, tanks wrapping on the 3-4 line as well, coming back from the forest now, tanks on the A line, Chucky getting pushed back, he doesn't even make it, he dies. This choke is not one you can survive for 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, so even more time remaining. Aka is going to get the spots onto Baku and the Eskong. Phoenix behind him even does a cheeky shot of damage here. Doesn't get spotted for this, weirdly enough. And now Motivia with 6,000 HP more than their counterparts of Goodnight Nomi. It looks like they're going to get a 4th round on the board. It looks like they're going to make the scoreline 4-4. It looks like we are going to a tiebreaker. Goodnight Nomi still not beaten, but very close to it in this round number 8 of the best of 9 of the grand finals.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a tiebreaker. We can start thinking actually who's gonna be picking the side, and the way I'm looking at it now, it seems to be Goodnight Nomi. Unless I'm... No, actually it's no, it's Motivia. Cliff attack, 5 minutes and 39.
Okay, well, I was gonna say it's not gonna be the Fisherman's Bay attack
it's
by
actually
Goodnight Nomi.
it's Goodnight Nomi with 341 on Himmels. Never mind.
Oof. So Goodnight Nomi with the tiebreaker pick, but like
It's the poisoned choice on Sand River.
yeah,
It's literally the poisoned choice.
we'll have to wait and see. First of all, good stuff by Motivia here, right? Going down 4-1, now bringing it back all the way to tiebreaker. They have the momentum going for themselves. 3 rounds, 3 consecutive ones in a row, and Goodnight Nomi, it all looked so good for them in this match until, well, it started looking not so good.
I think the break was really good here from Motivia. They knew exactly what they wanted. First of all, Twist misplayed and drove back forward, and he died for it. But second of all, what they wanted is to clear the close part, because what happens when you clear close is when you see the EBR sneak up of Aka, and he will keep those guys perma spotted because he can move through the river, and they will find angles on those Eskongs and they will kill them over time. There's no way to be fully safe there. I think you and me both know that it's impossible to be fully safe
Yeah.
in the water. Minus 60p. They were forced to push.
Yeah, 6k spotting by the EBR.
They were forced to push after all because the 1-2 came back in for Goodnight Nomi, but they were never able to push it down fully, which is the biggest issue.
Yeah, they weren't able to push it out. They weren't able to, like, I think it was even Clowns in that S-Conk that has drop damage here at the end of the day. They weren't able to eliminate that last S-Conk to break out of that contain. And as soon as basically Motivazia is able to keep up the cordon, to keep all of those Goodnight Nomi tanks in that corner of the map where then they get spotted, they get shot, they get killed. That is where there is no way out of disaster anymore for Goodnight Nomi. Now, we have started our journey some time ago on Fisherman's Bay. We have ventured through Himmelsdorf, been on a cliff, and now seen the lush forests of Murovanka. But once again, it comes down to the sunny dunes of Sand River to tell us who is going to be the Clan Showdown January 2024 champion. Which of those two teams is going to take it in tiebreaker? Is it going to be the, I guess, the favorite still of Motivazia, or is it going to be the underdog? Is it going to be Goodnight Nomi that have thrown out Inil, that have brought Motivazia to, almost to the edge of defeat already? But it feels like that was an eternity ago. Now we're in the tiebreaker. Well, so the team captain of Goodnight Nomi has announced the decision for his team. They are going to go with the same choice that Inil did. They are going with defense.
Okay, brave. Very, very, very brave. I like it, but it's a poison choice, though. I kind of like Sand River being the tiebreaker choice there at the end of the day.
And once again, by the way, we are in an event, in a tournament where, back to back, Motivazia goes to tiebreakers on the same map from the same side. Now, do they back to back also win the tournament? Is the question. I think so too.
You know what's the sad part for Goodnight Nomi? You can play the best World of Tanks of your life. You can bring it to tiebreaker. In 3 weeks from now, nobody will care that you lost in tiebreaker. Absolutely nobody. 3 months from now, most of the people won't even remember that you lost in tiebreaker. They'll just remember that you lost.
Yeah, or they won't even remember you at all. They will just remember that someone else won. Like, no one remembers the second place. It's the first one that counts. And I think Motivazia have got that one firmly in their sight. Goodnight Nomi, they put themselves into the position to take home the crown, to take it all, but they need to push it over that finish line. And so far, they've been unable to do so. The block that they're trying to move, the team of Motivazia, it seems to be too heavy.
Running out of steam, man. They needed a best of 7, bro. We gotta change it. If it was the best of 7, they would have been fine.
Yeah, definitely the fault of the best of 9. All right. Obviously, the players do get a little bit more time than usual between rounds, just to prepare, because obviously they didn't know if they were going to playing this map. They didn't know that they were going to play from, attack or defense side. But once again, the predictions, I mean, 3 of them down the drain. 1 of them could still come true. But the funny thing is, that if Motivazia wins now, then Octo gets it wrong. Had the chance for the longest time, but instead the 3 of us, Insane, you and me, we can say, we knew all along, Motivazia, better team, yada, yada, yada. Which is being unfair towards Goodnight Nomi, because we have seen awesome gameplay from them today. If they lose this Sand River, they're going to be biting themselves about cliff.
Oh, yes. Very yes. Final predictions, you sticking with Motivazia?
Yeah. I mean, I said it before the second Mura round even. If If Motivazia wins the second Muro, then I think they go on to win the tournament, just also because of momentum being on their side. They've broken one Sand River defense tiebreaker already against no lesser team than Inil, so I believe that they also have demonstrated on Murovanka that they're able to break any kind of defense that they encounter on open maps. I think it's going to be them. What about you?
I'm sticking with Motivazia. And Motivazia coming in to Sand River with double mouse, triple conk, and E5, and STRV, triple I7, and the rest 60 TPs.
And for good night, Nomi, we have a singular EBR that's going to have a lot of spotting advantage this game. An E3, we have 5 907s, an E5, double S-Conk, triple IS7, and double 60 TP. So yeah, Miku in that EBR is going to be roaming the map like a Formula 1 car.
Yeah, we saw already Motivazia play Sand River in the tiebreaker. We saw how they approached it in a tiebreaker, and they're not really changing much this time around, although this time, last time there was double mouse in the middle. This time there's double mouse going K-line.
So yeah, switching it up, our Motivazia here with that lineup that we've seen already before, and now Beast getting spotted in the south in that IS-7, already taking one shot of damage. I believe that was from the 907s. He's going to essentially be the spotting screen. He's going to be the smoke and mirrors both for those 60 TPs and IS-7 that are coming up, that are rolling up in this K-line here. And at the end of the day, Sand River K-line, it favors the Eastern team.
Yeah, it's the mind games here, right? For the side of Motivazia. They'll probably bring the double mouse close as well without being spotted, push into the dip, and then hope that Good Night Nomi does exactly what they did, which is repush. And if the repush happens, all of a sudden, there's 2 times 3,550 HP there.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Beast now, once again, the I7 providing the information, providing the spotting screen. Those HP that he gave up on the cross, I would say, well worth it. Adamek now one of the very few tanks in the game in the E3. Taking a look at that IS-7 frontal turret armor and deciding to take a swing. It's not going to connect, but he could go through it. And I think he just did. Did I just curse Beast here?
Probably. You probably did.
Miku now is going to take a lot of real estate in the north part of Sand River here with that EBR. Needs to obviously be careful because, like, he doesn't know what he's driving into. Some tanks haven't been spotted yet. If he just drives in and all of a sudden he's, like, in front of 10 enemy tanks, then he just, you know, vanishes. Never to appear again, never to be seen until possibly next tournament, because this is the last round, but we'll have to wait and see. He does see Brainbreaker in that IS-7 doing a slow, doing a very lonely north rotation, actually. He's completely singled out.
He's trying to sell a fake here. I kind of like it. We talked about it, who was it? When Motivazia was defending like this, I think it was against Vulgus or somebody, that you don't really need to care about your base too much. You're not really at risk of losing your base too much. And the reason for this is pretty simple. It's really hard to cap that base. You've seen it as well. Brainbreaker now going over the rock, just getting some positional, and they're gonna be, Jesus Christ, man, they're gonna be, how many tanks there? 12. They're actually gonna have 12 tanks there. Good Night Nomi is gonna have 14, but there's a big but.
The most important thing, once again, positive in that E5 in the middle of the map. And he is going to have an SGRV with him. The IS-7 in the northern part, still pushing. He did spot out Miku in that EBR that gets unspotted as we speak. But yeah, double mouse is going to be in the southeast. And now I think Goodnight Nomi realize what is about to go down. Final push of the tournament. Motivazia rolling, waltzing in.
Waltzing in with the entirety of their team. The 907s are starting to approach from Goodnight Nomi. And arguably they have to. They don't really have a choice because they were already in F1. But at the same time, Kihan, those 907s, they're so squishy. And there is so many things here for Motivia. I mean, yeah, the entire Goodnight Nomi team is there, but the SCRV and the E5, they're not too far away from this whatsoever. The only issue could be here that Rambo could get spotted by the EBR if he's not careful, because Miku is making some rounds in the middle of the map. Positive now getting spotted out as well in the E5, and the 907s are now coming, and this is going to be do or die for Goodnight Nomi. Tiebreaker, they're coming for the push, they're coming from all sides, they're all involved, they're all there. Motivia starting to pull back, going back towards the hole. Here comes the 907s, or Jordan's actually going to be the battering ram in his IS-7, immediately blown up by Diavol. Now comes the rest, the 907s from behind, but already so much damage taken by the side of Goodnight Nomi. Phoenix in the 907 trying to continue, trying to get towards the S-Kongs, but they're just dying on the way there, and they still have to push in to those tanks. CFR trying to help as well, but Motivia so far up in HP, up in guns as well, are making this work because just the entirety of their team is there. The K-line might be won by Goodnight Nomi, but they're gonna lose everything else for this. They're gonna lose their heavies, they're gonna lose the S-Konk of Baku Babu, and they're just gonna have those 907s for left behind. And all this time, Rishek, the new addition to the team, just watching from F1.
Yeah, exactly. The K-line might get won by Goodnight Nomi, but I don't think even that is going to happen as Motivia's Mousers stand rock solid like a stone in a stream of coming tanks, of an onslaught of Goodnight Nomi tanks that just flow around but never kill the Motivia stronghold on that K-line here. The team, the surprise of Goodnight Nomi that have brought Inil to basically the brink of destruction, that have almost made it against Motivia, falter against a very experienced team that with a gimmick strat of Mouses on Sand River do manage to do almost a full-on remontada here. 4-1 into 4-5. Motivia going to be taking it home, deservedly so, but man, what a heartbreak for Goodnight Nomi.
What a heartbreak indeed for Goodnight Nomi, that Cliffman. But the issue here, Kian, is when you play a strategy that is awfully close to what Motivia was playing, if you remember, this repush with 907s, usually that team also kind of knows the weakness to the strategy, which is really just having so many tanks close to each other, which is also why they were using the IS-7 in the north, right? They're trying to see, are those 907s in the north, but how many tanks do they have in the north? Because one of the ways you can play it is you just overpush the base, right? Or either through middle or through the north when they're pushing the K-line and they take too long to get back. But in this case, in a full fight, the lineup from Goodnight Nomi just doesn't win against Motivia. Never.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. The 907s are too squishy, they don't have enough HP, and now Motivia do send tanks to the cap. Positive taking a lot of damage, I think possibly even friendly fire, so not gonna be resets here. As Reshek still alive, still kicking, still farming damage as he has done throughout a lot of the tournament. And now the EBR, Miku, the team captain, still alive, so he is going to be the only remaining witness for his team to notice that the base does get captured, and it's going to be Motivia in the tiebreaker. Congratulations for winning the Clan Showdown January 2024.
Heartbreak for Goodnight Nomi, heartbreak. Such a run coming into qualifications, rebuilding the team, making it through groups, making it through the lower bracket, all the way to then fall at the very, very end. I think they can be only proud of what they have achieved, but I don't think that they're just going to be very happy with the fact that they got silver fists, where they really, really had a really large opportunity for gold.
Yeah, greatness was possible here for a team of Goodnight Nomi that has impressed, and at least for myself, I have to say they have, for this tournament, won my heart. I was actually cheering for them, but pun not intended. I'm not mad that Motivia won. At the end of the day, they did prove to be the more experienced team. They did prove to be there when it matters, aka not lose those last rounds that would cost you the match. Instead, they did that against Inil. They did that against Goodnight Nomi. Proper and well-deserved content extension here. They are the masters of doing that. And yeah, well played. Once again, congratulations. All of that being said, though, it is once again time for me to thank everyone involved in the production of this, not only in front, but also behind the camera, because for us, it's easy to sit here and smile and talk about what we see. But, you know, there's actually a lot more people, believe it or not, behind the scene making all of this possible. And with all of that, I'm going to throw to the most awesome co-caster that I could ever wish for, someone that we're also going to raid later if you want to continue your drops. Thank you very much, Darky. The last words belong to you.
Yeah, I'm not saying thanks to the production as long as Han plays for Spion Onslaught again. That's the way it goes, dude. That's the way it goes. No, what an incredible run actually from Goodnight Nomi. Crazy. And it kind of shows, especially to the teams that are still trying, that if you want it enough, there is possibilities, especially with the old guard kind of slacking and not taking it as serious as they used to do in the past days. But incredible run from Goodnight Nomi, but Motivia showing us that, you know, they are one hell of a team and never count them out. Coming back, crazy clutches, beautiful stuff all around. I hope everybody enjoyed. It was a pleasure. But luckily enough, there's two people that like talking even more than Kihan does, which I know it's crazy, and that is the analyst. So for me and Kihan, good night. But Insane and Octo, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Octo, it has been a crazy finals we had between these two teams. Well, it's going to be a victory for Motivia, but we have to say that Goodnight Nomi, they performed so great. We didn't expect them. They were so close to take the victory with the 5-1 scoreline, and it's probably the best tournament they had so far in the Clan Showdown.
Yeah, I mean, heartbreaker, right? They, I mean, it's worth noting they got 4-0'd in the beginning of this tournament by Inil. They come back 3-0 them with the classic game on proc, and then they move on and go to OT against Motivia, which is another team which nobody thought they could beat. But yeah, it was just unfortunate, but really congrats to Motivia. They definitely deserved it.
We should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between these two teams. As we were starting on Fish Bay, the map that Motivia like to play, and we felt like with this start, it was really not looking good for Goodnight Nomi, because it was a perfect attack from the side of Motivia, the mid control, the 1-2 line push, and you will see it. There's a shield at A1, there's the 7-9 behind the 800 carcass, but this STF he cannot help from A5 because Mihu died around C3 with his EBR, so it was just good execution on that attack from Motivia.
Yeah, I mean, they control the E line, the A line, they're just able to control the cap at that point. You can always reset their own cap circle. So, yeah, I mean, Goodnight Nomi was probably just a little too slow on the A line, and like you mentioned, with the A1 blockage, nobody was able to really help that 279E, so it was kind of useless at the end of the day.
So well, 1-0 up, perfect start for Motivia, the team coming from the winner's bracket. Goodnight Nomi, I mean, we expect them to not have many resources going into that grand finals, but they proved us wrong, because next after that, on their attack on Fish Bay, they went with the right and the correct play, pushing the one line. This is mostly the weakness every time you play against Motivia on this map. They are getting most of their tanks in the mid and in the city side, and well, it was a bit better than the last time they played, but you will see that Goodnight Nomi, they managed to make it work with only like, what, a second left at the end?
Yeah, I mean, if you look, it's 0 and they kill the last person, but it came down to the wire. I mean, they have an artillery, so that was interesting to note. I think that was the first artillery we saw the whole playoffs. But they basically did the same attack as Motivia, but I think they just, or Motivia was able to hold a little bit better on the 1-2 line, and they have less tanks on the A line in the middle, which is why it was kind of close.
I think Nico Eyes misplayed a bit though at the end, because if you went around the house, the Hati wouldn't be able to hit him. Also, the Ori at the end was the one that got the final fry on him, so maybe it could have been 2-0 for Motivazia. It was very close, and those are probably the best rounds we had between those two teams, if we're not counting Cliff. Himmelsdorf, it was very interesting. Both of those teams were very aggressive, and it was very fun to watch because you could see that Goodnight Nomi was constantly forcing Motivazia into some rotations, and they were actually having the initiative, having the lead in those rounds, and it definitely paid off for them.
Yeah, I mean, they, like you mentioned it, they had the BZs go up the 5 line, just boost away as they kited, and then these E100s went around in G2, that area, and just kept pushing the tempo. And it was just constant little fights like you see here, just going around the map. But I think I think the overall position from this point is just better for Goodnight Nomi, and they're able to come out on top from that. But I mean, I think that's what you just have to do against these good teams, is just push the tempo against them and try and put the fights in your favor.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. That's what we keep on saying every time we see a team playing against Inil. Don't let them play their own game. Try to take the initiative. Try to go aggressive. Try to force them into discomfort. And, well, once again, Tiebreaker is going to go down in his favorite position, not Banana. Goodnight Nomi going aggressive on the lower side with a super heavy lineup, and you could see that Motivazia with all of those 50Bs on the hill, yes, they're reaching the position, yes, they're getting a full clip, but their HPs are not involved, and, well, apart from one clip on the top of the hill, they were not helpful at all.
Yeah, I mean, you see the tanks in the D line and then also the 8 line. Sure, the 50Bs might be able to clip into them, but they're going to just face into them, no turrets. They can't even cross into the 8 line to pinch them between C8 and H8, because the tanks in the D line will just kill them for doing that. So just at the end of the day, just like when they played Inil, the 50Bs were kind of useless.
Well, next on Cliff, we had the feeling Motivazia had that because the HPs were going their way so well. You will see that Jordan is actually managing to take the hill with his BZ, and that's something very crucial in this round, because having the hill controlled, even though he's gonna drop to 1k HP, is something that you need most of the time on that map. And you will see that there is some overcommitment that is gonna happen from the side of Motivazia, trying to overpush the mid. But you're overpushing the mid, but the enemy team has A5, they have the heal, they still have the donut, so they have all the crossfires, and yeah, you're gonna kill a few tanks, but afterwards you're out of position.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to deal those double 260s on F2. Huge. I mean, sure, you have the G2 guy, but what can you really do? You potentially have the guy in the hill blind fire him if he's not. I mean, he's currently spotted, but if he was not spotted, he could potentially blind kill him there. And that makes the hill just that more important. And then, yeah, the CS and A5 keeping them off from the middle. Again, like you mentioned, the crossfires, it's just way better for Goodnight Nomi.
And, well, at that point, 4-1 for the Polish team, match point, something that none of us expected. The next one is going to be pretty sick, and once again we'll have to mention some mistakes from Motivazia, because you'll see at that point, well, they stop with all of the tanks on the other side, at the corner, just do the damage. And you'll see the mistake is that they're gonna overcome it with all of their tanks from the top. And due to that, they're gonna leave the complete higher ground to Goodnight Nomi. Yes, they're gonna go down, yes, they're gonna make the kills, but then they have to re-push back up. And it actually allowed the Goodnight Nomi to be in a pretty comfort zone, to be in the lead in that round. That's not what they wanted.
And you'll see this doesn't happen very often. The T60s actually push down the hill and don't flip. But the BZs can take up top, and this game turns really close because of that decision. And yeah, the game comes down to the wire. I think Goodnight Nomi actually misplays here, and then at the end they're on defense, and they kind of don't play this brawl like they're on defense. Yes, you don't want to be too passive. When you get to the end game, you don't want to like force anything if you don't have to. And if you watch, some of their tanks just make moves that don't really make sense when you're on defense. Solo here, this is good right now, but he's gonna play a little too aggressive later on when he doesn't really have to, and loses too much HP for it, in my opinion. And again, that's in my opinion why they end up losing this. And this is really the battle that makes them lose the whole match. So. Because the rest of them were kind of in the favor of Motivazia.
I mean, it was Perfect trade against Trace there, and then the 1v1 at the end. Rishek missing the connection. And then positive, keeping his team alive, the 1v2 clutch. So good stuff from Motivia. They definitely got their breath back, because you'll see on Murovanka on their defense, it was simply a masterclass of how to camp. The damage done from A3 was just amazing. You'll see it HP wise, they were 10k HP up at that point. And well, Goodnight Nomi, they had no opportunities left. They tried to cross over the tree line, but you'll see that they kept most of their tanks A6, so they have the perfect angles to finish that cross.
Yeah, I mean, Goodnight Nomi didn't even really try to control the 0 line at all. In my opinion, that's how you break this. Control the D4 area, the middle, try and clear the light tank if you possibly can. And then maybe start pushing the 0 line and the 1 line, depending on, you know, what you're favoring. But just showing lack of experience on Muro, in my opinion, just going all out on the 1-2 line. Kind of just makes the whole crossfire situation much better for Motivia.
Oh, I do think that Muro was probably one of the worst map of Goodnight Nomi. You could see it in their gameplay. First of all, you could see it on their attack. They didn't know how to break the camp, and then you'll see it on their defense also. I mean, going for a camp. So, well, first, I would tend to agree that going aggressive on that map is hard. It's not that easy. It can be pretty gambly, but I would not go with such a camp against Motivia. You're playing against one of the strongest team currently. They know, they are aware of how to break those sort of camps, and they did it perfectly. First of all, picking up the tanks on close range and bringing the ABR to get the constant spots of the guys over A0, and it was good. Goodnight Nomi in return tried to repush the 1-2-3-4 lines. That was the correct play. They even managed to get out with the 907s, but then you will see that Motivia is just gonna wrap back with the double ABR full HP over the K line and then completely surround the Polish team.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed in the fact that Goodnight Nomi went with the A-line camp, as they had been like playing aggressive these past couple matches that they've been playing. I would have liked them to split the map entirely, just take either the 1-2 line or the 8-9 line. You can hold the cap from there, and it makes it much harder, in my opinion, for the better teams to push into that situation, whereas normally the better teams know how to break the A-line camp.
And well, then the tiebreaker between these two teams, the big brawl at the kill line, and well, this time Motivia, they were aware of it. They played the perfect tactic, because you'll see they will not have 5 tanks, but only 3 out of the fight, if you can call them so, because the E5 and the S-Tier still have some angles to do some damage. And look at the HPs they have. They have 6 TPs, they have Mice, they have I7, they have the S-Kong for the DPM. They have the perfect setup, the perfect lineup to play around that push from Goodnight Nomi. The HPs are talking for themselves. Yes, Goodnight Nomi is trying, yes, they're pushing, they're trying to even push over to get the K line, but it's just not enough. Motivia, they were aware and they countered that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of style of defense I would have liked to see on the last Muro game. I don't know why. I mean, I understand what they're doing here. It makes sense. You take basically your whole team, you push it into the K line, and basically you just hope that the mice aren't there, right? You think that the mice are going to be in the middle or something like that. But it is a gamble at the end of the day. Again, I would have liked it for them to play like this on Muro previously. Split the map, use your whole team to kind of take whatever position you want, but instead they chose to do it in OT on sand. Again, not my favorite, but you know, to be fair, we'd be saying something different if Motivia had a different amount of tanks on the K line.
Well, I mean, yeah, good stuff from them. Yes, they are a top team, but you still have to congratulate them to make it back. They were down 1-4 and they made it back all the way to the tiebreaker, taking the victory and also taking the win on that tournament, the first Clan Showdown of 2K24. So good stuff. Congratulations to them. They are our winners for that one. We also have to remind you that in about a month we have another tournament. It's a different format. It's some 7v7. The first iteration of Onslaught tournament. It's gonna be the Onslaught Legends Cup, and it's gonna be 2 tournaments, an E1 and an NA1.
Yeah, it should be really exciting. The first of its kind. And then, like I said earlier, I believe Onslaught's going on for quite a while, so people should be able to get practice in. I think I saw a few Discords that there'll be potentially, I'm not saying this is confirmed, but there potentially is a few training tournaments, maybe. So look out for those at least. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, on top of that, if you didn't get enough time to claim your drops because you need a total of 4 hours watch time, Daki is going to be hosted after that one and he's streaming pretty late. I wouldn't be surprised to see him stream for like 4 or 5 more hours at the very least. So you'll get the chance to get Deuce, the mystery one, watching him after this show. Octo, it has been a pleasure to have you on the analyst desk with me. Congratulations to Daki and Kin also for the casting. It was a very fun tournament, I have to say. Very surprising to see Goodnight Nomi get to all the way to the grand finals from the losers bracket. We had upsets, but at the same time, it was very exciting to watch, exciting to also analyze, and I would like to thank you for that.
Yeah, it was a good time, especially the last few matches were a lot of fun. And I can't wait to see what's next for World of Tanks, so yeah.
Well, what's next for World of Tank is happening in about a month. It's going to be the Onslaught Tournament, Onslaught Legend Cups. We hope to get to see you there. And for the time being, we wish you a great evening, great day, wherever you're watching from. We'll get to see you in the next one.